The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here. This is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict. I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Cheyenne Crewman. And Lady Che might be joining us, she might not be joining us, but she's our other host. And then Shabaka, he's on the road, so he won't be joining us tonight. But we do have a guest. We are joined with our Moorish brother, El Garb or Shamala. I think you changed your name, brother. But he's joining us as well. And on tonight's show, we'll be discussing several things for season 4, episode 8, part 1. And those things are, of course, the tangibles. This is the year and the decade of tangibles. We are demanding something tangible for our vote. So any politician not seeking your vote, demand something tangible for your vote, Black family. The days are over of us just voting just to be voting. Excuse me. The days are over of us just voting just to be voting. If we're going to vote, it's because we have an agenda and a cause. And that agenda is the Black agenda. And that cause is reparations. Now it's 800 trillion, unless Shabaka can tell it. $800 trillion for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people. So that's the first topic, all the way up to 2100. And then we got the Black church is finally getting on code, y'all. Shout out to one of the pastors I know here in Denver, Pastor Robert Davis, who serves on the task force with me for reimagining the police and public safety. And it was exactly 3 years ago that we had served the Denver City Council with recommendations, 112 recommendations, to make interactions with the police better here in Denver. And to date, I think they've only implemented about 80% of the recommendations at best. They have a whole dashboard set up. But they kept saying that we could do better, and we're going to keep holding them to it, that they're going to actually do better. It's election season. We got a new DA that they're looking at voting in. If you ask me, neither one of these DA candidates is going to do anything to help our people from being locked up. So neither one of them is getting my vote, but that's what they're running with, and they're both Democrats. So the Black church is finally calling out Biden for his failed policies that hurt Black Americans. Then we got Black women denounced Delta Sigma Theta after realizing they pledged allegiance to a false god called Minerva. Then we got Angela Rye with tomato on the side, cries after confessing that Black America isn't listening to them. Democratic shills. Then we got Oakland residents and the eviction process. So there's a serious issue going on with eviction in Oakland, California. We're going to go over that. And then we got, you'll be real interested in this topic, Brother Elyar. Black sovereign man realizes he got sold a pipe dream. Then we got Tariq Nasheed's new hip-hop documentary, Microphone Check, was released this week in select U.S. cities, including Denver, Colorado. And he did several interviews. One was with KBLA. And if we have time, Outrage, Kyle Rittenhouse, or as we call him, Kyle Shittenhouse, tells Indigenous Americans to leave amid Mount Rushmore protests, and GOP candidate and North Carolina Governor Mark Robinson, never-ending hypocrisy. So those are the topics for tonight. Thank y'all for tuning in. I see you, Mac. Appreciate you doing the hype man thing that Twin usually does. Yeah. So greetings, Brother Elyar from the Mile High Income City. How you doing, brother?
Greetings, God, man, from Connecticut.
Yes, sir. East Coast in the house. Okay, so I'm going to hop right into it, Brother Elyar. So
I'm listening.
We got the tangibles. So the first topic is the tangibles. So we're going to continue to demand something tangible for our vote. So any politician seeking your vote, demand something tangible. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading for the past 4 years now. Tangibles 2020. And since it's 2024, it's tangibles 2024. So everything remains the same except the year. So instead of 2020, it's 2024, but everything else remains the same. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, the descendants of Americans held slavery freedmen, otherwise known as Moorish Americans, we're going to demand from the political system. So the two-party system. So the 2024 presidential elections are coming up. The foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy, man, they said Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, etc., BIPOC, has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group by providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, meaning the 2024 election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are swiftly met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups so often assisting the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since it's 2024, it's Tangibles 2024. And we're going to continue running with this hashtag all the way up to 2100. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote. We are in the midst of what they always tell us, this is the biggest election of your lifetime. So we're in the midst of one of those again. And if they want our vote, they're gonna have to do something tangible. We want specific legislation that's specifically for us. We want reparations for one, direct cash payments, lineage-based direct cash payments. We would love to have a anti-Black hate crime bill, similar to the one that they gave to Asians during the pandemic. And then we would also like an end to qualified immunity across the board. These race soldiers keep getting away with killing us. We're tired of it. We need to be put in a protected class like all these other groups. And a tax-free exemption. This is one of the many things that's in the reparations package or the tangibles package. So y'all going to do better than the Crown Act. We're going to do something that's actually going to specifically benefit us. Otherwise, we're going to vote for the couch, or we're going to vote third party. But more than likely, we're going to vote for the couch because even the third party ain't really saying nothing specifically they're going to do for us outside of Dr. Cornel West. So, Brother El, what is your thoughts on what I just read? Brother El,
Yes, sir. Y'all gonna hate me.
Go ahead, brother.
We cannot, AKA Moors and Black people. We are totally against anybody calling us Black, African American. What they do with their system, we don't even care. Who they vote for, we don't even care. We're our own nation of people, just like China don't care who they vote for. Canada don't even care who they vote for. Mexico don't care. We are not supposed to care because if we're going to vote, we should be voting for us in our own party to do our own thing on this land.
I agree, brother. I was just saying, if you're going to vote, demand something tangible for your vote. There's still a lot of us that still want to go out and vote. So we're saying, if you're going to go out and vote, demand something tangible for your vote.
Now, I understand that. And if I did still operate as a Black or African American, I understand what you're saying. But because of law, see, I know for a fact they are not going to give Black people reparations. That is a written in the laws. We are anytime they say reparations, they're appeasing. They're giving you a lollipop to suck on while they go figure out another way to abuse you because obviously you caught up. You got a little bit smart. But since you are still black and you're still asking somebody for something outside of law, they are not going to give it to you. They're going to continue to abuse our people.
Well, that's the thing,
So,
brother. That's why we're not doing a race-based reparations claim. This has nothing to do with being black. This is about your lineage and where you can trace your lineage to. So this is where the delineation is coming in, and the fact that we are delineating from those that are in the African diaspora, if you will, and we're basically telling them, look, if you want reparations, you need to sue your colonizer. So we already know if you do a race-based claim, it's going to be challenged in the courts.
they're going to ask you for your race. And when you say race, you need to give them a nationality. If you give them a race, as in your description, it says black. If you give that to them, you've already like canceled yourself out.
No, we're giving them freedmen. We're giving them our legal status, which is freedmen. The same ones that had the Freedmen's Bureau that was used to create the Federal Reserve. Our legal status is freedmen. Our legal status is not black, it's freedmen. We had a whole Freedmen's Bureau that was created in response to that after the Civil War. So our legal status is freedmen. That's what we're demanding reparations for. We're not demanding reparations for being black or African American or any other other terms. We're going by the actual legal status, which is freedmen.
Okay, so
that's 40 acres in a mule, and we did not receive that. And then the money that we used to create the Freedmen's Bureau, that money was stolen and used to create what is now known as the Federal Reserve.
So when we took on the title freedmen, we still was not claiming to be our own nation. We were still under the United States nation. And anytime that we are under United States nation, we are not free. If you claim the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment as a part of everything that you're doing, you are not free. If you have a birth certificate, social security card, and you're operating with those things as if they're you or representatives of you, you are not free. By those documents, they have enslaved all of us. But you and I, worst of all, because we don't have a nationality to claim. The only thing those people need to see is nationality in front of their face.
Well, we were born in the United States. I don't understand. Like, this is the problem. Well, this is a kind of hang up I have with the more sovereignty conversation, because it's like we were born in the United States. We weren't.
But no, you wasn't. You were born in America. You were born in America, and the United States is a corporation in America. Correct. It is okay. So these lands are not the United States.
Okay, so we were born in America. We were not born in Morocco. So what treaty does America have with Morocco?
Because America, now when you go back to the Treaty of Peace and Friendship and you realize that they signed treaties with Moroccans on this land, what you realize is up in Chicago, this is Al Morocco. This is what we called it before 1492. Al Morocco, Turtle Island, had a few other names. That's why Egypt is here, Mecca is here. This was Al Morocco. This was part of the great empire from Al Morocco. Now they changed it to America as time went on, but they took that America from Al Morocco. They did not take it from Americo Vespucci. They didn't take it from him. And if they did, they would have named this the Vespucci land or something like that. They would have not named America was his first name.
Right.
Not his last. So they would have named this Vespucci. the United States of Vespucci if they had taken it from him, but they stole it from us. Just like our names belong to us, not the slave master. We didn't take their names, they took our names and our estates. And this is what we have to realize in order to get it back. Then they placed a system on top of us where we began to identify with ourselves under them, the United, and we didn't have to then, and we're not going to now. We have to go back to our ancestors, and we have a treaty with them. That treaty separates us from the United States and tells you that you are that.
Okay.
That
Rob, you asked my exact question. Thank you, Chef Rob. Appreciate you tapping in. Chef Rob said, "How can we verify what is being said here?"
Okay, so now I have to ask him in particular, which part do you want? Because part of it we got to go into the law that we see written down and the particular articles. Like I said, I got to bring my team on. There is one brother.
There's one experience enhanced, but I don't want to cut your wisdom. I just wanted to get a little clarification, if you could, briefly, on how we would go about proving that, because right now what we're using as our verification is the census of 1870.
Okay.
For our lineage claim.
Okay.
First U.S. census. So if you could trace your lineage back to that census, then you're eligible for the reparations claim that we are running with, meaning the FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, Descendants of American Child Slavery Freedmen.
I can trace mine back to 1750. My lineage on this land back to 1750. And I only can trace it back that far because of the research that went in as far as being a free person. If we just stay at 1870, we never realize, no, this land belonged to us. We have to go beyond that. We got to go back, and we can go back further simply by.
We can go back further, but what Chef Rob, I think, is alluding to is on actual paper, how far can we go back to verify this?
Okay, so now I'll take your last name, and we'll start with your last name is a great indication of who you and your people are, and being able to go back and point. And I'm gonna tell you, in some cases, one brother, I had one brother. We could take this brother back to BC by his last name, who his family is, and his family is in the history books. So he's not the only one. We got people out here named King, and they think that that's a family name. No, that was a title that people in your family had. Now, you said y'all are from South Carolina, and your last name is King. Y'all were the Kings of Carolina.
No, I said my lineage on my mom's side is from South Carolina.
No, not you in particular, bro. I apologize. I meant that in general for somebody whose last name is King, and then from wherever they're from, that's your land. South Carolina is your land, and your family were the Kings down there, and that's why you got that last name. And so then anybody else who came behind you, Caucasian people or whatever, they came and stole your name and your land from up underneath you and had us as prisoners of war, and then abused us as prisoners of war.
Yeah,
and so now
they reclassified us as well.
And that's the part, that reclassification, that's the part that gets you beyond reparations. And now we're at the World Court, Geneva Court, and we're doing more than suing them. We're showing the criminality. And just like Hitler and them got punished, those of them who want to stand with the United States, they get punished the same way Hitler and his boys got punished, because they did the same crime. We just haven't attacked it correctly as a people. We keep attacking it outside of who we are, when we realize that only nations get reparations. A nation of people. Even the Jews are seen as a nation of people. and
Okay.
that's why they got reparations so quick. We haven't fought on that level.
Chef Rob is saying his last name is Irish.
Okay, so as I tried to show, your last name is Irish. Everybody got to remember, going back in history, this is what's going to drag you back to BC. Prior to Caucasians being in Europe, we were in Europe. We were all over Europe. There's not a spot in Europe where we didn't have kingdoms. So a lot of us, when we say people came from England and Ireland and made slaves, I'm going to say it again. It was people who looked like us, who from England, Ireland, France, Scotland. They came over here and made slaves of other people who looked like them. That is a bona fide fact. That is the truth. From Spain, Portugal, it was people who came from over there who looked like us to make us slaves here. This is fact. And if you go check slave records, you will find so many what they call black people were slave owners. Too many were slave owners. In the Civil War, we think it was about Caucasian people and the so-called black people wanted to be Yankees. Man, down south, that flag, that rebel flag, that flag belonged to us, and we were fighting to keep slaves. If you watch, Wesley Snipes has a movie, Murder at Pennsylvania. Somebody dies in the White House. In his character, he's building a model set on his table of the Civil War period, 1860 to 1865. You got to slow the movie down and look at the flags that are represented inside his little war thing. And Hollywood play tricks with us all the time. But if you look at the flags, you will see flags that you think that, well, that flag should come from Arabia because it has a moon and a star on it. No, that was the universal of our people and our language before all of this stuff got switched. All of our people spoke that language right there through the moon and the stars. Every one of our nations. And so in the
Christian Moors, there were Arab Moors. There was a lot of different Moors.
Yes, sir.
What Chef Rob is alluding to is he said, so people that look like us in Europe. So what land did they come from?
Okay, so all of our families try to work the out of Africa theory because that's what we've been taught. But if you go and look to Australia, they have the Aborigines, and the Aborigines look like us. So how come there's not out of Aborigine, and they're the Aborigine? So how come there's not a out of Aborigine theory as opposed to an out of Africa?
Well, the reason why is because cultural anthropologists said that the oldest human bones or fossils were found in Africa.
And then they said, and then recently they have saying that the oldest human bones were found in America.
Yeah.
See, these people.
Off. And mind you, the out of Africa theory, it's a theory, it's not a fact. And there's another theory, I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. You might be more familiar with it. But there's another theory that says that different human groups originated on each continent.
Right. I don't know what that's called, but isn't that when we talk about the creator or God and we say how beautiful God is, isn't that a more beautiful story than one person, a group of people over here and then another group? No. The entire earth was populated by the creator.
Say that. 285 is alluding to something. He said, we don't have our personal slave records, sir, respectfully. Because either that stuff was burned to the ground, lost, or like I stated earlier, we were reclassified.
If you reach in your back pocket and you pull out an ID, a United States ID from any of the states, that's all you need to show that you was abused by these people and taken out of your nation. You don't need nothing else except you got your birth certificate, you got your social security number. You have all the proof you need already in that.
Okay, Chef Rob, will enlighten us. How are we misquoting the out of Africa theory? He said, "Wow, he's new. What was his represent?" Oh well, he's gonna go into detail on this on Shabaka Blacc Experience Enhanced.
And I'm gonna bring some people on because one of the brothers is gonna strictly speak law to you. And he's going to tell you where to go in the law books and in the United States Constitution. The Congress cannot make laws against religions. Our treaty has to do with our nationality, which is to us a religion, the way we live our lives. Their people call that religion. Congress has no right to make any laws against the religion. So our treaty says we must live within our custom, which is our religions. That's outside of their states, and they don't have any cause to tell us what to do. They can't. Their Congress has no right to. But when we turn around and say we're Black and African American, we become their property, and that's why they're important. Say that.
African too.
Well, okay. So now, Africa is actually Akubulan.
Yeah.
All of that incorporation of Africa is a slave term. So when Africans say we're African, you're giving in to the England conquerors who conquered y'all, and that's why all your lands have a deal with England, some kind of way, one with other countries. Because
that name come about, y'all, was it Scorpio Africanus?
Huh? He very much so could be the one. I never focused on it, but notice it's his last name.
Yeah.
And he did go down there and conquer, and then he went back to Rome and said, I have conquered Africa, or something like that. And so they named it Africa.
I think he's saying we don't have any protections because we are not considered a nation.
Yes. Period.
Even though some argue that we are a nation within a nation.
Yes, we're just operating wrong. And so, and I'll say this to everybody too. And then if you say it to, if you know more, you could tell them I said this. Bunch of dirty Moors. You've been lying to my people and handing them this program backwards. You've been trying to get money out of their pockets, this fiat out of their pockets, instead of teaching them what they need to know in order to carry their families forward. I don't want any money from my people for telling them the truth. I just want to see my people get up and start rising and doing who they could be. So all of you, Moors, I said you're dirty. And you're dirty because you ask for donations. You try to sell stuff all the time. You don't have a proper program put together to save my people's lives, and then y'all argue and fight each other about the teachings. When only thing we have to deal with is love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and don't call yourself any slave names. And we're going to uplift fallen humanity by uplifting each other. After that, don't talk to me about no religion. Brother, come over here and learn this, that, and that. No, I'm not teaching the people all that. You can teach them that if they want to hear it. I'm giving them the basics. They have to operate in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. They have to stop calling themselves slave terms by these nationalities and corporations, and they have to be willing to uplift fallen humanity, which is us. After that, I'm not going in, oh, you gotta do this, and I'm not doing that to the people. I can't do that to the people because I don't want it done to me. I'm just telling y'all the raw, honest truth. And that's why I'm not venturing into, I'll let somebody else handle the actual law cases that you need to see and study in order to understand everything fully. But for the topic of this conversation and what I hear y'all have put together, whenever we write these papers, all right, so me and my daughter, my grandson got in trouble. He got arrested. They bring him up, the ticket. He's 11 years old. And on it, they already predetermined that he was Black. They put a B in race. We went to the police thing the other night, right?
Yeah.
And we let them know we're offended. How you going to put Black or African American on us without talking to us and asking us who we are? And we snapped on them like that. And they all sat there with their mouths open, not because they know the law. They all sat there, and you trying to give my grandson probation with your fake cop, and he talking about he gonna arrest me and my daughter. What? So now he unlawfully detained us? Oh, y'all didn't expect all this, huh? Y'all thought we was niggers, And y'all thought we was gonna sit down there and act up and have the video going because we're all Karens and stuff. Y'all, that's what y'all thought y'all was gonna get. Y'all didn't. Y'all got dignified people come down them stairs in your face. And then you didn't think my daughter would follow up. And you damn sure expect us to come to this police department at y'all meeting and show up and tell y'all what we think and what we know about this situation right here. But let us get this clear. We are not blacks and African Americans. You're going to recognize this red wrap around my head as my flag, and you're going to treat me accordingly as an aboriginal of this land, as a Moorish American. They didn't say yes, no, or anything. They sat there with their mouth closed.
Okay, because later on I'm gonna play a video about that very subject, and I would really like to hear your thoughts on it. Because there was a brother, I don't want to get too much detail on it yet, but there was a brother that got stopped by the police, and he called himself claiming Moorish sovereignty, and it didn't work for him. So, this brother, he said, Mac 285 said we have been disadvantaged for over 400 years. They owe us, and that is the sentiment of a lot of us. We are owed.
I agree. We are owed, but the way we're going about it is politically and lawfully wrong, socially, economically wrong. And when we talk to brothers about economics, first thing a brother tries to do is sell you something. No, that's not economics. This is economic. 95% of our nation work for their nation, and that got to stop. That's economic.
Well, Neely Fuller says that economics is time and energy. So we keep giving all our time and energy to these mugs, to this corporation. And it's look up the word economics, and we'll see that economics is a study of how resources are used. So time and energy are part of the resources, because it goes all the way to food, what type of clothes you buy, but it is not money. Right. So in studying our economics, the first thing we got to realize is if 95% of us work for them, that's our flaw. We have to find a way to begin to work for ourselves. Right. Our children shouldn't be in their public school system. Only reason why they're in there is your birth certificate, social security card, and you call yourself Black and African American. You stop using them things the way you're using them, and you can take your children out of school and there's nothing they can do about it. Look at the Jews. Look at all these other communities that do the same thing that we should have been. We had the right to do it before they had the right to do it. We let other people take our place. Correct me if I'm wrong, not because you would know better than me. But prior to desegregation, we did have our own schools. And that's why one of the things, civil rights, that's why Martin Luther King said, "Oh, I don't walk my people into a burning house." He realized, and he shouldn't have. That's why I stand on El Hajj Malik, El Shabazz, over the name Malcolm X, because he went over to Arabia. He came back here. Somebody gave him that name. He didn't just take it. Somebody gave him El Hajj, and when they did, they told him the secrets, the Masonic secret. That's your people land over there. Y'all the Moors. And he came back with one of the high names, El, meaning he's a creator. So he came back and told us through his name. And his secret. Go ahead. Salute, AK Sour God. He's in the building. And Lady Che just joined us. Lady Che, you got to connect. Okay. Lady Che's in the building. Finish your thought, brother El, So El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, he came back as an example with that appellation as a name for himself to show us who we were and where we should be going. He didn't say all the other words because he was already knew he was on his way out. Yeah. But we somehow got information of Martin Luther King, and that's why Martin Luther King said, "I done took my people into a burning house." Yep. And he said we're coming to Washington to get our check because he was saying they was giving out millions of acres of land to white peasants with the Homestead Act and all these other acts, and he
Yes, sir.
set them up so they could be
And he said, "This is our land." He said it.
uh-huh.
This is our
Yep.
land. This is
Yep.
ours. And
He
so
did say
we've been
that.
fighting backwards.
He did say that, and a lot of the older generation they were pushing for us to be classified as Africans and the claim Africa, and now a lot of them are saying they made a mistake. I would hope they're starting to see they're making a mistake. There's still a lot of that Pan-Africanism going on though. He said, "What was your son arrested for?" And the arrest wasn't important.
He's 11 years old. He's my grandson. They arrested him in the second degree threatening fight. He hit somebody, all in the second degree. Petty, he's 11 years old. The kids were cyber bullying him and he got sick of it. And so he felt he needed to do. But the police didn't check none of that cyber bullying and stuff. None of it.
Yeah, we had some similar stuff happen out here in Colorado with the cyber bullying. When there was a bunch of caucasoids students did a whole video talking about black students calling them a bunch of niggers and all this stuff. And the media out here refused to show their face, release their names, any of that stuff. So the NAACP caught themselves trying to get on it. I honestly don't know what ended up happening with that case because they kind of went quiet on it. But AK Sour God said all debts must be paid. I agree, brother. Chef Rob said our nation. Yes. We were here before anybody else, Chef Rob.
Yes, we were.
I understand we are related to our ancestors, but we can't individually prove it because of slavery.
Okay, we were prisoners of war, and your birth certificate, your social security card, any place where you wrote down, where they have written down that you're black or African American, that's all the proof you need. You don't need nothing else. That's your proof that you were disenfranchised as a national person. That's all you need. And that's just the beginning of it. Because you're going to go back and get your wedding certificates. Anytime you sign your kids into school, all of these things are bonds that we were signing that you should be owning. And we got to go back and do all of that stuff.
You talking about the UCR, right?
Yes, sir.
UCR goes.
Yes, sir.
I'm a little up on it because my OG, he's a Moor, and he's been preaching to me for years about it. But I wanted to do my own research, because that's what I do. And yeah, so we definitely need to have that in-depth conversation on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. AK Sour God said we are truly thriving. We were truly thriving in segregation. Everything for us, by us. Yep. And then he said, shaking my damn head, 11-year-old, bro. Yeah, they arrested my homeboy's son, and he was only 6 years old.
They arrested me at school, too. I was 11.
Yeah, Lady Shay got arrested. Greetings, Lady Shay. Thank you for joining us.
Finally acknowledge me, man. I'm sitting here just patiently waiting.
Y'all finish your stop. I don't want to be rude, but
can't hear you. I can't hear you. Yes, sir.
What are your thoughts on the tangible?
Greetings from the living room, yeah.
What are your thoughts on the
tangible? I didn't know that's what you were talking about.
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me correctly? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
So I'm in the other room, in the living room. Tangibles, hold your vote till something's tangible, and don't necessarily give it away. We're seeing things now that, like in our own city, where people are doing comfort voting, are going to be doing comfort voting because that's all they hear or know, instead of researching anybody else or even trying to find out if there's any other candidates running. They're just set on voting blue no matter who. When in this particular state, The what do you call it? The unaffiliated probably has more as just as much chance as any other party. So hold out for something tangible specifically that's going to benefit you and your family versus what's comfortable and that sits right with you on the plantation. You know what I mean?
If you're gonna vote at all.
That's where I've been at. If you're gonna
If
vote,
you're gonna
yeah, you ain't gotta vote. You know, like it specifically, especially with the third party choices. You know, not every state's gonna be able to have it if they don't want it, right? But
right.
if there's an option, you know, it's there. The thing is that you don't have to. We've experienced both candidates in both terms, and if you vote for Trump, you're only getting one more term. Doesn't matter what he sets in place or who he puts as his vice president. You're only getting one more term with him. Not necessarily
As
that
it
the next
stands,
person with him is going to run the same program when they're president.
I
You
got a
dig?
question for Brother El Yah. Brother El Yah, are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
You're welcome on the tangibles.
Yes,
Jesus.
thank you, Lady. Um, you just brought me to a question for El Yah. So, is it possible for the president to change the term limits? Because I keep hearing that if the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear, if he gets in the office, he'll change the term limits and he'll become a dictator. Is there any truth to that?
Okay, so really, yes, but no, because it's a
No, I
law.
disagree. Yeah, I don't agree.
Okay, it's a law,
Yeah, go
and
ahead.
he's not gonna overturn it because of the backlash,
Okay.
and he doesn't want the Democrats to get in any kind of way. He doesn't want to get killed and then have a dictator come in the seat because I don't think he's a dictator, and I like Trump, but I know our people don't so much. But he's not the person that we think he is. But he's not. All right. So when P Diddy, all this trouble P Diddy is in, there was this
Mm.
guy named John Odom. He
Okay.
got arrested a while back, and he was telling the police a story. And in that story, he mentioned Obama and he said Obama's crooked. Trump went against them, and that's why all those people are after Trump now.
Mm,
Obama and Diddy are boys. And remember, Diddy was running around here talking about vote or die.
yeah,
Who
back
you
in
talking
2000.
to?
Yeah, exactly 20 years ago. Yep, I
Who you,
remember that.
who you talking to? Vote or die. What kind of message was that? So
Yep.
with all the corruption that's
Hey,
going on,
Hell,
Hillary Clinton is corrupt.
voter guy. That's when Bush
well,
was
is it?
running against Kerry.
Yes. Yeah, and then he continued it through Obama's campaign too. Vote or die.
Oh
That
yeah, he
this was
sure did. And he started that party too, the what is it called? The Black American Party or
now. Let me ask you a question. How come at least Barack Obama wasn't like, yo,
That
Diddy,
shit was
shut that up.
short lived.
Don't talk to
Can I
my
say
people like
something?
that.
yeah,
And
go ahead.
wait, can I add to what your thought?
Yeah, go ahead, Lady Che. It's kind of echoing. Let me close the door because it's we're a little too close.
Can
But go ahead.
can I just interject real quick?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, brother. No, man, I'm on the phone, on the cell phone, on the weird ass speaker setup. Um, listen, I just want to add to that. Just a little food for thought, right? How could he even change any kind of term when everything at the end of the day he could try to veto it, he could try to write an executive order, but doesn't Congress have some sort of say? Like Congress could squash whatever, no matter how many Republicans are there. They don't want it. They don't want it, right? So it don't matter if he decides he wants to do this or he puts
That's
somebody in place and changes the term. That shit right there is like crazy because I mean that's part of a lot of things where they're like it's wrapped up in Congress. Congress said no, right? No matter what the fuck the president wanted, Congress said no or some shit like that, right? So, what my question is this: how can he? If I think that's fear mongering, but how can he do that? It doesn't matter who he places. That's a lot of power to say that the next motherfucker only got he don't got 8 years. He got 16. Who you gonna trust somebody for 60 motherfucking years like that? I mean, we got already motherfuckers that been lifelong career politicians. Where the fuck has that got us all this time? A, B, right? Here's the my little caveat part. What's to say that he passes that 4 years and the motherfucking people are like, fuck that. We don't like how he did the people as vice president like
Uh,
Kamala did, yeah, or
uh,
something like that, right? He pulled a Kamala. He was MIA for 3 motherfucking
his,
years,
his
and all of a
still,
sudden, so we just
his
supposed
one
to
of
let that
them
ride
heirs
for another
is
8, 12 years. You dig?
Mac
But I
285
also
got a
got another part to that too, real quick. Just we're like 2 more seconds. I got 2 more seconds. Hold on, 2 seconds. Sis.
okay.
The other thing I want to say though is this. Um, what about that? What about that Project 2025? You know, where they was like they he already implemented 64% of that. Is that true? If it is true, just reading the index of it is some motherfucking scary, crucial shit. What are your thoughts on that? Because every liberty that these motherfuckers think we got, or we don't really got if he's really trying to implement that 2025 project and ain't nothing is gonna benefit black folk, period, in that. If you read it, I read it. The same. Supposedly, allegedly, in his first term, he already implemented 64% of it. Now, where's the conjecture on that? Can we talk a lot about that?
I didn't read that.
The 2025 project, that shit was just scary. Just read the index or the contents. The contents alone are
No,
scary
ma'am,
as
I
fuck.
didn't read it. I would have to
I
read it.
covered it on my show.
Let him respond, Lady Shay.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, brother,
Trump
y'all.
just wants to implement that. No. I'm not argumentative. I apologize, brother. I apologize. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Brother L, y'all, what
Go
are your
ahead.
thoughts on what Lady Trey just?
Go ahead, brother.
No, I didn't read that 2025. I did not read that. And I don't really associate with the United States government because in my back pocket I have an ID that says I'm a Moorish American. And if you touch me, I'm like a diplomat for my nation. I can sue the bewidgers out of you. This is why I can go into the police station and talk the way I do. I'm not worried about y'all. You touch me, this gets put on the other side. But for what my people are going through, I'm gonna tell y'all what, man. Y'all need to run up in them offices and run yourself as politicians through your families, as mayors, senators, congressmen. That's the change. You're a United States citizen, then go win them seats. And if you don't know how to run the city, then hire people who do. But
Right.
you everywhere, like this, not for the presidency, it's almost over. But in the next year or two, we're going to be looking for mayors.
Yep.
Now that we're having these conversations and I'm saying it, I expect to hear on the news, oh my God, they don't went crazy. We got them running in every city in every state. We got them running. Blacks are running for office. African Americans are running for mayor everywhere. That's
Yep.
what needs to happen.
I agree, and this is
Matt,
why
Matt,
I ran for
Matt,
mayor last
interject.
year, and I ran for city council at large 5 years ago. Go ahead, Lady Shay. And I'm running for House
They're
District
currently
8.
ready for a house seat this year. Right, currently, right now, and I'm as soon as he get done with that, I'm a dabble into it. I was interested in a whole bunch of things, but I feel like in my personal experience, I feel like I have a lot. I'm just too much. I'm a leader. I know that. Yeah, I don't see a lot of motherfuckers with the same fire, right, as me. That's just me
Yeah,
personally, and I think
yeah,
they need fire like this in the seats that don't ask, just tell you to really make change because at this point we're until we dominate the dominant society that's keeping this situation in a situation, to create a situation, to solve the situation, or whatever. They keeps everything with tax money, everything so high, but nobody to be able to get up or get right with a living working wage. The AMI, everything's just fucked. Until we can purge that system on every state, 50 states of the government, and in all three branches, we will never be able to progress fully, because there will always be an obstacle, whether it be a Democrat shill, a Republican shill, or even an unaffiliated shill. Everyone has an agenda. And at this point in time, what we're noticing is it's all about the money, not about the policy. And that's what they're doing. And they seem to say, well, that person raised X amount of dollars, fuck the grassroots. But the grassroots is the one that wants to do for the actual people and the most vulnerable. But nobody gives a damn. They say they do, but when it comes time to vote, motherfuckers are just standing in line voting for what's comfortable or what they recognize of what they saw on TV. That's the sad part, brothers. That's the sad part. I'm dead. I land my plane right there.
Okay. So I'm gonna move us along because we already almost at an hour. But I appreciate this good discussion that we had. So just demand something tangible for your vote, Black family. If you're gonna go out and vote, if you're gonna sit up there and get your booty to the polls and wait out there, because certain states you have to actually go out there and wait to vote. Other states like my state, you can do mail-in votes, absentee votes, whatever the case may be. But if you're gonna go out and participate in this political process, demand something tangible for your vote. That's all we've been stressing here for the past 4 years. We don't really care who you vote for. We're just saying if you're going to go out and vote, demand something tangible, because we don't give a damn about either one of the parties, the Democrats or the Republicans. Neither one of them has our best interests in mind and is going to do anything specifically for us. And I'm looking sideways at the third parties too, because a lot of them, they're just carbon copies of the same thing. Some are more left-leaning, others are more right-leaning, but at the end of the day, it's still racism, white supremacy, and they want to maintain that. So, demand something tangible. So the next topic is these damn Democrats. The Black church is finally starting to get on code, Black family. Great news, as Shabaka would say. Great news, great news. Mac 285 had a question, Lady Trey. He said, no offense to biracial people, but do they qualify for reparations as well? What if they marry white people? Do their kids inherit the tangibles as well? That's a good question, brother. I would say yes and no. I would say if they could prove that they have a parent that can trace their lineage back to the South, the killing fields of the South, as we say, then I would say yes. If they cannot prove that, then no. I hope that answers your question, Mac 285. All right, so I'm gonna move to the next topic. So the Black church is finally calling out Biden for his failed policies, and that hurt Black Americans. So this is Uncle Phil. He's gonna give us a quick update on this. Shout out to Pastor Davis for getting on code and spreading the word amongst his clergy, or what are they called? The Interfaith Alliance or whatever. Because I got this brother to start listening to Phil Scott and Tariq Nasheed and Jason Blacc, and he's been running with it. So shout out to him and the other pastors like Bishop Swan and others that are getting on code, and not pork chop preachers like Cleflo Dollar, TD Snakes, TD Jakes, any of them like that. We need actual people that's like actually for their congregation. So shout out to him.
The Black church is slowly starting to admit that the policies that Biden has put out there has failed Black America, because they see who's coming and what people are saying that coming to their church house, those who still actually go over there with them. But if Biden is even having the pastors starting to say that he's failed, then he's really starting to become in trouble for November. Let's go ahead and roll that.
Michigan Pastor Hurley Coleman says many Black Americans aren't feeling the benefits of Biden's policies.
Even though the unemployment level is low, there are still people unemployed and many people underemployed. Affordable housing is still an issue throughout the country. Even though people are having access to educational opportunities, there are still people who are falling through the cracks in the educational pursuit.
Voting for Joe Biden. If not enough of them show up to vote in this election, that could be the difference between Joe Biden winning or losing critical battleground states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia in particular.
So the pastor here was mentioning something that the math not mathing. How do you have low unemployment, but unemployment in the street is high? Are you fudging numbers? Because that's what it seemed like. Because if the math was mathing, everybody would say, man, I got a job and they got so many jobs coming at me, man, shoot. So how can we have record low unemployment in the Black community, yet people don't have a job?
Right.
How can people have more degrees, which is more student loan debt, than anything else in history, but when you get out with those degrees, you don't have a job? Think about that. You're $100,000+ in debt and you don't have a job. You would have done better going to get a trade and not even spend that kind of money. And you would have had something to go on for yourself.
Yep.
I mean, how is his policies benefiting Black America? Then toward the end, you heard the lady say it, that if Black folks don't show up, or they say at least 90% of Black folks, we talking about the true 90%, not just 90% of Black people voted for Biden, but that's not about 90% of the registered voters who are Black.
Are you awake? Yes, goddammit.
Wisconsin, Michigan, etc. Right? Biden.
We should just say what you want,
Black
man.
Americans to show up, and I'm telling you because I see it. The couch is going to win the election with Black Americans. Because you got a lot of Black Americans say, I am cool on Biden, man. I am not voting for that dude.
We lost Brother L.
Not at all.
Come back.
Some say I'm gonna go over and vote for Trump. What bring Trump back? You got some that say I'm not voting for now one of them. I'm gonna choose the couch. And I believe more Black Americans are gonna choose that couch in November than they would vote for Trump. Because you understand, a lot of Black people, especially the younger Black people, those I would say under 50. Now, of course, you're 45, 40, whatever. Of course, you're not young, you would be middle age, but you're not geriatric. You understand? And you still out here working. You're still out here raising children and things like that. So this economy is affecting you. You know, you're trying to get a home to stay in and different things that you're trying to do as a citizen of this country, right? And you can't do it. The pastor talk about affordable housing. It's not affordable for our young kids and even people that's middle age nowadays to even buy a home or even get an
every
apartment.
motherfucking weekend, dude. Every weekend.
Listen, Biden worried about student loan.
I told her already said, man, we're live every fucking Saturday.
You need to sit up there and get these rents down and these home prices down. And all y'all have to do is incentivize these companies, incentivize the banks to do it. Tax breaks, they love that, tax breaks. Or set aside some money for down payment assistance. Set aside certain monies where it's going to benefit the bank for them to do these loans. And not predatory loans, we will say fixed loans, low interest, fixed rate loans, not adjustable rate mortgages. Y'all need to regulate the insurance industry. Yeah. Say, hey, you can't just be jacking up insurance rates. No. The person signed at that contract, that's what it is. Insurance need to be regulated. Mm-hmm. And I also say this, a person should be able to shop for insurance all over the country, no matter where it's at, like an insurance broker.
Yeah.
Now, some states you can do it, some states you can't, right? So I don't want to say it's one size fits all. But I think it's utterly wrong when you have a person have a home and they put in an insurance claim and insurance say, oh, we out of business. Okay, well, where all my money at then that I put into this policy? It went somewhere. Mm-hmm. But Biden and them is not doing the simple things that he can do to actually win the election. Right. He has a lot at his disposal that he can do to win the election in November, and he's not doing it. And Kamala sure is not encouraging him. Biden's policies, and he keep on keeping on with this Israel-Palestine thing. He won't let that go. He still saying, he still say he supports them and what they're doing. And there's people that don't support that. Of course, I don't get involved with it, but there are people that is involved with it, and they're not going to vote for Biden in November because of it. I'm looking at the billions of dollars this man is spending, and that billions could be right here in America, helping American people, especially the Black community.
Right.
You should tell Biden when you see him, why don't you give Black America those billions you give into Ukraine and Israel and all that? We need billions too. That's how you can help the Black America. Bring home some of them billions and put it in our communities. Put it there. But they're not worried about that because they think they can play the same games or oppression stories and talk about Selma and all of that. Listen, that's Democrats. It's not working no more. Right. You can't talk about Selma because that's not a lived experience for the under 50s for sure. It's not a lived experience.
It's not.
You can't use oppression. We don't care. We know oppression exists. We'll deal with it when it come up. What we care about is our pocketbook. What we care about is bringing down them grocery prices. What we care about is having a gas that's cheaper. That's what we care about. We care about the clothes and all that. We care about shrinkflation. What is shrinkflation? They're charging you high prices, but making the portion sizes, making everything smaller, but charging you the same. And listen, he talks about shrinkflation, but yet what is he doing about it?
Nothing.
I can't stand to hear a politician tell me the problem and you in a position to do something about it and you don't. What are you telling us for?
Right.
Do an executive order, do something.
Right.
How is it that when Trump come in office, he starts doing executive orders all day and getting some stuff done? But you can't do it? Oh, but when it comes to LGBT, you'll do it all day long. Things that's not going to help all American people. What somebody do in their bedroom is their business.
Already answered this question, like you said.
But the grocery prices, gas prices, shrinkflation, inflation, that's everybody's business, including LGBT people. This man's policies, he's been in office almost 4 years. He's had a chance. He's failed. He's failed economically. And no matter what else you've done, if you don't do well with the economy, you failed.
Yep.
That's all people going to see at the end of the day is what their bank account look like at the end of the day. It's just that simple, ladies and gentlemen. It's just that simple. So if the Black church is starting to recognize it, the Black church is basically saying the math not mathing with this low unemployment numbers, sound like y'all fudging numbers, then oh yes, Biden, he's in trouble in November for sure, because without the Black church, he definitely don't have any kind of chance. Maybe he got just a little chance with them, not with us, but just the older crowd. But if he lose the church, man, they really done.
Yep.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment.
That's the next topic. All right, brother L, y'all, you still with us?
Yes, sir. I apologize. My phone died. Now I'm on my laptop.
Oh, okay. Okay. So what are your thoughts on what Uncle Phil just said about the Democrats and Biden losing support from the Black church?
Bro, okay, so when we start talking about people who are in the Black churches, and I don't mean disrespect to every individual, because some people are true-hearted and they honestly have the idea that they're doing the right thing. We already lost as soon as they put Black on it. We already lost by the way the system is designed. That's why it took. I mean, if we ever read the papers about slavery back in George Washington and them time leading up to Abraham Lincoln, it was always a question and a subject of what to do for us. And there's one side of them that knew that we had to do for ourselves. It wasn't their job to do anything for us.
Okay.
It's up to us. So when I hear stuff like what he just spoke about, all right, so he's talking about them with insurance, but how many of us know that the same money that you spend for insurance right now, you could spend that same money and open a bank with your insurance? But they didn't tell us that part.
Yeah,
when Yeah, and when we own a bank with our insurance, now we're in a position to help control how it works, because I own a bank with the insurance. But as long as we don't own anything, then we're telling another man what to do with his property, and that's never going to work. And we have to start looking at it like that, that in order to get at this thing for real, we have to take the positions in the places where they think they are. So,
okay. Well, we had covered a week or so ago. There was a bank in Philadelphia. I believe it was a First Republic Bank. It just recently closed down. I believe it was a Black-owned bank, and they couldn't keep their doors open.
I would have to why they couldn't keep their doors open. Under what conditions was it because somebody at the top was stealing, like in Black Lives Matter, where the woman bought her? You know what I'm saying? I would have to see
about the house in Topanga Canyon. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And it seems as if they're given permission to use us in this way. I mean, look at P. Diddy, vote or die, and now look what he's going through. And Africa Bambaataa, and all of us who were at the top, just dirty. Why? They have this thing called the boule.
Yep.
Okay, that boule is the one who made us Black and African American. These are people who look like us, who also held us in slavery, who don't want to see us at the top. They only want to be the ones at the top. And
they're the gatekeepers.
Yes, sir. And so they're blocking the rest of us. And all we have to do is look at a high-level Mason, not every Mason, high-level Mason, high-level church people, and we will find our culprits. And they're the main ones, Jesse Jackson, who got on TV and called us African Americans.
Yeah, he did. He sure did. In 1988.
Yes, sir. You remember watching that? You watched that?
I was one, so I just remember reading about it. But yeah, because I was like, because my birth certificate says Black, and I had always asked my mom, like, why does my birth certificate say Black and not African American? Because they at school they keep calling us African Americans, and she was like, Jesse Jackson changed the term to African American like a year after you were born. And I was like, what the hell?
Bruh, come on now. I was 23 and you decided now we're African Americans. Y'all are confusing me. Everything y'all move, y'all make it, but it wasn't until 2015 that I even heard anything or understood about being a Moorish American. And then my family last name was McElya. Oh, so wait a minute. I'm from Ireland? No. I got on my mother's side, we got a slave member who was a child who they said in 1750 he was native to this land, Aboriginal on this land. So hold up. If part of my father's family came from Ireland, they came over here and did what? Made slaves of our people? Oh, this whole story is twisted.
Yeah.
We have a misunderstanding what actually happened to us, and the thing that's going to hurt the most is, look, every brother ain't a brother.
Yep. All our skin folk is not kinfolk.
Yes, sir. And that's the problem.
Yep. I agree with you on that, Elia. I definitely agree with you wholeheartedly on that. Because I'm seeing it right here in my own neck of the woods. Like when I was running for mayor, I ran on a Black First agenda, and these boule members and these gatekeepers refused to get behind it, but they'd rather get behind these all-inclusive policy Democrats that's doing everything for everybody. See, I think the reason why Black people are demanding, or Moorish Americans are demanding something, is because we've been voting blue, no matter who, for the past 60 years, and we haven't gotten nothing tangible for it.
And if you look all right, so if you go back in history, you find out the Democratic Party started the Ku Klux Klan. There was one of their politicians didn't make a statement like, you give me the reins and I'll have them voting Democrat for the next 300 years.
That was LBJ.
LBJ. Okay.
Lyndon Baines Johnson.
That's the game. And so we have to see that game. And if we're going to be a part of it, then I say, number one, don't look for anybody in them parties to do anything for you, Democrat or Republican, even if they look like you. Unless you and your family is running somebody from office, you're going to have problems. So that means you have to get your people together, take all those aldermen. I don't know what they call them in every city, but
in our city, they're councilmen.
Take all of those seats, all you gang members, the way we hit them streets to sell drugs. You mean to tell me we can't take these seats?
That's what I was trying to say last year. Y'all, like, me and Lady Che were stomping the streets. We were the first ones to get flyers out, information about the campaign, everything. These mothers decided to go with, oh my God, the nemesis, a white woman. All these people jumped in. They raised like $15 million against me. When it was all said and done, it was like 20 people running for mayor. And I was the first one to announce I was going to run for mayor back in 2019.
See, and that's the foul part. Well, how many people who look like you came up to run for mayor?
5.
So this is where, like I said, yo, they scared of us, yo. And y'all don't use these words against me later, because I ain't telling y'all to do nothing violent. But they scared of us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you you're voting for us. We're doing it.
When I announced at city council that I was running for House District 8, one of those $5 Indian pretendians got on the Zoom talking about, don't vote for him. He's xenophobic. He's this, he's that. Like, really? Because she was mad because Lady Che has said something previous to that. And she got upset by what Lady Che has said, so she tried to take it out on me. I'm like, what is that? She said, oh, he has some disparaging comments to say about my community. Well, you're illegal. You're breaking the law. You're breaking federal law by coming over here, and you want protections like average citizens, and we don't even have protections, and we are the original people of this nation, of this country.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but and so we just need to rethink. And I'm saying it loudly to everybody. I'm not telling us to go down there and be violent, but I am telling you that street attitude that we went through the 80s and 90s and scared folks with, we need to bring that back with that attitude.
I agree.
Get them in there with that attitude. Once somebody runs in the hood, everybody back that person in the hood. And if y'all have to, then y'all have your own little debate of what that person is going to, and then pick one person and put them in there and let the rest of the city know, no, that person, we're making them mayor. We're voting for them. No matter what they say or do, we're voting for them. When they come to your polls, and this is what we did at one of the polls, because we put a sister as an alderman in office, and the people who were around me, when they came, the mayor tried to come in with his boys to try to get the person they want. My people started yelling, yo, get the F up out of here. We don't see you all year long. Now you coming, it's voting time. This is our part of the town. Get up out of here. And the young lady got in office. And I'm telling you, everybody bring it everywhere like that. Don't go on marching.
Run them off the block, period. They got to go.
They got to go.
In my case, I'm the only black candidate or African-American, more or whatever, on the ballot. I'm literally running against a lesbian white woman.
Oh, good Lord.
So they really have no excuse for not voting for me.
No, they don't, bro. Except for fear, and they want their jobs.
Mm-hmm.
That's how, if people say, what happened to the civil rights movement? They all got jobs. Once they got the job, they moved out into the good neighborhoods. They stopped associating with me and you, and then they went home and watched the news, and we became crazy to them. But they forgot just 5 years ago, they were marching in the streets with you talking about black power, brotherhood, and they let it all go for a check.
Yep. Bobby Rush comes to mind.
Warren Kimbrough comes to mind. There's a whole bunch of them.
Clarence Thomas
comes to mind. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Lady Che has a question. She says, agenda and distraction. How's that? How the blue do that? And then she says, Masons can do the Mason. Masons how can the Masons do all that?
Well, the Masons, now, when you talk about Masons, right? Let's understand that the Masons are a social group.
Okay.
And they have people who come in from all different walks of life. So one dude might be cleaning toilet, the other guy's an engineer. If they're Masons, that engineer at that other company 5 states away, all the maintenance dude got to do is go to that state and say, yeah, I'm a Mason, flash his signs. That engineer put them on and give him a good job.
Okay.
And the skin color won't matter. He's a Mason. The skin color will matter later amongst them. But at that point in time, before me or you get that job, he's going to give it to his brother Mason, because that Mason's going to hold certain things and secrets and ritual rites that you and I are not a part of.
So does that go along the lines with colonialism and nepotism?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There's a lot of that going on out here. I'm sure you got the same out there as well.
Oh, bro, I'm in the city. Oh, so you heard of Skull and Bones, right?
Yes.
Yale College.
Actually, our current mayor, the white boy they picked, selected for mayor, Johnson. He's Skull and Bones, and it had came out during the campaign that he was Skull and Bones, and these must still went out and voted for him.
It came out to scare everybody. Everybody who understands that he's a Skull and Bones was like, uh-oh, we got to vote for him. That's why they did it.
Yeah. It was him and this white woman named Kelly Bruff that had went to the runoff. And Johnson kind of came out of nowhere. Like, we knew of him in the neighborhood, per se. But as far as running for office, like mayor, we didn't know the dude. Like, he was supposed to run for State House. And then the dude that was in the office at the time, he had punted it. He was like, oh, look, I'm going to get this office, and then the next office you'll get. So when he lost that campaign run, he ran again for mayor in 2023. He kind of just came out of nowhere with it. And then he got all this support behind him out of nowhere. And I was kind of wondering why that was, but now I see why.
Bro, if they don't agree on nothing else, they agree to hold us down. So while they argue and fight, their one agreement to hold us down, keep them unified against us. I have another say, 365 people go to work every day against me and you. How many of us go to work together every day to defeat what's going on with us? That's the problem.
Yeah, that is the problem. I agree. So this dude also, he got a $6 million donation from former mayor of New York, Mike Bloomberg.
Oh, see? Yeah. That's the problem, bro. That and because he's a Skull and Bones, he got the donation.
Yeah, he's a Skull and Bones from Yale.
So think of it this way, right? They put all that money up there to get in office, to run a campaign.
Uh-huh.
But like in each of our cities, they could put up all the money they want. You can't beat me in my city with my people when we united.
That's right.
You can't. I don't care how much money you put on the table. That vote will vote for me as long as
scared, Brother L, y'all. They made sure I didn't make the ballot. And they told me at the last minute, because they had me curing for over a week. And they gave my nemesis, they put him on the ballot, and they took me off. They didn't allow me to get on. So that's what really hurt the campaign. Like,
but how come? What did they tell you? The reason why you couldn't get on the ballot?
They said I didn't have enough ballot signatures. In the first petition section I turned in, they threw out like half of the signatures. And it was real vague on why they threw them out. But a lot of the people that signed my petitions were Black people, Moors, Muslims, etc. And they threw a lot of those signatures out.
And then you didn't have the money to take them to court.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. Okay. So, bruh, we could work magic, bruh. we could work magic I'm telling y'all, we could tear this thing up. So we did all these social challenges. I seen people throwing ice on themselves. I seen people freeze and pose. Let's do another social challenge. Run for office.
That's
in
right.
every city, every state, run for office. If we're there, run for office.
Right.
Let's do that challenge.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm all with it. I took that challenge on 5 years ago. So yeah, I'm all with it. Okay, Lady Che, oh, she's not even on here. Lady Che, are you gonna hop back on, or I think she said her sister's on her way.
Yeah, I'm not trying to overtalk you, Side Star. I will never overtalk my Side Stars. I never overtalk the women. I don't mean to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she was in here, but she's in the chat. Okay, so yeah, I'm glad the Black church is finally getting on code. Took longer, goddamn enough. And it's holding Biden accountable for his failed policies. It's about damn time. I hope it works out at the polls and Biden does not get reselected. But only time will tell. We'll keep y'all updated. So the next topic is Oakland, California related. And the Oakland residents have an eviction crisis going on, or it's about especially the older Oakland residents. Now, our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, he's based out of Oakland, California, or as he calls it, Oakland. And I've been to Oakland, and they're gentrifying it like every other city in this country, but Oakland, San Francisco is number one in gentrification, and Denver is number two. So I've seen it firsthand what's going on over there, and it's not good. Majority of the unhoused out there are Black as a result of it, because they can't afford to live in the areas they used to call home. And there was a group of sisters that had commandeered a home. They were called Moms for Action, or was it Moms? Was it Moms for Action? Yeah, Moms for Action. During the pandemic, they had commandeered a whole building for them and their kids. So our good brother, Professor Black Truth, is going to give us an update on what's happening in Oakland in regards to this eviction crisis.
Moment of truth.
For 80-year-old Zeta Flowers, this isn't just a house. It's her home of 26 years. It's where she raised her 4 adopted children and more than 20 foster children, all on her own. Flowers runs a daycare out of her home, but the pandemic decimated her small business. Her rent of nearly $2,000 a month, she says, became unaffordable.
Before COVID, had you ever not paid your rent?
Oh, no.
Never.
Not ever. No. I'm a believer in paying for where you stay.
Like many cities across California, Oakland enacted an eviction moratorium during the pandemic, prohibiting landlords from kicking out tenants unable to pay their rent. But after that 3-year-long moratorium ended last July, landlords were allowed to begin demanding up to a year's worth of back rent and evict tenants who didn't pay up. Tenants advocacy groups in San Francisco and Berkeley are also seeing spikes in the number of elderly facing eviction. Nationally, seniors are now the fastest growing age group experiencing homelessness, roughly 140,000 and counting.
How do you tell somebody who's 75, get back in the job market because you need to make $600 more a month, right? It's a lot of these situations are really impossible.
Her nonprofit took on Zeta's case after Zeta got an eviction notice from her landlord demanding she pay nearly $18,000 in owed rent or move out in 3 days.
What went through your mind?
What went through my mind, first of all, is they didn't care. To expect me on a short notice to move that fast, like in 3 days.
Advocates say the government is doing next to nothing to protect them. The Alameda County District Attorney's Office wouldn't tell us how many wrongful eviction cases it's prosecuted, if any. And the City Attorney's Office in Oakland has only tried 4 wrongful eviction cases over the past 5 years.
I'm seeing seniors out pushing carts now because they're homeless.
Instead of going to court, Zeta Flowers reached a settlement with her landlord that forgives her owed rent and provides her with moving expenses if she leaves by next month. Zeta now has time to pack. She plans on leaving Oakland in hopes of finding a new place she can afford.
Oh, you didn't know gentrification was real? And you thought that because you were a retiree that them folks would leave you alone and let you go gently into the grave?
That part.
I talked about this last year. And on a side note, not to sound lecturing, family, but I gotta say this. I know that for a lot of you, perhaps most, it's more engaging for me to talk about pop culture or sports or entertainment, which I despise. Or you prefer that I talk about current events. And while a number of the things that I talk about are certainly worthy, the things that we need to talk about most are things like the infant mortality rate, the maternal mortality rate, and whether Black people are getting evicted from their apartments or even their homes, how it is that we're being economically strangled out of existence. That's far more important. Now, I know these things are not necessarily the sexiest things to talk about. These videos happen to be some of the most pertinent topics, in my humble opinion, but they also get the lowest views too. These issues have to do with our survival, about whether or not we're going to stay on this earth. It has to do with our stability. And if Black people, even in a place like this, cannot be interested in survival and stability, that means we're not going to survive. We need to focus on this stuff. Now, a lot of people don't understand why I keep pointing out that Gavin Newsom refused to tackle this issue of the housing crisis when he was mayor of San Francisco, and that the cost of living crisis is actually a cost of housing crisis. And California has been ground zero for this.
Yep.
Well, that's because the political leadership out there made the conscious choice. They were going to allow all this stuff to happen. See, for you and me and every other Black person in America, gentrification is a problem. But for the white political leadership, both Democrat and Republican, gentrification is a solution to the Negro problem. See, both red states and blue states practice this. And as we've seen, it's the blue states who have been among the most vicious and the most aggressive at making sure that Black people can simply be moved out from any old place. The red states are trying to catch up to them. This is how both political parties whipsaw us one against the other. California used to be one of the most affordable places to live. That's why it became the most populous state in the nation, because it was affordable to live there. And of course, they had a very strong economy. Not to mention, from a technological standpoint, California seemed to be leading the country. For a good long while, there were all kinds of advantages to going out to California. A lot of Black folks, especially those from the southeastern United States, would move out to California. There's a lot of Black folks who left the South and went out west. And a disproportionate number of them landed in Los Angeles and San Francisco.
Yep.
Black population in San Francisco was the vital heartbeat of that place. But the white supremacists went ahead and put an end to that. And I'm talking about the white supremacists on the left, your Nancy Pelosi's. See, she's been out there for 50 plus years in California politics, San Francisco politics. And she's been knee deep in ethnically cleansing that place of Black people, all the while pretending as if she's so sympathetic to Black people. And you got some Negroes like the Congressional Black Talkers who just gobble that stuff up and tell Black folks, oh, these are the people who are on our side. No, they're not. California used to be an affordable place to live in. Young people used to be able to get a starter home fairly easily, but I'm talking about decades ago. We're talking about the 1970s. The 70s was the last time you had any sort of upward mobility out there. It's been generations since California has been readily affordable, especially for young people. And since the tech boom, it's gone insane. But those big investment firms like BlackRock buying up entire neighborhoods, they've made a bad problem infinitely worse. But they couldn't have done it without the politicians' active support, because these politicos were getting huge campaign donations from these real estate investors and these private equity firms, and they intentionally sold the people out. You don't see any of them saying that the cost of mortgages have to come down. None of them taking a campaign promise that they're going to be bringing down all of these sky-high rents. None of them doing that.
Okay.
Young people cannot save up to buy a home because all their income is going simply to keep a roof over their heads. Rent that has become as expensive as mortgages. It's a vicious cycle. Ordinarily, you might say, well, something's got to give, but does it? Look at those third world countries, and you understand that permanently impoverishing the population can become the norm and stay that way. And who is it who catches the brunt of this economic catastrophe? Black people, the ones who are least able to withstand it. Now, for those of you who don't know, Oakland is supposed to be Kamala Harris's old stomping grounds. She was a DA out there. And across the bridge in San Francisco, that's where she became the plaything for low-down Willie Brown. She too did the old song and dance that all the Democrats do about how she's for the people, etc. But this is how she left the black people who she falsely claimed to have served. As San Francisco has become too expensive to live in, you got a lot of non-black San Franciscans who have begun coming to Oakland, and they're opening up their restaurants there. These old little boutique businesses, why, they've got their own nice little adult playgrounds that they're trying to create over there, and it's working out very well. And don't let the white media headlines fool you. When they sit there talking about dropping rents in Oakland, what they're talking about is the $2,000 that this 80-year-old black grandmother couldn't afford. Well, for non-black residents, that's very easy for them to afford. That's a bargain. Oh my God, only $2,000 compared to San Francisco. That's a steal. See how the difference works depending on who it is that you're talking to. So for these folks coming in from San Francisco, $2,000 a month, which is completely out of reach for most of the black folks in Oakland, as far as they're concerned, this is better. This is the promised land. Oh, Oakland, man, they're just dropping prices like crazy over there. Yeah, in comparison for certain people. See how the white media reports on this? Two different realities.
Oh, man,
this is what's happening in Oakland, been going on for several years. You see, those non-black transplants from San Francisco, they tried for a while to stay on their side of the Golden Gate Bridge, and they tried to find affordable accommodations in San Francisco County because they couldn't live in the city core anymore. So it's like, we got to go a little bit further out. But as the tech giants, employees, and real estate firms gobbled up all of the housing and raised rents inside the city beyond the stratosphere, people were forced to move further and further out of the city center, and eventually the same savage capitalists who drove them out of the city began to drive them out of the suburbs and eventually even the exurbs. Those largely white San Franciscans found themselves pushed so far away from the places where they actually earned their money at, they were looking and going, well, hell, instead of us moving further and further into San Francisco County and eventually out of it, why don't we just go across the bridge? It's a hop, skip, and a jump to go just across the bridge over there to Oakland. It's a lot more affordable, more convenient. And then that's what they did. They started to displace the black residents there. This is the aggregate result of that. Because a lot of these landowners that are coming in are not actually Oakland residents. A lot of them are transplants from San Francisco. It's class warfare on steroids. And the city leaders are clearly not on the side of the people. Definitely not black people. And one more thing. Occasionally I see comments from the Democrat plants and shills in the comments section saying stupid stuff like, how come you always coming down on the Democrats? Why don't you ever criticize the Republicans? First of all, I constantly excoriate the Republicans. Your problem is you're so hypersensitive to even the slightest critique of the Democrats because a lot of you are hoping to get jobs from the Democrats. That's what these plants and shills are for. Please don't kid yourself that the people that you see attacking anyone like myself are like, why are you attacking the Democrats? These people are usually lifelong Democratic operatives. These are individuals who think that they're going to carve out some sort of career for themselves as a Democratic Party operative. That's what they're trying to do. And this is what they do online. This is how they earn their bones of the Democratic Party. They bounce around from place to place pushing the party line. Let me tell you something. If you're a person of principle, then it's the principle that comes first. The principle you stand for is supposed to be everything.
That's right.
So when you see that the Democrats aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, you're supposed to call them out on it. That is, if you're a person of principle.
That's right.
And the Democrats are the ones who falsely claim to be the champions of the downtrodden and the disenfranchised. Hey, anybody remember how Biden said the black community's got my back and I've got theirs? Yeah. He's got our backs all right. That's where he puts the knife. Now, that's my perspective when it comes to the political dimension as to how this was inflicted on the black people in Oakland, especially the black elderly. But there's another aspect of this that I would be remiss if I didn't mention. And this is not a matter of victim blaming, but there's a reality here that has to be faced. The black baby boomers in particular were the generation who grew up thinking that the world owed them a living, more or less. They didn't care about legacy. And they left their children and grandchildren to fend for themselves. And then they had the nerve to turn around and talk about how they're elders. They're supposed to be revered. Now, of course, the woman profiled in this piece, they're showing that she's basically using her home as a daycare center and she adopted numerous children. She would seem to be something of an exception to this rule, but I'm going to get to that in just a moment. What needs to be remembered, though, is most of the people out there in Oakland, especially the black elderly ones who are getting crushed by this eviction tsunami, they're not like this 80-year-old woman who's adopting children left, right, and center and using her home to teach the little kiddies how to read. She's an exception. She ain't the rule. The black baby boomers, by and large, did nothing for anyone, not even themselves.
Nope.
The elderly are the fastest growing demo of homeless people, but then again, that's par for the course.
That's karma.
Sounds like someone stomping the gas on social Darwinism is what this looks like. See, too many black baby boomers starting in the 60s, they thought they'd work for the post office or at the plant, and then they coast off of Social Security, and then they just kick back and wait for the Grim Reaper. They would be able to spend their golden years in security and comfort and safety, and they're finding out too late they're not going to have any of that. Now, family, we should take the trifling, self-centered treason of the baby boomers as a cautionary tale for ourselves. We got the millennials, and especially Gen X, who need to be taking notes about how this happened to them so that we don't fall into the same trap. The baby boomers grew up trying to have it both ways. They wanted to be for black empowerment, but only because they were denied entry to the white sororities that they wanted to get into. They were denied admission to the white Elks Club they wanted into, denied the ability to fraternize with white society, which was what they really wanted. But they ran around popularizing so many of the problems and dysfunctions that we're still wrestling with today. They were the ones who prioritized trying to get themselves a job at the plant or the post office, and of course, some interracial sex. Then they went styling and profiling throughout the 60s, 70s, and even into the 1980s, some of them into the 90s. And then they decided that it was time to kick up their heels as they got into their emeritus years. But of course, white supremacy has no permanent plans where any black people are concerned. So the black folks who thought to themselves that they had a few more years to pay off their mortgage, white supremacy said, we got this little housing crunch that we're going to put on you, this housing crisis, the mortgage crisis of the early aughts. We're getting you the hell up out of here. A lot of people found themselves instantly turned into renters, and even the ones who were able to hold on to their homes, if the mortgage cost didn't get you, those property taxes would. And understand something, the mass disenfranchisement of these elderly homeowners, that's all part of the plan. See, there's another side to all this that also needs to be mentioned. There's a shortage of houses being built. And no matter what the white media or the politicians or the social scientists may tell you, it's not because of a lack of labor. There's tons of people looking for work, especially men looking to work in construction. The decision, however, was made by the real estate investors that they want to make sure that there's never a surplus of houses on the market. They want to keep the housing market tight. Too many houses on the market and their investment will lose its value. And to exploit and ultimately kick the baby boomers out on the street, that's part of the plan. See, the baby boomers are starting to die out. And the thinking of these real estate types is that as the boomers die out, that's going to free up some of those homes. But before some young people go thinking to themselves, okay, I'll go ahead and buy myself some rickety old shack that some baby boomer left behind when they died, the real estate types have decided, well, maybe you will get that, but it's going to cost you a king's ransom. And as far as new construction goes, well, we want to bring that to a crawl. It's all part of the plan. That's the kind of evil calculation that the real estate developers are doing. So as the baby boomers die or get evicted, this is not going to lead to the building of more housing. They're just going to look and say, well, here's some houses that have come free, assuming that BlackRock or somebody else doesn't buy them, that is. And you guys can go ahead and have triple knockout brawls to see which one of you gets that. And it'll all be selling for a mint. And that's because this is about impoverishing as many people as possible. And the so-called leadership are letting it happen. They're just going to keep lying to the public and falsely claiming that there's just no labor to build homes, or their favorite lie du jour. It's these city ordinances. It's these zoning commissions. There's not enough areas in these cities that are zoned for single family dwellings. That's the problem. It's a bureaucratic issue, a zoning issue. Never mind the fact that a number of cities already have areas that are clearly immediately zoned for single family dwellings. And then what we hear is, well, it's the cost that go along with environmental surveys. It's just a bureaucratic thing, you see. Even in places where they knock that down, they just go on to one excuse after the next. They're going to be blaming city ordinances, regulations, the man on the moon. It just won't stop. The reality is these real estate people give huge amounts of money to the politicians and they use it to buy policy. There are no laws or regulations where these guys are concerned because they write the laws. As Black people, we better start learning to stick together. That's the lesson that I hope is taken away from all this. And this includes across generational lines. That crap the boomers did where they threw away their greatest opportunity to secure our futures has now backfired with horrifying results for them. They thought that they would take care of themselves and just tell their children and grandchildren, y'all just need to figure it out on your own. Well, that's what happened. And here they are needing help. And their children and grandchildren are telling them, y'all just need to figure it out on your own.
Sink or swim.
Black people as a group are terribly dysfunctional when it comes to understanding the nature of what we're up against. But the black boomers in particular have had this love-hate relationship with white supremacy. They hated that they were not allowed to get into the clubs that they wanted into, but they also loved the idea that maybe they could get in one day. They won't ever admit it, but their actions speak far louder than their empty denials.
Yes.
That's a reality the boomers simply refuse to accept. If you haven't done anything to secure the position of your children, then you can't realistically expect them to be in a position to secure your future. If you haven't done the work to make sure your progeny's position is secure, then the chances are excellent that you haven't even bothered to make sure your own position is safe either. And the boomers aren't even looking out for each other or themselves. That's where we get back to this nice little old lady who's getting kicked out of the streets. See, the boomers are supposed to be looking out for each other, at least you would think so. As much as they were willing to close ranks against their own children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, truth be told, you would think that these guys would basically be a mutual admiration society, but they're not. The selfishness was absolutely terminal. And here they are, needing to be able to rely on one another, and they can't. See, there's this fiction the white media likes to push that the elderly somehow have some sort of inside track when it comes to the voting process. Now, while it is true that elderly voters consistently vote more often, it's also true that seniors notoriously only have a limited amount of funds. After all, it's not as if some septuagenarian can suddenly just jump back into the labor force because they find themselves having to cough up a few extra $100 a month for living expenses. When they retire, all they've got is that little old Social Security check, most of them. Or if you're lucky, you got a pension, but that's it. And if that little nest egg of theirs isn't enough, or if white power inevitably decides to pull the rug out from under them, then they're stuck. But because they've been fed this nonstop diet of white media propaganda that the elderly vote is so important, they've convinced themselves that the powers that be wouldn't dare let anything happen to them because their vote is so important. And this is why we constantly hear about the elderly being taken advantage of, left without care or benefits. They drank the Kool-Aid. It seemed sweet enough in the beginning, but it was a poison chalice they drank from, and that never ends well. The moral of this story: you can either be realistic about the situation, or you'll find yourself literally out of house and home. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Frederick Dawkins, R. Laz, Lisa Taylor, Mark Stroud, and Blacc to Death. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Brother L, y'all, you still with us?
Yes, sir.
All right. What are your thoughts on what the good professor just laid out in regards to the Oakland residents and the eviction crisis?
That what he just described has been a problem for us ever since they started redlining. And that was back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And that we're still fighting that red line problem. So you take the worst part of, or what they want to call the worst part of LA in that zip code.
Yeah.
That's all you need to red line now. And once it's red line, then you get the worst economic. See, there can't be poor without rich. You know, there can't be rich people without poor people. Somebody has to be made poor.
And for the past 400 years, it's been us.
Yes, sir. Chosen by the system that they developed. But in order to put us in that position, they had to get us to agree to their offers. And in agreeing to their offers, we took them as Black and African American. As soon as we did that, we sold ourselves out. If we go back to Martin Luther King,
so our ancestors sold us out.
Yes, sir. Just like he said, they wanted to sit at the table. They wanted to go to the club. They wanted to go get down with everybody else. And they didn't see the value in themselves of being able to build themselves. We're supposed to be living in a trust. In a trust, you don't have to worry about insurance, taxes. They can't tax our trust. Our trust is religious.
Oh, okay.
That was the whole thing that our ancestors set up for us. So as we went along, people didn't want to hold to the religious tenets. They walked off and became United States citizens. And when people didn't want to do what the collective was doing of us to keep us free, they walked off. And as you know, even through the movies, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. I just got a hold of your the comments y'all are making.
Yeah.
Y'all are wild.
Yeah. I was live tonight. Appreciate everybody tap in.
The brother Paris didn't say some of the stuff y'all said. But
I was trying to keep it kosher, like, because we go in, but we're trying to do better.
It's funny to me though. I take it as I'm humorous with it because I know I'm telling you the truth. So, and I understand you're like the first time I ever heard Prophet Noble Drew Ali's name in 1982, and they was telling Prophet Noble Drew Ali, is you crazy? The last prophet is Prophet Muhammad. That was
I didn't hear him until I was in college.
Right. And so what we need to know, we'll never know they hid it from us. And Prophet Noble Drew Ali died in 1929. Now, here's one time we know we had.
You know what? You know the significance of that year, right?
Oh, the stock market crashed.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 1930, that's when Elijah Muhammad comes out talking about black people in Africa. But Noble Drew Ali.
I hate to ask this. I really hate to ask this.
Noble Drew Ali just died telling you not to call yourself black and African American.
Was Elijah
come out and say
Elijah Muhammad? I hate to say this. I hate to ask this question. Was Elijah Muhammad an agent?
Yes, I'm gonna say yes because he called us black and African Americans, and he went along with that program, and he took money from the Hines family, and you can look all that up. And the Hines family was a Ku Klux Klan group.
Yes, you talking about the same ones that own the ketchup brand?
Yes, sir.
Yep. I was aware of that, but most of our people weren't aware of that. But yeah, we can do it.
Because we don't study. I mean, like my family, right? I grew up in the Nation of Islam, and then my mother moved to Sunniism in 1975. And they don't like when I say that, but Sunni means you follow the Prophet, the Sunnah. But, the only thing they read is their scriptures. You talk to our church people, I read the Bible. You talk to the Muslim, I read the Quran, the Hadith, the blue letter law, and all. Y'all read this, and your religions come from myth. For every story in your holy books, which I call the Abrahamic faith, I got lists of myths that existed thousands of years that tell the same story about people, even crucifixions and people dying for people. I got thousands of years worth of stories to show where they come from.
The common modern day to knowledge known Jesus Christ. He was those 13 other Christ or 16, 15 other. It was either 15 or 16 other Christ before him.
Yes, sir.
That were saviors of their people, that were crucified, that had a resurrection, and all this stuff that they, even the flood. That comes from the book of the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, we thank godly or universally we know this. Me and you, Elia, but the masses of our people do not know this information, and it's up to people like us to get it out there to them.
And right now, you and I are having this conversation. People are hearing us. I hope they take this information in and they go study it for themselves. Because as much as we say it, unless they see it with their own eyes, they won't fully understand it. And that's why even before a show, I gave up that brother's name, and I did put it in the comments.
So I followed the brother, and a red flag popped up, and that is that Tahaka Bay. Now, you talking about some scammy, dirty Moors, he definitely needs to be checked because he's been single-handedly trying to bring down the FBA, Foundation of Black American Reparations movement. Like, he calls himself going in on all these prominent black leaders or so-called leaders in the community, in the conscious community, if you will. And he is a woman beater. He has some real suspect charges up there in Maryland. His real name is Toronto, but he goes by Tahaka, and he claims he's a sheik. Do you know anything about this gentleman?
As far what I know about Taharka Bey, I just met him, let's say 6 to 7 months ago. When he teaches Moorish teachings, the brother is solid. Since then, as I followed his program, I have heard some of the stuff that you're saying. I don't know him personally to speak on his personal life, but I'm gonna tell y'all right now, we all got stuff behind us, and that's not to excuse him or anything that anybody knows about him. But even I myself, I'm gonna tell y'all, because I done said it on everybody's show, and Shabaka knows already, I got sexual assault charges from my ex-wife. And I took the Alfred doctrine, which means I maintain my innocence, but I'm pleading guilty because y'all done kept me in here for a year. And it doesn't seem like I'm gonna get a fair trial because this judge I'm dealing with, I was offered $80,000 prior to my ex saying this. Now she's my ex. I divorced her after I got out of jail, and we were married for another 8 to 9 years. And I divorced her because of her actions, and she kept trying to use it to like control me, to put me in jail. If you call probation every other month to try and get me locked up again. So I ended up divorcing her, and then after I did, she said, "Well, why'd you divorce me? I'd have never divorced you. I know you wouldn't divorce me. I'm a good man. I bring home the money. I don't care about money and stuff like that. I gave it to you. I know you won't divorce me, but I gotta divorce you so I don't go back to jail on some BS or really end up doing something worth sitting in jail for."
Right.
We all have the Willie Lynch story on us.
Okay.
The ones of us who did the most damage to them are the ones who they put the worst crimes on. And again, I don't know Taharka Bey personally. I'm not against abusing women. I ain't sticking up for that. I will not cover for that. Again, that's a situation. You beating on your girl. I'm gonna try to break it up. You try to fight me, I'm gonna be sitting in jail again. It's getting broke up. So I don't know what to say when people tell me that about Taharka Bey because I don't know that man personally.
Okay, well, I've been on his show a couple times, and each time he didn't really want to have that discussion. Like, it was everything un-Moorish related with him because he was trying to he was fishing for information basically on what the FBA Foundation of Black American Descendants of American Child Slavery Freedmen movement was all about. And me and several other people have hopped on his program because he dropped a link on his StreamYard. He'd be like, "Hey, y'all want to say something? Y'all come up." So we came up and we was trying to school him on FBA, and he was like, I had brought up Taharka Sabir Bey. Are you familiar with him?
I don't know him personally, but yes, I'm familiar with him.
Okay, so this brother, he came to Denver a couple of times that I know of. But see, this organization I used to be a part of called Sankofa, we were responsible for bringing a lot of the prominent Black conscious community people out here. So to bring our people up to that awareness or that knowledge. And it was definitely frowned upon. But anyway, the brother, he's also against. So it seems like the Moors are like adamantly against the reparations movement that's going on right now.
No, sir. We are against calling ourselves Black and African American because in our politics, you're not going to get reparations for being a Black or African American at all. It's like a dead subject. It's like you're asking for the right thing, definitely in the wrong way. They're not going to give reparations to Black and African Americans. They will tear this country down before they give Black and African Americans reparations. They can only give it to people of nations, and Black and African Americans are not a nation. But
so what's the nation? The Moorish nation? What's the nation?
The Moorish nation because of the treaty. However, in each of our families, we're one nation of many nations with many tongues. We are Mayans, Olmecs, Taino, Cherokee, Wampanoag, You name Arawak.
What about Blackfoot?
We are Blackfoot. We're all of that. Those are our families. Those are our nations. That's who we supposed to be fighting as. And like you said, them $5 people, that's why they live on a reservation, because they paid $5. And by law, they could not turn our land over to them, even though they call them Indians. By law, they couldn't give them our land. See, those $5 people will take our land from us completely, but they can't because of the federal government. And as much as we say that these people do crime, no, they follow the law, and then they make offers to me and you to be wealthy that is a crime. You calling yourself Black and African, you calling yourself a United States citizen is a crime against our family. We're not United States citizens. We shouldn't have these IDs in our pocket. We shouldn't have these birth certificates. These
that brings us to another point that Shabaka, our West Coast correspondent, is always bringing up, and that is, when did we, as a people, petition the U.S. government to become citizens of this country?
When did we do it?
Yeah.
So after 1865, they ended up coming out with the 14th and 15th Amendment, and they naturalized us into being citizens.
So they basically forced us into citizenship.
No, sir. It was an offer. Because now if you call yourself a Black or African American and you tell the slave story, knowing that you was a prisoner of war, yeah, we'll take you because now you're our property. Our people, remember separate but equal? Yes. You ever hear that?
Yes, Plessy versus Ferguson.
We should have stayed with that separate but equal because we were separate.
We definitely should have. I'll definitely agree with you on that. We should have stayed with that. Yeah.
So you say you was one. So my daughter was 3 years old when that happened.
Yeah.
When he did that.
So yeah, I was one at that in 88. Yeah.
So anybody my age would remember that they have grandparents used to say, "Baby, we Indian." They had grandparents used to tell them.
My grandmother, as a matter of fact, my grandmother, rest in power to her, Barbara Jean Paris. She was a Black Panther out the Brooklyn chapter. She almost got caught up in the New York 21 required to be kept, and she got away with murder. But rest in power to her. She used to always say, "Yeah, we were Blackfoot. We was this. We was that." But
that's your nation. That's your nation.
Since she was a Black Panther, she was Black first. She had me singing James Brown, "I'm Black and I'm Proud."
I'm Black and I'm Proud. Yes, sir. I remember that.
When I was 5 years old, I'm running around. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm proud. Like, yeah. So it's real over here. Like, and my pops, he's a Black Panther. He's actually one of the founders of the Black Panther chapter out here, Chairman Sekou. He's not my biological pops, but he's my revolutionary pops. And he is really about it. He's been ready for the revolution for 50 years. I mean, he was a teenager when the Panthers started out here, period, but especially out here. So he's been ready for the revolution for 50 years, and he has left a prodigy, a legacy behind, and he's doing what the elders should be doing, unlike what the elders in this video was doing, passing it down the torch and providing a future for their prodigy, for their grandkids, for their kids, a future for them. So he's passed on the torch to me. I'm just one of many. I come from a whole tribe, and that alone. On both sides, like my real father too. Like I got a whole bunch of half brothers and sisters I have never met, but they're from Illinois, and we know about Point de Sable, and it was Wakana and what's the other tribe? Kenosha, Kenosans. Like it's a whole bunch of tribes over there by the Great Lakes, over there by Lake Michigan.
Yeah, you're saying names. You might be saying them wrong, but I couldn't correct you on every single name. That's why I just went through the few I did, and I try to keep the past in it by saying Mayan and Olmec.
Yeah, that's what they called us. So they called us Cherokee, just like they called some of us Creek.
Yeah, but that's who we are. We are those people.
Five civilized. So you're telling me that we are the 5 civilized tribes, and we just been relabeled all this time?
Yes, sir. And that's been our problem.
So they stole our legacy. So these same pale-faced motherfuckers that tell us that we're doing revisionist history and we don't know what we talking about, and we're erasing their history. Them $5, the ones that's claiming $5 Indian right now.
Yeah, yes, sir. They stole our identification and our land. And that's why they live on the reservation, because when they took that deal from Andrew Jackson, they knew that they were stealing and robbing. So they put them on a reservation because really y'all can't have the land. You're not those people. That's what they were.
Correct me if I'm wrong. That's what that's saying. You killed the Indian, but you spared a man.
Yes, sir.
During that Trail of Tears.
Yes, sir.
Where we were displaced into
yes,
the
sir.
West. And there was already black people here, or so-called black people.
Those black people were Cherokee, Mayan, and everything else. They didn't refer to themselves as black people. They referred to themselves according to their nations. And if we all use the Holy Scriptures, the Creator made his promises to nations, not groups of people. You don't see anywhere in there where they said, well, the white people or the black people.
No, it was always nations.
And so we have to go back to our nation.
So did we break the codes and commands, and that's why we're cursed? Because this is where the Hebrew Israelites come in.
Well, now there's another Moorish group called Moorish American Government. They are not our Moorish government.
Okay, well, thank you for making that clear, because there's been some skepticism on that.
They are a temple. They're a 501c3 temple, but their teachings about who we are, everybody can take a part of that and listen to them and understand better who we are. See, my thing is, I'm telling us who we are because I'm an arrogant a-hole, if you want to call me one. You know what I'm saying? I used to be in the streets, and so I just tell things flat out.
I could definitely tell you.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to tell you flat out.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to send you to the people who know the information, and I'm not sending you to follow anybody.
Right.
I'm telling you to listen to the information and make up your own mind after you study the information they give you.
The true free thinking. We actually teach critical thought here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The only big I here is the Creator of all of us.
Mm-hmm.
We're all under. After that, we're under the Creator.
Did they look like them, or did they look like us?
Who's that?
The Creator.
Oh, now the Creator doesn't. Now, once again, religious thoughts and theories. The Creator doesn't have a shape or form to look like anyone. The Creator is the Creator. The Creator is in everything. So if I try to give the Creator a shape or form, in 1 second, the Creator is going to be a tree. Then the Creator is going to be an ant. Then the Creator is going to be a man, then a woman, then a body of water, and then a planet. The Creator is everything. And we cannot put the Creator into a form.
That's the goal of all powers.
Tonight in the podcast.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on dark matter being the majority composition of the universe?
Okay, the dark matter that is the majority composition is not black. Because anytime when something is dark, you can put light on it and light will go through. But the color black, you can't put light on the color black and go through. So your black shirt, light won't go through. But if you shine it into the dark, the light will go through it. So there's a difference between dark and black. And we have to stop trying to represent ourselves with the color.
So you can't wax you on and wax you off. Because Pops is always talking about that, but he's like more or less like he makes like little innuendos toward it, but he doesn't like embrace it. He's still on that African, Pan-African, we're all Africans. We need to do for Africans first type of mentality.
Well, you know, so all these lands actually belong to our ancestors, even England, Ireland, Scotland, France, Germany. They belong to our ancestors.
That's because the Moors had controlled that land for 800 years.
Yes, sir. So us turning around, just taking one part of the land, Africa.
I didn't learn that until I was in high school, and I was in an advanced course.
I'm surprised you learned it in high school. I didn't learn it until I got out of high school.
Because I kept saying these have to be black people, especially at that time. It's 2001, 9/11 time. I said these have to be black people, and it was heavy. We had to civilize these savages. Ain't the first time we had to do it either. We always saving them mugs.
Okay, so let's save them this way. There's certain words beside, like, civilized means we went to war and we did something and now we're taxing you. That's civilizing. No, we discipline everything because I disciplined myself first. So then what I turned around and taught my children was discipline of self. And in that discipline is right action. So we want to discipline everybody and everything. We don't care to civilize you. That's taking control of you. We don't want to control you, because do unto others as you would have them do to you. And I don't want you trying to control me. So I'm not going to try to control you.
Right.
Now we're on equal ground. So I understand and I do understand what you mean by civilizing them and stuff. No, we discipline them.
Yeah, we had to discipline them. We had to bathe them. They were, oh God. Shithole nations. No, their nations were straight shitholes. And if it wasn't for the transatlantic slave trade, they would still be shitholes. But I'm gonna move us to the next topic, y'all, and that is the Mbule.
Yes, sir.
It's denouncing them. She is letting it known who they worship, and it is not good. And this is coming from Uncle Phil. Shout out to Uncle Phil. African diaspora.
Kaz, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing the conversation we had on our last live stream on African Diaspora News Channel, where we talked about a young lady by the name of Zora Stevens, and she denounced being a Delta. Now, that's a Delta Sigma Theta sorority. And if you can go to that particular live stream on the African Diaspora News Channel, you could see why she denounced. But it's been a current trend of Black women denouncing these sororities, these Greek organizations. And I've said a long time ago, why are Black people talking about they're Greek? You're not Greek. You are Black, Black American. Right. It should be called a Black organization, not a Greek. Anyway, a lot of people starting to not only renounce and denounce, but they're also explaining a lot of things that's linked to the occult in a lot of this stuff. Let's go ahead and check out this clip from what these two sisters said why they had to get out the sorority.
And I got home, I listened to the podcast in its entirety, and she starts breaking down how it's a Greek organization, so it's really attached. Every organization has a Greek god attached to it. So while I thought I was taking a kneel and making a pledge to an organization, I actually took an oath to another god.
Yeah. Wow. I did not know that every organization had a Greek god.
It's a Greek organization.
Right. And so the Greek letters, does that point to the god? Does that represent how do you know which god each Greek?
We all have one.
Yeah.
So every so the Greek alphabet is just the Greek alphabet, right? But every organization has a deity or a god that is assigned to it. Wow. For Delta, it's Minerva. Yeah.
Wow. And they taught y'all that.
Not only do they teach you, you recognize her in the process. All right. There are some things you do looking up to Minerva.
Right.
First of all,
you're starting to see more and more of these kind of videos pop up, on the internet. And some people are asking, why? Why are they coming out and doing this? Why they got to publicly, if they just so upset about it, they don't like it, or it's not what they thought it was, why can't they just quietly go away? Why are they talking about it so much? And as I said in the live stream, that reaction right there got me interested in the topic. You see, if y'all wouldn't have been reacting that way, I wouldn't have had no interest in the topic. It's okay, they walk away from it, they walk away. But it made me look more and more into it. And really, this mess about getting on your knees, the same thing that Zora said, getting on your knees and before an altar and pledging allegiance, what Zora said that you can't be freed from. Like, bruh, that's like selling your soul. What do you mean you can't be freed from it? What? I mean, okay, you join an organization, you pay your dues, whatever, fine. But I'm not getting on my knees before no man. Oh no. The only person I'm gonna bend my knee to is the Lord. And that's the only one that you should be bending your knee to. You know, the devil wants to always get you to bow down to him. He's nothing but a creation that's doomed anyway, right? But you see these people in these sororities and these fraternities, a lot of times they're attached to the Democrat Party. Let's go to politics once again. They're attached to the Democrats.
Yep.
And if you notice, the majority of people that the Democrats have around them, they have to be attached to some fraternity or sorority. Look at your girl, Kamala. Ski Wien, right?
Kamala Harris.
She's attached.
She's a
most congressional Black caucus is attached. We call them the Boule, right? And how do the Boule look at us regular Black people? They don't mess with us.
Nope.
They don't fool with us. This is why the Boule can never advocate for reparations. They can't do it because in order to be tied in with them folks like that, you can't advocate for reparations. You can't advocate for an anti-Black hate crime bill. That's why I've said many times the Boule is the enemy of Black America. They are not our friend.
Web.com's AI tools make website creation easy. Simply tell us some info about your brand, and the AI builder designs it.
They are not our so-called brothers and sisters when they that tied in. Now, some people join because they thinking, oh, it's just for brotherhood, sisterhood. It's for community building. Well, you know what? You should have that in the greater Black community. Why do you have to separate yourself in some organization talking about brotherhood when you should be having brotherhood with your brother right down the street, a sister in your city, in your community? You talking about community service? You can't do community service. People can't get together and do community service in the community.
Right.
Why you got to separate yourself into a group that you got to pay dues to?
Yeah.
If you want to do community service, you don't have to pay dues for that. Just go ahead and do it.
Right.
It's free.
It don't cost you
They
nothing.
separate you in these groups. They have you do these rituals, right? Rituals.
Yeah.
No. And this is that year that things are being exposed. We living in the age of knowledge anyway. This new generation and things that's coming after them, they're going to expose this stuff. And I'm a firm believer of destroying all norms.
Yep.
I believe you got to turn norms on its head and create something new, because we see that the Boule has always been used to keep down Black people.
Yep.
You understand, the Boule was against Malcolm X.
Yep.
The Boule was against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Black Panthers. They was even against King.
Yep.
They was against them because the Boule wants to see at master's table. The Boule is no different than Stephen on the plantation.
Yep.
Remember, Stephen had a good position on the plantation.
Yeah, he did.
Stephen was even in charge of Black people.
Yep.
Stephen lived in the house of the master.
He was the house.
Stephen ate the same food the master ate. Stephen was even in charge of making sure certain slaves were punished.
Yep.
That's the Boule. That's them in this country.
Yep. That's exactly
Stephen never looked out for the brothers and sisters in the field. He hated them. Look at all these guys that's in the Boule: Roland Martin, D.L. Hughley, Ricky Smiley, Steve Harvey, all of them attached. Boule. Every last one of them are attached, folks. And do you ever hear them advocating for Black people in the way we need to be advocated for? No. They are sold out to the Democrat Party. Period. As I said in that live stream, we can't just point out Boule Martin and always talk about him being in Boule, because no, he's one of many. He's one of many, and he's not the only one. And we got to call these people out and say, hey, because I'm at with it now, I don't even want to vote for you if I know you are attached to that. Because hold on, you attached to the occult to me. So nah, I'm cool. Give me a brother or sister that's from the grassroots.
Right.
I don't want no brother and sister that's attached to that stuff. That's bowing their knee to Greek gods and doing rituals. I'm cool.
Any of that.
We have to get like that. We have to, brothers and sisters, say we're gonna advocate for somebody to do things in the community. They need to come from the grassroots, who's only attached to the community, not attached to no sorority, not attached to no fraternity, not attached to them folks, not attached to Democrat, not attached to Republican, attached to the Black community only. We got to get that way in our voting, Because a lot of us saying we need to bring in some younger people. What's the point of bringing in younger people if they're attached to the boule?
Right.
Then you're just going to get a younger boule member. That's all. And we don't want to trade an older boule member for a younger boule member. No, we don't want to do that either. If you're attached to that, I'm definitely, any person I vote for, I'm going to look at what you're attached to. And especially in the Black community. And if you're attached, I'm not voting for you. I don't care. I'm not doing it. It's just that simple.
Yep. I'm not doing it.
You want my vote and you was in it, you better renounce it. You better get out of it. I'm that serious. Because no, boule, no. If that's the case, you might well go put in the folks then. To at least with them, you know what you're getting. With these people here, they looking to sell us out. Remember, Stephen hated Black people a lot more than the master did.
Yep.
Now, in the end, that's really what it is. They don't like us. They don't like the grassroots. They can't stand our behind.
Nope.
You know why I'm gonna tell you they don't like us? I'm gonna give you one telltale example.
Yeah.
If they were truly about brotherhood or sisterhood, how is it that people on the grassroots, when they have all these connections to politicians and money and all of that, notice they don't reach out to their brothers and sisters, right? They never say, hey, let me make sure they're taken care of. Let me make sure I can help my brothers and sisters that's on the up and up, that's coming up. Let me help them because I believe in brotherhood and sisterhood, right? No, they don't want to do that. If you're not attached to the boule, they don't want to talk to you.
Nope.
In certain instances. And that's fine. They don't have to. That's
All
fine.
right, Billy, we're gonna say
the only thing I'm saying
running for mayor
is when it comes to definitely politics, we just don't vote for you. That's all.
Yeah.
We gotta start checking everybody's paperwork before we vote, ladies and gentlemen. Check their paperwork.
Yeah.
And I know some people are gonna say, well, what about if it's a white politician, they in a fraternity or sorority? I'm not talking about white people and what they do. I'm talking about my people. And that's a lot of y'all problem. Every time we talk about our people and what we're doing, you're bringing up white people. Stop bringing up white people every time we're dealing with issues in our community. Because that tells me one thing. You know I'm right what I'm saying, but you're trying to scapegoat to white people. I don't care what white people do. I don't care what their fraternity is and what their sorority is. I don't care. I'm talking about what we're doing in our community. What fraternities and sororities has done in this community. It has not brought anything good for the greater good of the Black community. All it did was create some token positions.
Yeah.
Think about it. Most of these people who's up there are tokens. Do you know your girl Ketanji Brown Jackson was made an honorary Delta?
That's the one that
See, that's what I'm talking about. They make sure they attach them to some sort of sorority or fraternity. All in the politics, professions. Y'all got to do research and look into these people, man.
Right.
Look into it. And they never do nothing for Black people specifically.
Never.
Your vice president, Kamala Harris, and she what, AKA? And what did she say? Miss AKA. I'm not going to, hold on, wait a minute. I don't need, hold on. I'm sorry about that, y'all.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
Now, Miss AKA herself say she's not gonna sit there and say, well, she not gonna do nothing for Black people. But that's Miss Ski Wee, though. That's what she is. She's an AKA, a so-called talking about sisterhood, right? But you're gonna sit up here and say you're not only gonna do something for Black people. No. See what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They're all about getting positions and being tokens in the system of white supremacy.
Yeah.
And not caring less about the rest of their sisters in the Black community. Where's the sisterhood at? Where is it? Because that's not helping the fellow sisters in the community, Miss AKA Kamala. So why should we be voting for these people when we know they're attached to these sororities and fraternities, when they proven themselves to be no earthly good for the Black community? All they care about is tokenized positions in the Democrat Party,
right? And
using Black Americans to do it.
Yeah. That's
why I've told y'all many times the boule is the enemy of Black America.
Like Amber to a T.
Listen to your uncle sometime. Listen to me. I know what I'm talking about in some instances, right? They are not doing nothing for Black people.
No.
When we support people, they need to come from the grassroots and the grassroots only. The only attachment they need to have is.
1 second, brother. I had to pause the video to check out what she just sent me. But yeah, what are your thoughts on what Uncle Phil said about the boule and how the sister has exposed them that they worship a a deity, and every one of them has their own deity.
So, there's so much. Let's deal with D.L. Hughley. Did try to get Black people placed on the list of endangered species.
Oh, he did, like a bald eagle.
Yeah, he tried to do that, and it didn't work out. And you can find that, you Google that, D.L. Hughley will come up and tell you about his experience with that, because he did try to do that.
Major Democratic shield, like he is caping super hard for the Democrats.
Who D.L. Hughley?
Well, and he belongs to one of these fraternities.
Yes, sir. He took that oath. So I say, any of us who are in fraternities, who are a part of preacher congregations, who are Masons, we need to be aware of them. And the funny thing is in all our families, you're going to find these people. They are the ones who tell us, oh, you just need to get along. You just need to go to work. You just need to do it. They are helping the system be the system against us. And it seems like they have a lot of love for us and stuff, but it's their own personal interest. They don't want you to be a haughty nigga, because if you is a haughty nigga, they might lose their job tomorrow morning when it's realized, oh, that's your nephew? You can't control your nephew? Go back there and get your nephew, or we gonna get you. Sit your nephew down, or we gonna sit you down. And so, we become a problem for them in standing up. But when he says things like, we need to do it grassroots. Yes. That's why I'm saying drug dealers. Y'all know what the game is for real. Y'all need to be the ones running for office, because they as dirty out there as they are on the street.
This is my third time, running for a public office.
And you need to keep the foot on the gas. And what you didn't have before was a big movement behind you saying it. But now we got people listening us tonight, and they should hopefully hear. And in each of their cities, we should send out a social challenge in order to run for office in our cities. We should make that a big thing in order to change what's going on.
Run for office.
Yes, sir. And if they're in a fraternity, if they went to college, I'm sorry, it's going to be your brother, your sister, it's going to be your son and daughter, baby. If you're in them fraternities,
I have a funny story to tell about this current race. So the two other Black candidates that were running, was actually three. They all dropped out mysteriously, and one of them, she thought she had it in the bag because she had the Boulets support, or so she thought, until that caucus came out and they went for that white woman over her.
And they didn't really go for the white woman. They went for the lesbian woman.
Yeah.
Because now the gay people are successful. So if y'all want to get along with all, you're going to have to let some of that heterosexual go, and you're going to put a skeleton in your closet with us.
They call it heterosexism. And if you're speaking against the norm, you are homophobic and transphobic. I literally lost count how many times I was called that during the campaign, before the campaign, during the campaign, and after the campaign. And it's like, what in the holy tile fuck? But you're right about that, because we got a transgender person in the state house.
When they told me I was homophobic, I said, but I'm a homo sapien. So how can I be scared of homos? What are y'all talking about? And they shut up with me because I come back at them like that. Don't tell me I'm homophobic, but I'm a homo sapien. I can't be homophobic if I'm a homo sapien. What are you really trying to say? And what you're really trying to say
you're
is
against the agenda. That's what they're trying to say.
And now we both agree. We both agree now. There's no argument. You know clearly I'm against your agenda and the way that you're bringing it 100%. So the scary thing about what he's saying is we have a lot of family that we sent to college.
Yeah.
And now we got to look at them and be like, hold up. You can't run for office. We need people from the grassroots, from the hood, Go back and find your most articulate drug dealer in the hood and tell him, look, man, stop selling the drugs. We need you to run for office. We need you. And everybody in this town going to vote for you. As far as we're concerned, who we are, we're all going to vote for you. Stop selling the drugs and go be a mayor. Go be a congressman. Go be a senator. And don't say, oh, I'm a drug dealer. Don't say that, because aren't they drug dealers? We wouldn't even get half the drugs if they wasn't making them.
Exactly. That part, y'all. I'm feeling what you're saying tonight. But yeah, I looked this website up and it's kind of vague on the Black and African American. It's real vague. It just says having origins in any Black racial groups of Africa.
Right. And everybody else is a part of the original people. And then every other one, it says original people.
Right. Like American Indian, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America, and who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. And it's funny, y'all. Like I went to this. It's like a gay center, in Denver, and this dude, he had did my my food stamps. I had just got off the streets. I was unhoused for almost a decade, so I'm moving into my new place, and he's doing my paperwork on that for the food stamps for the EBT, the SNAP. And he had asked me, he's like, did you descend from any of these 150 tribes? And then he laughed and he was like, how would you know? And I was like, yeah, how would you know? Yeah. How would you know anyway? Is what he, she, whatever the fuck replied to me with.
And that's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali just put it on. Just say you're a Moor, because the Moors have a treaty. And we can prove that the Moors look like us, no matter what they say. We can prove that the Moors were us, and we could prove we were here just by the construction of the buildings. There's things that they found in the Grand Canyon that'll show we was here as Israelites and everything. Just tell them you're a Moor and then let the rest of it work itself in the wash with your family. But your grandmothers told y'all what y'all was.
Yeah, they did. And that brings us to our next topic, which is definitely Moorish related. And it is about this brother who attempted to exercise Moorish sovereignty during a traffic stop, and he almost lost his life as a result of it. You know how trigger happy they are. So shout out to Touring and Rain Reloaded for this.
As y'all know, I talk about a lot of things here on my channel, have been for the last few years now. But I don't think I've ever talked about this topic or ever done a video talking about this. And that's this topic of sovereignty. Now, you probably have heard that terminology before. You've heard people say it before. You know, they said that if I have I'm sovereign, and I've claimed my status and all types of stuff like that, especially if you're a Black person. You've heard that several times before. I first heard about this way back a while ago, before I really started making content here on YouTube. So this was a few years ago, and I really started seeing people talk about it a lot, more so on Facebook than anything else. I had looked into it, and I was like, I almost bought into it, literally almost bought into it. And then when I started to look more into some of it as time went on, I was realizing, while that might sound good on paper, in reality, it may not actually work. And I've seen some instances in the news where that has not worked. Like, people have gone to courthouses trying to do the sovereign thing, and they just actually make things worse for them. So the video that I'm about to let y'all play, and it's actually going to be split into two parts because the video was cut up into two parts, is of this young Black man out of Baltimore. And he was pulled over because I don't know what it was, some kind of violation or whatever it is that he was driving, and he tried to use the sovereign thing with the cop. And well, I'll let the video explain itself for you. So here's the first part.
I'm traveling. Okay. But I'm saying,
you're
so
operating a motor vehicle. I mean, we can agree on that.
So I'm just saying, if that's a problem, then I would like to speak to a supervisor.
Okay, I understand that. I'll get a supervisor started out here. Okay. You got your license or any sort of identification with you?
No.
You don't have any sort of identification?
No.
Do you have a Maryland driver's license?
I don't have a driver's license because I'm not driving it.
I know, I understand that. But you know, you're operating a motor vehicle. You and I can agree on that. You say that you're traveling. I say you're driving. We can agree on the grounds that you're operating a motor vehicle. Yes? You're currently in Baltimore County.
Can I speak to a supervisor?
I'm going to get I'm just explaining all of this out to you. I see you got your video started. I want to give you the best explanation that I can, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you and I can meet on the common grounds that you're operating a motor vehicle on Baltimore County roads in the state of Maryland. Yes? We agree on that. You're not driving, you're traveling.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with
I agree that I'm traveling.
You're traveling on Baltimore County roads in a motor vehicle that you're operating.
Can I speak to a supervisor?
Like I said, I'm going to get one started out here. No big deal. All right? I'm just going to grab your name real quick.
I am me Bay.
What's are you the registered owner?
I am me Bay.
No, I understand that. Is this your vehicle, or did you steal it? You borrow it?
I would like. Can I speak to a supervisor?
Like I said, I'm gonna get one started out here. No big deal. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have insurance for the vehicle?
Okay, so that was the first part of the video. So as you can see, he was
Can I please speak to a supervisor?
I'm gonna get one started out here. Like I said, no big deal.
I don't know exactly to what extent.
All right, thank you.
Pull over before maybe he might have ran through a stop sign, or maybe crossed over a red light.
You mind if I look over this stuff?
He got pulled over.
Look over what?
Your paperwork right there. I just want to make sure I don't violate any sort of your code of ethics, right? You mind if I take it and read it?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not driving. I'm traveling.
Considering this is a black man right here, and the cop definitely sounds like a white man. And we all know how it is when it comes to black people in these traffic these pullovers in cars and whatnot, and dealing with these cops. And he's lucky that this cop wasn't one of those cops, if you know what I mean. And he was very calm and courteous and trying to understand what this guy was doing. So again, as you saw, he was trying to do the sovereign thing. The cop asked him, do you have your license? Do you have a Maryland state license? And he says no. And already that was strike one right against him. He said no. And the guy's like, okay, so you're driving without a license, which is definitely a violation of not only state law, but that's practically just law across the board. You should be driving with your license. Then he comes back and he tells him, I'm not driving, I'm traveling, which is another of that bit of that sovereign talk that they like to use when they say, oh, if I'm driving somewhere, I'm not technically driving, I'm traveling, but you are operating a motor vehicle. It's not like you're walking somewhere on your own 2 feet. You're actually driving a motor vehicle, and you need to have your license with you at all times when you are driving. That's one of the things they ask you when you're pulled over. Can I see your license and registration? And then he starts giving him the documents. He keeps saying, I'm not driving, I'm traveling. Then he gives him the paperwork and the documents and everything like that. And it's like, you can tell this guy did not do the proper research of what it is he was trying to convey to this cop. He probably got the Cliff Notes version, or he might have gotten the TikTok version. And if you look at the side panel of the video, you can tell that this is a TikTok video. I don't know if it's his original video or someone got it and they shared it, but it probably is. But it is on TikTok. So who knows where he actually pulled this information from. It just looks like, to me, it sounds like to me, he did not do the proper research before getting into this situation. And it sounds like he was sold a pipe dream. But again, I've seen this happen so many times. Whether it's people who got pulled over, but the most popular ones is definitely inside of the courtroom. I remember there was a story that happened a few years ago about a black man who tried to do the sovereign thing or claiming his status and whatnot. And I think he died or something like that. And I think some of y'all may or may not know what I'm talking about. And again, they just treated it as another black man who got killed by the police. That's just how they treated it as. And they thought they was going to be treated different than, regular black people or, foundational black Americans. That's just how that's how they see you. They're not going to pay attention to you. Basically, when they do the whole sovereign thing, it's like they're trying to do it in a way that PC has done it, sort of like how them folks have done and everything like that. But again, I'm sure there's a way you can do it, but there's so many steps that you have to take before actually doing it. And believe it or not, because I pulled this video from Twitter, it was a lot of black people that was clowning this guy. A lot of black people that was clowning him. under the comment section and in the quotes, just so y'all can get an understanding that it wasn't white people that was clowning him, it was black people. Like, they was like, dude, are you dumb? Like, do you know which system you live in? Apparently he does not. Now, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna insert the second part of the video. That part is like about a minute long, and I want y'all to listen to what happens and actually see the reaction that this guy gives when the cop responds to him when he tells him about this so-called paperwork.
All right. You mind if I take it and read it?
Yes, you
Okay.
can read it.
All right. Do I need to read that one as well?
That's an oath to that you guys take as to the office. That's the oath that you take.
Do I need to read that one as well?
This is just the court papers that back it up, but I would like to speak to a supervisor.
Okay, you mind if I read that? I'd like to. I mean, I'd like to understand a little bit more about what you're saying, you know.
Can I speak to a supervisor?
I'm gonna request a supervisor as soon as I go back to my vehicle.
Okay.
Like I said, I just want to understand a little bit more. I don't want to violate any sort of your code of ethics or anything like that. Okay, that's how we're gonna do it. I appreciate it. Hang tight for 1 second.
All right.
Hey, Antonio, do me a favor and roll down your window so I can speak with you. All right, so here's the deal. I know you have a learner's permit, okay? You don't have a driver's license. Your name's Antonio Clifford Jackson Jr., date of birth 9/27/98. You're 5'7", 135. I pulled your picture up.
That's my ex-relation of me.
All right, y'all. So that's the second part of the video right here. So as you can see, the cop is trying to get the paperwork from the guy, and you can tell the guy's a little bit hesitant to want to give him the paperwork, because notice between the first video and this video, the guy keeps constantly saying, I want to speak with your supervisor and all types of stuff like that. And my thing is this: if this is how you're acting with just a regular cop, I can only imagine how he would be with the supervisor. It wouldn't really be that much of a change based on not only the situation, but also of the tone. But you don't know what his supervisor might actually be like either. That's why I say he's lucky. This guy right here is very calm. It's very rare, especially since they're in Baltimore. They're in Baltimore County at that. So he's asking him for the paperwork, and he can tell he's hesitant to show him. And I think, like I said, again, you can tell this dude has not pretty much done the proper research in order to literally have this go the way that he thinks it will. Or maybe he thought it, like, by doing what he's doing, that he wanted to test it out to see if it actually worked. I hope after this situation, he realizes that he got sold a pipe dream, or he bought into one. And if you remember, and I forgot to mention this for the first video, he says that his name is something Bay. Now, what you'll notice is a lot of people who claim to be sovereign have the word or the name Bay at the end of their new name, quote unquote. And he tried to work it out here, and it still didn't work, because as you saw or heard in the second video, when the cop got his paperwork and took it, first off, you know what? Let me mention this part. He took the paperwork, ran it, and then came back. And did you notice the look of confidence that this guy had? He thought he was about to like win this situation. But then that look on his face changed when the cop came back to the window and called him by his real name and asked him to roll down the window. And then he basically tried to say what he wasn't. And then the cop read down his name and his date of birth. And he told him that you have a learner's permit, but you don't have a license. Now, for those who are unaware, if you have a learner's, you have to be driving with a licensed driver at all times. You cannot be driving. If you have a learner's permit, you can't be driving by yourself. Or maybe some things have changed. I'm not entirely sure, but I know when I was growing up, that's basically how it was. If you had a learner's, you had to have someone there with you who was a licensed driver. And he didn't have that. And then he tried to, at the very end, and this is where a lot of people really clowned him for more than anything, was when he said that you mentioned the ex-relation of me, because of course he's saying that he has detached himself away from the government name he was given at birth. And that's when the video cuts off. And that's where I believe a lot of black people in particular were clowning him the most. All I'm gonna say is this. People out there, don't be like this guy. Please don't. Because it's not going to be every situation where this is actually going to be as calm for number one as it was for him. It could be worse for you. Not saying again that this does not work, but understand what kind of a system you are in. You are a black person, in his case, a black man, a young black man in America, and you live in Baltimore, or maybe, I don't know if you live in Baltimore or not, but he was in Baltimore that day. Understand where you're at. Understand the system that you are in. I don't think I have come across anybody personally. Well, I don't know anybody personally, but anybody or any story at all where this right here, what he tried to do, actually worked. I've seen it work against them rather than work for them. I have not seen any situation where it has benefited them in any capacity. I bet he's probably sitting there contemplating, like, what did I do wrong? Well, like I said, you probably didn't do the proper research. You probably got painted the glamour or the the nice part of you being quote unquote sovereign. And then you just said, you know what, I'm gonna buy into. You didn't read the small print. You need to read the fine print. And the crazy part about it is many of them do. Many of them do. They don't read the fine print behind this whole thing. I said, it's a lot that goes into that than just whatever they're being told. And you can tell he was told wrong, or he looked up the wrong information, or whatever the case may be, because as you can see, it did not work for him. Now, I don't know what happened after this camera cut off. I'm assuming he's still good, but I'm sure he probably had to pay a ticket, or he got ticketed or had to pay a fine of some sort, because again, he was driving around with a learner's permit, which is not a license. So he's just gonna have to pay up and keep it moving, and just realize that in America, in the US, the only status you have as a black man is black. Understand that.
I'm just taking my cat out for a sit, and it got me thinking.
Oh, wait, Torian. Okay, y'all. What are your thoughts on what you just witnessed and heard?
He messed up because he didn't have an ID from the beginning. This is my Moorish ID.
Okay,
See?
so that same one that you holding up, I remember about 10 years ago, there's some people out here trying to sell them for like $50.
Now, having the ID is not the extent of it. There are certain things that I haven't done with the UCC and all. I'm still going through all of that process.
Okay, well, my OG, I guess he went through that whole process, and he's like a whole creditor.
Yep. And so
trust.
That young man messed up by not having an ID with his correction of his name and status on it. And he put himself in their jurisdiction because the license plate on the car belongs to the DMV, and he got a driver's permit from the DMV. So he's still in their jurisdiction trying to execute Moorish law when you got to take yourself completely out of their system altogether. And I haven't operated in their system since 2016. The last thing I did as a United States Black African American was vote for Donald Trump as a Republican. And then when I found out who I was, I became a Moor and went and got my ID and everything else, because I found out that summer of the vote. So I purposely waited until the vote to vote for Trump, and then I left the system and said whatever happened, happened. And yes, I did vote for Obama once, and then I voted for Trump once. And so I'm not voting for him this time because I can't. But he doesn't have an ID in his pocket, and that's where he messed up from the jump. You have to have an ID declaring who you are to these people, so that when they go do that reading right there, I have an ID in my pocket, a national ID telling you who I am. And this is what you have to recognize. Now you go read the ID and stuff, or all this paperwork that I have, you see it's about changing that. And so I don't know if everybody knows, like, you go get a social security number, before the number comes, they give you a receipt. And then you can go show, that's what you have in those papers, is the receipt saying my stuff is changing. So what you're reading over there don't matter. I have the ID telling you who I am. And then the cop would have to deal with it from that level. But he messed up by not having an ID and by having a driver's permit signed up at the DMV. That's where he blew it at altogether.
Okay. Yeah, because I was like, damn. I've only seen one video, y'all, of a brother actually having an ID and him not getting F with. He was in a big old truck. I believe he was in his driveway, and the police had stopped him. and he had showed him his Moorish ID, and they had let him go, and he peeled off in the truck. This is some years back, like I said, like 5 years ago.
Yes, sir. I remember that video, and I remember seeing him drive off, and that's because he had everything else in line. and he knew the exact correct words to say to them that slowed them down. He knew exactly what to say. That young man didn't. Asking for the supervisor is good, but you just have to be able, like me, man, I state my rights with them. You know what I'm saying? I put it that when they ask me for my ID, that's what I whip on them. And then when I give them that, oh, you don't have and it only happened once. You don't have a Connecticut driver's license? No. And you don't have a Connecticut ID? No. I'm not your property. And as long as I'm not connected.
That's why there's a barcode on there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because y'all, like I had lost my wallet, unfortunately, last year. And my the ID I have, it's broken. So I can't use it anywhere. So they got the digital shit now. But they keep telling me I gotta update my ID.
Yeah. Because you got to have an ID in your pocket. So that's where everything is going. And I know people who have passports and have been on planes in other countries with the passports from the Moorish Science Temple people. But you don't want to just go, like, if you ask me for an ID, I'm going to send you to the people who gave me mine because I know it works.
Okay.
Mostly anybody else, I'm not going to vouch for them. I don't know them.
I still got the paperwork for that shit. If the mice didn't get to it, I still got the paperwork for that.
For the Moorish ID?
Yep.
And you never want to have your Moorish ID and a state ID in your pocket at the same time.
Okay.
That's a crime because you already told them you let go of that other name. But because you have that other ID, they can give you that, whatever they want to do to you, they can do it to you now because you have that other ID identifying yourself under your birth certificate, which is actually property. It's an estate. And the last time I went to court, I showed the public defender that, no, you're trying to charge my estate. He said, well, your estate? I showed him the paperwork. He said, oh, okay, yeah, I see it. Yeah, right at the top of the paper, it says the estate of. So then, and then you get my government name that my mama gave me. But that's not who I am. Now I'm showing you my ID. He rolled his eyes up in the back of his head. Because y'all understand the language when we speak it to you properly. When we don't, that's when y'all get crazy and start acting stupid on us. And I know this. I know it by the first thing I went through with y'all. I was 36 the first time they was ever able to put me down inside jail. Who goes to jail at 36 for the first time in their life doing dumb stuff?
Not me.
Yo, the reason they wanted me because I tore this city apart from the mayor's office to every alderman. I tore everybody apart, and I thought I was black and African American. I was tearing them apart. We don't got to take grants from you. We can write our own grants. We live in the hood. We know what we want, and I could write the papers for us. They didn't like that. They offered me $80,000 a year. Shut up and stop talking to the community. And I didn't take it.
Okay.
They offered my boy $60,000 to walk away from me. He didn't take it. They offered my ex some money. I went to jail for sexual assault.
Yeah.
On her.
Of course you didn't do it, but that's fucked up.
God, man, no, man, I did not sexually assault the woman who was now my ex-wife. She didn't divorce me while I was in jail. We came home. This was in 2000, 2001. I came home 2003. She didn't divorce me. I know the situation, so I stayed with her. We have a child in 2007, and I'm admit I was still in love with her. I couldn't get her out of my system. 2007, we had a child. 2008, she tried to write the same shit out again. We standing in front of a judge again now. But this time I wasn't arrested.
That happened to a homeboy of mine. His name is CJ Clifton. He's a Moor too, and a sovereign. What is it called? He's from Oklahoma. He's from one of them tribes out there in Oklahoma. But yeah, that same thing happened to him.
Dirt, man. It's dirt. She took the money.
And she put child support on him.
Oh, she put child support on me. And when I went to court, and you can only do this the first time. So we need you to pay $5 a week. I ain't paying you nothing. You refuse to pay? Yes, I do. I'm not paying child support, nothing to the state. And not only that, I take care of my child. So I took care of all. When we got married, I had 2 children. She had 2 children.
Okay.
She didn't work. I took care of everybody. And I'm not saying that to brag about it. I'm saying that we ain't on welfare. We ain't doing none of that. I divorced you. I'm still taking care of my son. Because if I wanted alimony from her, I could have got alimony. That's how bad the case was. And everything I could have put on her. I could have been the one getting alimony and everything, but I still didn't want to tear down one of our women. You know what I'm saying? I'm still not going to take your sister and dog her out and throw her underneath these people. So as soon as we walk out of court, she runs and go get $1,500 worth of food stamps and stuff, and then she cuts them off. She only did it to get at me. So guess what? Y'all go after her to pay it back because I was giving her money the whole time.
Yeah.
So y'all go get her and leave me alone. So I told the court no, and everybody should know you don't have to pay child support. When they ask you to pay, tell them no. But they're going to try to tell you, take this paper right here. We want you to go. No, no, no. Do not agree with anything. And then they're going to work on your girl about going against you for that child. But all you're supposed to be doing is taking care of your child anyways.
Right.
So take care of your child. But tell them no.
Okay. All right,
You got to do it the first time. You can't do it if you already agreed. You made a That's the other thing. And see, that young man had a contract with the state with that driver's license. Everything we sign is a contract. Any agreement we make and we sign, that's a contract. We got to stop signing these contracts with these people.
Yes.
I don't care. The welfare office everywhere. We have to stop signing the contracts because that's what digs the hole deeper for us and we can't get out.
All right, y'all.
You think you might wrap that up?
Shit, I'm down to the last few topics.
We done a few topics?
Yeah.
Like how many more topics?
Like maybe 3.
All right.
There's a whole party going on out here.
Oh, y'all headed to a party?
No, there's a party going on in the next room. Lady Che is entertaining guests.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Lady Shay.
Yeah, her sister's here and her dude. So she's entertaining them. So
I love it when people have fun.
Well, she's definitely the fun type. She loves to have fun. Me and her kind of get into it about it a little bit because she likes to play around too much. And that's not good if you're trying to have some kind of stability. But yeah, so that's your final thoughts on that, y'all. He just had the and he wasn't schooled enough on
he wasn't schooled enough, and he should have known you need an ID in your pocket wherever you go, boy. You need an ID. Get an ID and get it from one of the Moorish nations. I know the people who gave me mine is the people I would suggest you to get yours from because I know mine's is straight. I've given mine to the police and I didn't get arrested for no fake ID or nothing like that. They had to let me go.
And how much did it cost you? And then you have to take a picture with the fez on, right? Or you got
yes, sir. It did cost me $60.
Okay. Yeah, back then it was charging $50. Still got the paperwork.
No, they're gonna have you fill out different paperwork.
Okay.
And then if they
It's
do
Mental
you
Health
like they
Awareness
did me,
Month.
they're
It's a
gonna
good
be on
time
the
to be
phone
honest
with
about our
you,
struggles.
Peace,
figuring
family.
out
My
exactly what you wanted to say.
Okay. Well, I gotta move to the next topic, and that is the Democrats and their desperation. So former CNN host Angela Rye with tomato on the side, she cries literally like Van Jones cried on CNN. She's formerly this host is formerly from CNN. Now she has her own podcast with two other shills, Democratic shills. Oh my God, Tiffany Cross-Eyed and Andrew Bussy Gillum. Because those hotel pictures were really suspect there. He was the one that ran against DeSantis or the Panties, Elia, for the governorship of Florida. But he was the Democrat candidate. So Angela Rye is crying after confession that Black America isn't listening to them.
My name is Vicky.
So shout out to Vicky Diller. She's our B1 sister holding it down for Colorado on the national front and international front. She's been making her rounds, but she's based out of here. So shout out to her. She's going to give us the update on Angela Rye with tomato on the side crying about the Democrats not having a post of Black America.
Tilla, your sister with the curly braids. I'm so pleased to be with you here on African Diaspora News Channel. Please make sure you give the broadcast a big thumbs up, and share. Thank you so very much, family. Now, certainly, you all know that we who are independent, grassroots Black media, I like to call us alternative media, we have certainly been the target and the source of much angst amongst some of your Black talking heads and reporters and anchors and hosts in mainstream legacy media and cable media. Yes?
Yep.
Well, they feel threatened by us, which is why oftentimes they often support suppressing our voices and pushing this notion that somehow social media is more toxic than mainstream media. Mainstream media, the very ones that got us into these unjust wars. Mainstream media that has everything to do with the undoing of the Black family long before there was ever a such thing as social media. Yes? Well, very interestingly enough, former CNN host Angela Rye made an interesting confession to her co-host on their new podcast called Native Land Podcast. I want you to watch this clip.
Correct.
They also dragged the shit out of me for being a Democratic shield. I think all I'm saying
Those
is,
people are nuts.
but I can't keep saying everybody's nuts.
They're nuts if they're saying you're a shield for the Democrats.
But I think, Tip, that's their perspective, and I think everything that's a different perspective isn't nuts. Like sometimes when people are so hurt and damaged, they go and do the other extreme thing, and it is not okay, and it's not cool, but it doesn't just happen politically. And I think it is irresponsible. Like, fine, you guys didn't like the video. Cool. That's not the point. If we're only talking to ourselves, that little bubble is going to continue to shrink until we suffocate. We can say that it needed to be a legitimate source. Had stuff to say about when a Washington Post article came out about Black people in Detroit not wanting to vote for Joe Biden and potentially voting for Donald Trump. When the uncommitted option came out, there were 100,000 plus people that voted uncommitted. This is a real issue.
In a state
so
that
if
we
people
lost by
take
8,000
issue with
votes.
how we cover it, like, then find another option. Even if, Tip, if you think something is nonsense, or Andrew, you think I could have found a better source. Let's find that instead of being like, I'm not going to cover it. That's how we end up losing engagement.
I totally agree.
Literally, like we're in a place now where this shit is so narrowed down and so refined, and so like we're not engaging people anymore.
I don't receive that.
It's true. Like, look at the numbers.
Did you hear what she said right there? She broke down and said basically that the numbers bear out that we're not watching it. Now, family, certainly in media, you understand that there's always fluctuations. Sometimes it has to do with your voice being intentionally suppressed by the powers that be.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it just has to do with the natural order of things, fluctuation of viewership. We're not talking about those particular things in this case. What we're talking about is the fact that Angela Rye, who is a world-known former CNN host, major following there, and she was on other large podcasts like The Breakfast Club, and very, very good friends with Charlamagne the God, one of the primary hosts there. Then you have Tiffany Cross, who is a well-known MSNBC host. She was fired as well. She was let go. Angela Rye was let go of CNN. Andrew Gillum, former mayor of, I believe it was Tallahassee in Florida, was running for governor and end up losing it. The powers that be end up putting a Fed case on him, and the Democrats really didn't come to his aid, even though he was this alleged budding Democrat darling. He got himself caught up in a situation with a couple of Mzungu males in a hotel scandal. We're gonna leave that right there. Well, these folks came together, Andrew Gillum, that is, Angela Rye, and Tiffany Cross, at the behest of Charlamagne the God, to start this podcast. Their numbers exploded in the beginning. Apparently, they've declined. And yes, you would expect with all of that wattage and visibility to the world, they collectively really should be outpacing us. With the money that's behind them, the machine that's behind them, the Democrat Party that's behind them, yes, 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 they should be light years ahead of us. But it must be understood there's a difference between having a reach and a grasp. Anything can go viral, but not everything can make a true impact in ways that matter. Are y'all hearing me? Mm-hmm. One thing about me over the years and having been on different platforms, I was always consistent. It didn't matter if it was 200 people watching me or 2,000. Always consistent. And most importantly, I actually care about my audience and the people that I'm speaking to. I give Angela credit for admitting the truth, but it is still simultaneously disturbing because guess what? Her tears formed because she's concerned about Donald Trump taking office and not about whether or not Black folks are going to receive reparations, economic justice, other forms of legal justice in terms of protections like other groups get. Will the gerrymandering stop for us? Will the redlining stop for us? Will we get true substantive criminal justice reform? She's not tripping about that. She's tripping about Donald Trump, which means she's D1 and not B1. D1 is what I call Democrat first and not B1, which stands for Black first. Somehow they still think that Donald Trump, the only thing to talk about is the fact that he's a racist. Well, Joe Biden is that. Joe Biden was the mastermind behind the 94 crime that's responsible for destroying at least 2 generations of Black folks since Jim Crow. Joe Biden has equally said public things that were anti-Black and racist. Most recently, when he said that America is doomed in part because of Black folks and because the Europeans in the United States are going to be the minority by 2040. They let all that go. Yes, Trump is outrageous and certainly a suspected white supremacist. But the fact that they can't admit the same about Joe Biden shows us that they don't care that he's not pushing substantive Black policies. They just want a friendly white supremacist in office. And that is still a problem for us. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about it. Be sure to comment below. Beloved, also be sure to share the broadcast. And
be sure to do the same for Frontline Black News. Thank you, Sister Vicky. All right, Brother L, y'all, what's your thoughts on what Sister Vicky just laid out for us in regards to these Democratic shields?
Okay, I have to digress. Sister Vicky is beautiful. She needs to take that wig off.
Yeah.
She could be bald head. As far as I'm concerned, she is beautiful. Her features, oh my God, that neck. Okay, take her off the screen. Okay, so as far as the people that they talking about, Angela Rye, Breakfast Club, and all that, she lost with my ears, my attention right then and there. And when I heard the name, I was like, I know that name. And then when Breakfast, you confirmed it. That is where she's from. I have no respect for her and anything that she does in her movement. And then for that brother to be caught in a hotel. I mean, what? Y'all want people to listen to you, and P. Diddy's going through what he's going through, and you're connected to all of that, Angela Ray, and nobody wants to hear it. Nobody. So your tears are probably because you know you just got picked up in that P. Diddy stuff somewhere at a party, and that's why you're crying.
Oh yeah.
If you can't get sympathy for this, you're not gonna get sympathy for that, because y'all did. Because you know what, man, like we talk a lot about this black and white stuff, right? And I'm gonna say it this way so we get the point across. But see, I think a man like you, even Shabaka, if we walked in a room and saw Justin Bieber getting used by a bunch of men that looked like us, and he was a little boy, there're gonna be problems up in that room. I ain't gonna turn my head and walk. That's a little boy.
Right.
What are y'all doing? And you're grown men that look like me. What are you doing? I'm ready to kill everybody in the room except the little kid. Go home, boy.
Yeah.
So with that type of energy that she's been around, the Breakfast Club show degrading to my side stars, you degraded my mother, my daughter, in your commentaries, in your comments, in the way that y'all handle different things. People aren't going to listen to you. And they probably were excited in the beginning. Oh, they're talking about us. But then they checked your background. That P. Diddy story came out, and y'all lost with your, because people stopped liking Charlemagne a long time ago.
Yeah, Charlemagne the fraud, the charlatan. Yeah,
Yes,
we stopped
sir.
liking him a long time ago. At least shit, I stopped liking Charlemagne like 10 years ago. Not rocking with no Charlemagne the Coon.
Yes, sir. And I just really learned about that whole Breakfast Club stuff 5-6 years ago. I stopped listening to hip hop in '87 when NWA came out with women ain't blip but tricks and hoes. I had a 2-year-old daughter. Won't be playing that around her. Won't be telling her none of that garbage right there. And I started monitoring hip hop more, and so I censored it. Only thing my daughter heard was Public Enemy, Brand Nubian, MC Light. My daughter heard stuff like that played from me. I didn't play all this other garbage. So that's what I think about them. They getting what they deserve. Plus, like that Sister Vicky said, Biden done said racist stuff. And you talk about the laws. I remember my first package that I got, and the brothers were like, don't use this. Unfortunately, it was weed. I smoked some and I liked it. But then they showed me some powder, and they showed me how much money I'm gonna make, and that's how much they're gonna get for $10. He said, yep, I ain't using this crap. This is garbage right here. So I sold that, you know what I'm saying? But I was told not to use it. By 1990,
DARE program. You talking about the DARE program? Shout out to DARE. But yeah, the DARE program, they used to show us all the drugs.
No, brother. This was on the street. I had older brothers come up and give me the stuff to sell and tell me not to use it.
Oh yeah, in the 80s, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But by 91, I worked at AIC, Alternative to Incarceration Center. I've
heard of them.
And while I was working there, the brothers started coming in, and a law was passed that if you were using the drug, then you get less time.
Okay.
I started getting a whole bunch of dirty urine. So what are y'all doing? Oh man, get less time. Get less time. And that's where we really lost the game at. But see, we could say the white man made the law, but you didn't have to follow it. You didn't have to use the drug to get less time. I never even agreed when they said going to jail is part of the game. What part of the game? Not my part of the game. I don't believe in that. I was never.
You're supposed to not get caught.
When I got a gun, somebody gave me a gun. And I was like, what's this for? The police coming? The police? Nigga, you better not shoot no cop. This is just in case anybody try to rob you. You mean somebody that looked like me gonna rob me? They was, yeah. I said, no, keep the gun. If they want to rob me, they're just gonna rob me. Well, nigga, you gonna have to pay that back. They just gonna rob, and I never got robbed. Like blessed because I took these stands. I'm not taking a gun from you to shoot somebody that looked like me.
That on principle.
Yes, sir.
Boils down to.
So when it came to pregnant women, I had one young lady. Like I was standing under my mother's bedroom window and I was gonna make the deal, but then I realized she was pregnant and I said no. She said what? And she started yelling just to get my mother's attention so I would sell her the stuff. My mother stuck her head out the window. I just walked into the house. There ain't no arguing with my mother, but the young lady couldn't believe that I was not gonna serve. No, I'm not gonna serve you pregnant. And this is before they made a law about serving pregnant women. I'm not going to kill that baby inside of you to get you satisfied. I don't care about that. You're not getting nothing from me. Go down the street, but you got the bigger bag. You're going to miss that tonight from me. You're pregnant. I'm not selling you nothing while you pregnant.
Right.
Period. And I think that type of attitude saved me in the streets from a lot of things. I don't have a lot of friends. My best friend, he died in 98, 99.
Wow.
Just before 2000. And that, we do.
I was a kid back then. It was
you were 10?
Yeah, I was about 9, 10. Mm-hmm.
Yes, my best friend, he ate he ate some paint as a child, some lead paint.
Oh man.
And it ended up killing him when we got older and stuff. And being dudes, I'm a dude. I'm not friendly with dudes like that.
Right.
So I don't have a whole bunch of friends. So when he passed away, I realized how many friends I did and didn't have because he passed away. I don't have any friends. I got a large family, mad brothers and cousins that I hang out with. But friends from the street, nah, man, no. So what happened with those people right there is they ended up in the wrong places with the wrong people, and that was coming back to haunt them. And she might have pictures. They all might have pictures with Diddy sitting up there. That's why she crying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's a different way of looking at it, but yeah, I can roll with that. So y'all keep on crying, Democrats. We already told you we're gonna put you out of business this year, so y'all just keep on crying. And when them
did you watch the Cat Williams thing?
Yes, I watched the whole thing. Okay,
now notice I said the Cat Williams thing, but the show actually belongs to football is my favorite sport. So had somebody that big walking around talking about yeah. That's scary.
That's what he but he used to have another show with a cracker called Skip.
Yeah, Skip Bayless.
Yeah, Skip Bayless.
But now he's Shay Shay.
Oh my God, he's Shay Shaying it all over.
And he's sitting with Cat Williams, and Cat Williams said 2024 the year, all the lies are coming out. Boom, they coming out.
Yeah, I thought it was 16, but yeah, I guess 14. Yeah, about 14. All the lies started coming out, and that's where the fact checking came in. We gonna fact check. This goes against the CDC. They still coming after us behind that bullshit, y'all.
What's that?
The scandemic, plandemic.
You mean this last COVID thing?
Yeah.
So what do you mean they're coming after us? They trying to kill us with the COVID?
No, like on YouTube, on their platforms, they're coming after us, when the black people.
Well, climate change is all about us.
Oh yeah.
Because have you ever been in a room with a Caucasian person and they always say it's too hot?
Yeah.
It's hot in here. It's hot in here. So climate change is all about us. The earth is hotter or whatever. You're talking about us. We got freedom now. See, our people don't know because we're not really politically involved. The United Nations has sent down declarations for us. The United States has a declaration for us when we
when we live by our aboriginality, not Black and African American, when we live by what our ancestors left for us, they have things that they have to follow in order to deal with us.
Oh, so shout out to Aboriginal Power. There's several of us that got platforms. It's just which ones are the right ones to be tapping into at this point. But they can always pull the plug. So yeah, they're striking the channel. We just got this channel back not too long ago because they had struck us, and if they say 3 strikes, you're out. We're on our 2nd strike behind some shit that we did in the beginning with the C-19, the jabby jab. They were saying we were spreading disinformation and misinformation like the Democrats are doing now. Anybody that's against Biden, you're automatically a dumpster, a Trumpster supporter, that type of shit, and the shaming that they love to do. The shame, blame, and explain. Shout out to Rob.
Well, see, we all have channels up here, right?
Yeah.
And so I know how to write HTML.
Okay, I do
so
too.
Now, imagine if somebody else knew how to do something else, and then somebody else, we build our own channel.
We need to. I've been saying that for years. We need our own, for all intensive purposes, our own nigga channel. We need our own our own nigga tube or whatever, Morris tube, whatever.
Yeah. Hey, listen, we'll take the nigga word. You know why? Because we had ancestors and they call themselves the snake people. And the kings and queens, the emperors are emperors with the nagas. So white people couldn't say naga, they said nigga. They said nigga. They couldn't say naga. They was trying to say, see, that's the thing about them good old white folks. They be trying to do stuff, it just come out wrong. All this time they were trying to call us emperor and empresses, and they just got it, they just couldn't say it right. So that's why we just we just went to the word and we adopted it ourselves, and we took the ER off and it fitted with us. We had an affinity with it. So now we master that infinity. I don't mind every time you call me that N-word or whatever you want to call it, just know you're calling me your emperor or your empress. And now
I used to call them that, y'all. I got in the paper behind that shit. I had a little sign flipping job I used to do when I was homeless. And it was out in the sundown town called Littleton. And it met with like 2 other counties or 2 other municipalities, Highlands Ranch, Centennial. On one side of the street was Centennial and Highlands Ranch, and the other side it was Littleton. It was real lily white. And I told them that directly to their face because they used to drive by yelling out shit, and I'll hit them back with some shit like that, and it'll fuck them all the way up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The owner didn't give a damn, though. He was just like, get them here. So I got them there. And I come in for a break or whatever, and they be in there. He's like, yeah, you got them in here. That's what I pay you to do. I'm like, yep.
Yes, sir. I sat in a racist conversation. So when I put McElia, when they first made Facebook, I put McElia in there.
Yeah.
My whole family tree came up.
Year of high school when Facebook was released.
And even Caucasian people with the last name McElia came up. So I friended everybody, and Facebook hit me with something then, you're friending too many people at one time. So everybody answered me back because they see my last name. So we started talking. I ended up meeting the Caucasian people out in Kentucky. We're getting along just fine. Yeah, we heard we had some niggers in our family too. All right, we don't like that word, nigga.
Family tree, a nigga will pop out or fall out.
Yeah, he said, I apologize. He wrote back, I apologize. So we started communicating and we started getting along, right?
Yeah.
One day, I'm visiting through Facebook. Him and his friends are on their page, and they're making all these complaints about what's going on. Eventually, I just watched it because I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
They mentioned the black people and what a problem these African Americans are. I let them go on just reading what they was all posting, right? Then I jumped in and said, I don't mean to be in y'all conversation, but it seems like we all have the same problem. Y'all sitting up here talking about black people. Now, I'm going to tell you,
I wrote all this to him. I grew up in the Nation of Islam. Not one time did I ever sit with anybody who said, let's go out and hurt a bunch of white people because they white. I've never heard that. Wow. So now we all have the same problem. Show me a black person that ever taxed you. When I sent that to them, the conversation changed. That's right. It's these taxes. Damn government. Yeah, the whole conversation flipped. Now they're not even talking about us. They go on for another 3 hours talking about taxes and the problem with the government. And this is what you and I got to see, that we know we're not the problem.
Right.
But we're not showing everybody else what the real problem is. They're not scared of me and you coming up and shooting them. They're scared of Billy Bob and them.
Yeah.
Who got tanks.
Yeah.
Ready to fight. That's what they're scared of. But because me and you shoot each other daily, that's the reason why they focus on us. Once we start acting like a people with each other, they'll lose interest in us and start dealing with each other. I don't know if anybody really watched the news, but white boys be getting their butts kicked by the police too.
Yeah, they do. But they live.
Usually, yes, sir. And I agree with that. Yes, sir. Usually they live, but they do be getting jacked up. If we want to amp it up, stop being their property and watch what they do to each other.
Speaking of Kentucky, shout out to Breonna Taylor. Still need to get justice for her. There was a cracker that he had a whole standoff in Kentucky like last year. They went up in there like 9-10 deep. A whole standoff in Kentucky. Do you remember hearing about that, y'all?
No, sir. I remember Waco, Texas.
Oh yeah, definitely Waco. That happened when I was a kid.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then there was one other spot where the police tried to get in, and these dudes lined up all on top of the buildings and stuff with their gun. Yeah, well, we can get it on, Bobby. And the police turned around and left.
Yeah.
They scared of them. They ain't scared of us. They get to abuse us because of our status with them. But they're scared of them. They're going to go after them first. They'll be breaking in their combat. And that's the war. Me and you, when they have the war, the so-called war that's coming up, what me and you need to do is go get some microwave popcorn and some sodas and sit back and watch. Do not go outside looting and getting in the middle, because then everybody's going to turn on you. Go get soda popcorn and sit back and watch, because it's going to be a show, and you're going to see them chasing them. They won't even be thinking about us if they don't see us. But as soon as they see you,
that's on.
Here come one of them coons getting in the mix. We don't have anything to do with the United States and their fighting. We got our own problems. We got our own politics.
That's right. That's right, y'all. Thank you. That was a nice way to put it. Okay, so I think we got one more topic after this, and that is what is that? Oh, Tariq Nasheed. So our good brother Tariq Nasheed just came out with the new hip hop documentary called Microphone Check. Have you heard anything about it, y'all?
No, sir.
Okay. So he had crowdfunded for this. It was like 80, 100 G's. He made that, I guess, because it came out in select theaters this week. And Denver was one of the showings, and I've been trying to find some video of it, but I've not been able to locate it. I and Lady Che were unfortunately not able to go. We were expecting our tax money. It never came. So our state is giving out $800 to its residents, its citizens, and we have yet to get it. So we've been dealing with that. And then there's a rally for reparations that just took place this last week. Y'all, did you hear anything about that?
No, sir. Hey, listen, I probably heard about it 3 weeks ago. If they had a meeting this week, and I didn't pay attention to it because we keep trying to get it for Blacks and African Americans, and honestly, I don't see it happening. I think they're blowing smoke.
These ones were trying to get it for Afro descendants. Oh Lord, Lady K has kicked in the goddamn door.
A company, right?
Yes.
Too late now. I need my shoes.
Which one?
Who you talking to?
El Yard. Lady Che has entered the building. El Yard.
Let me see the motherfucking oh my
How you doing, Side Star?
Hold on a second, brother. Let me just put my glasses on. My eye broken.
Wait 1 second. Then I gotta put my band on so you can see me.
Get sunglasses.
Oh,
yeah. And my shoes, no. Like, don't I got my blue ones up there?
I think they fell down somewhere.
The black ones.
This one?
Yeah. It's too bright. Hold on 1 second, brother.
I was just going over.
Hold on 1 second. I need to.
Tiffany, no, Angela Bright pouring her eyes out.
Man, what's up to the people? Let me just holler at it for a second.
All right, Lady Che's gonna take over.
I was talking earlier, brother. What's going on? I was over there in the other room, and my sister from Louisiana here, and so we was chopping it up in the front room. So, like right now I had to come in here and get my shoes and stuff. So I got to come in here real quick for like 2 minutes and say hi and grab my stuff because I was right by my desk. Hold on. Yeah. I left everything out there, but I'll let them know I'll be right back. Okay.
All right.
Like 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry. All right. How you doing, brother?
Very well, Side Star. How are you? Nice to meet you.
I was chopping it up with you earlier. Like way earlier. Oh, jeez. Everybody and their mom up in here. So little eyeballs, I see you. Yeah, I was on the thing earlier when we was talking about politics, and I lost signal in the front room, so I was just in the other room. So I decided to come in here real quick, grab my shoes because my sister was like, want to go do something? We'll go outside. I was like, man, I need to get out the house real quick. So I was like, let me go outside for a minute before I terrorize the house. How you doing, brother? It's been a long time.
I'm very well, Side Star. How are you?
I'm all right, man. It's just, heavy, man. The world is heavy now. Really heavy. The energies are heavy. The universe is heavy. Blackness is not being acknowledged enough. It's just heavy.
Well, Side Star, when it comes to blackness as who we are,
yes,
when
sir.
I look at you, I see a nice bright cup of coffee. I do not see the color black.
No, I was thirsty.
I see light and sweet.
Talking about coffee, is that what you said?
I see light and sweet when I look at you. I don't see black. There is nothing about your skin tone that is black. Black is a wrong term for us to utilize.
Yes, right. Especially with a star seed, right?
Yes.
Especially with a star seed.
So see, you're getting deep on, you're dealing with it. So yes, ma'am.
I'm a star seed over Aries. I'm a star seed right there. I understand completely.
Yes, ma'am.
I was talking to one of my brothers earlier. He asked me something crazy, and I gave him the speech about mulattoes and whatnot. But in my defense, I love me. I love me. I can't take it back. This is the way the universe created a star seed. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
I came in this way. I don't even match my own vessel. So,
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And it's good to see people who love themselves, and you don't have to come out here with a whole bunch of what's not you on your eyelids and stuff like that in order to present yourself.
I just have because my eyes are. I had a broken face when I was abused. I had a broken face. I fell out, so it leaks once in a while, and I just put it on because it's really bright. But it's disgusting. I can't control it. But yeah, no, I was like, let me just put my glasses on so nobody sees that. I try to make it stop, but I've been really emotional today. You know, when you talk to your family, you talk to people that know you for you, and there's no hiding it. So, you know, you could actually tell them some things, you know, that you can't really talk about with other people because, you know, there's all this colorism and there's all this other shit that goes on in the world. And no matter what you do for your people, right? If that's all it is. If we're at war and we do for our people, meaning Black people, right? And you have only a handful of people that know you, really know you. And you have to call them and just express the buffoonery that you're seeing in the world and know that you feel helpless. You can't change anything because you're just one person. No matter what you do, you can't, for some reason, nobody wants to get on board with the revolution all of a sudden. They want to talk that talk, but they don't want to get on board to fight that fight for their own liberation. But they want to suck you down and take everything, every amount of light you got left to fight for for your people that you know is the right thing to do. But they're too comfortable with plantational dominant society money and their rules that they can't kill their inner shit to free themselves. And want to look at you like you're wrong for being so empowered to want that for them, just to want that for them.
You can't want something for somebody more than they want it for themselves.
Excellent. Yeah, right. They're right.
And when you talk about buffoonery, if we keep calling ourselves Black and African Americans, we're dealing with we're the ones speaking in buffoonery.
And let me ask you about this, because you was talking about the sovereignty, right? Earlier, I missed that part.
Okay, nationalism, not sovereignty. Not
is it a level of Black nationalism, or is it
No, listen, side star. Never the word Black.
Okay,
we are not Black. We are not Black people. We are people of nations. We come from many nations, and so we have to go by our nations. Somewhere in your family, somebody told you that you was a particular type of Aboriginal on this land. They told you was Cherokee, Blackfoot, Iroquois. They told you were something like that. That's what you are.
Yeah, but in mine, my mother said to get me in school said I was a Lakota Sioux, but there was no Sioux in there. It was just Aboriginal, Black, and white European. My mother's white.
No, Aboriginal is
my father's Black, or what?
But an Aboriginal is not Black.
Not Black.
No.
Aboriginal of the earth, right? Of here, of the soil.
Yes,
right?
of this land. And so as an Aboriginal, you could be Lakota or Sioux. You could be either one of those. You could, and the Lakota is the North and South Dakota. That's you got family there. Y'all got roots there. Well, that you know, they did a whole bunch of wars and moved people around, but that Lakota goes with North Dakota and South Dakota. That's your people. That's your land.
The thing is, when I went to school, I'm sorry, my eyes leaking. It looked like I'm sorry. I just couldn't see you clearly. I went to school. I went to a Native American Job Corps, right? Because I was bad. And it was jail or Job Corps, right? And for me. So I'm sorry. I went there, and the girls there were Native American. And I was thinking, man, why aren't they pretty like in the movies, right? So immediately when they see me, because my hair, the way I look, they immediately said for 31 days they beat me and said I was nothing like them, and that I was, I'm not them, not Hispanic, I'm Black, not white, and I'm definitely not them. And they made it clear to I had to leave the school, and that was my only chance, product of the system. And I didn't know. It's even now, nowhere is welcoming except what's the term we could use that's acceptable right now other than Black? Moorish, anybody with melanin.
Within our community, within our own community is the only place that you were accepted.
Naturally.
Okay, I understand that. So now let me go deeper. Since you said you was on one of their reservations,
Yes.
you're
That's
not
nice.
one of them. They you're not one of them, and they wasn't going to accept you because they stole your identity.
Yeah.
They stole our family's identities. Those people on the reservations are thieves. You're not one of them. So they put their hands on you and hurt you, but they did you a favor too, because they showed you now you an adult. You can point right back at them and be like, no, I'm not one of you. And I know I'm not one of you. And now I tell my children to defend themselves against people like you because of what y'all did to me. So, and you got your firsthand proof. See, certain ones of us, the creator kept apart, because for your story, I would want to know where that reservation is.
It's in Montana.
So see, now
I was in Ronan, Montana, just for that 1 month, and I really was going to do something. You know, selling drugs, I'm a gang member. Yeah. Then at the time, I was just a girl, like 16 years old, and that was my only options, being a ward of the state. There was no more foster homes for me to dip into. I'd already experienced everything, jail, everything, as being a young juvenile, right? And so that was my only chance. So I was looking forward to leaving the city, going out and learning a trade, because it was a job credit, schooling, trade. I didn't have no education. They wouldn't even allow me to go to school being a ward of the state. So well, the little girls are getting adopted and whatnot. I'm not getting adopted with other girls that are deeply melanated, not the Hispanic girls, but let's talk about everybody else is getting adopted, getting put in good homes, except for us. We going to juvenile hall. We in a revolving cycle of nothing. They're just bad, evil stuff. And I thought I was looking forward to it. I was like, well, maybe this is the only chance I got. So I get there, I'm fair skin, but I really tight curly hair. I got this own little energy. In 30 days, I never thought these big ass mannish girls that said they were Native American Sioux just mopping me. Not just, it was never fair. Like one-on-one, give me a chance. You know what I mean? They catching me, I'm cleaning, doing chores. They tearing up my shit. Then my mother gave me that, I'm in the system. So it really affected me. And not until just right now that I had an understanding of why that happened. I just thought, man, it's because I'm too pretty. And I come from the city, and these brothers didn't like me because they thought I was trying to do something else. And I just want to learn. I just wanted to learn. You know what I mean?
Notice what you said in the beginning. You said when you looked at them, you thought they were supposed to be pretty.
I said, we're the pretty ones, like the movies.
They looking at you. They looking at you saying, "Oh my God, she's the pretty one." It's not us. We don't look like the girls in the movie. She do. So and then they know the realness that this is your land, that you are the real Sioux, and their people stole it from us for $5.
$5 pretendians, man. I was like, ugh. And not to just right now, just this moment, did that ever make sense to me? Because I was like, why? Like it felt like every time I went to go to get it, I was like my aunt. You talk about generational wealth, inheritance, something that my father died before I was born. Like right when he died, I came in. Right when he died, he left me like $44,000 in 1980. Right, I'm the only heir, and that's one section of wealth that was supposed to be meant for me to have an education and a life from a man that wanted me, right? Deeply look like my mate, right? Deeply melanated man. He died. I came in just like that, right? And to have a villain, have a mother, a white mother, spend my money, put me in the system, spend my money again. So when I come and have a chance, I can't even pay for school. At 18, you think that money belongs to you, even if there's nothing, even if it's like $2,000-$3,000, right? Flood it, whatever. I'm a product of the state. The state take care of me. How can anybody explain to me that my father's inheritance paid for my foster care? It was stolen, right? So you think about it like, man, why? Why does a motherfucker suffer so much just to educate themselves when nobody gave a damn? You know what I mean? for no reason. And it's a place of all of us on some level. Do you know what I mean? It's really sad. It's terrible. Terrible shit. And that's what's been bothering me lately, because I'm watching it. I'm watching ugly racism towards little girls. Soft people using little girls as soft targets. White people, white supremacy, calling little girls out their race. And nobody's there to protect them. You can't console a little girl like that after that. No matter what you say, you know, she's gonna grow up in public. Somebody used her as a soft target and shamed her and called her out of her race in front of people. You feel me? And I felt helpless. I felt like I couldn't do nothing. I can't. What can I do about? What can I do? It happened right now. What can I do now? And that's where I feel like we're lacking in leadership.
Well,
you know,
right now,
one leader, everybody's not leading, and the one leader has all the fight in the fire, but it can't get nowhere because you're ostracized due to the dominant society rules and regulations of how they want you to live, the game they're playing.
So my job, and I might sound like a broken record to people. My job is to drop all the facts and information that I can. And brother Paris will show you. I sent him something from the United States Census about race definitions, and so he has it. And it's imperative that we stop defining ourselves as Black and African Americans.
So what do we define ourselves as?
Okay, so our people, we the Moors, we narrowed it down to just saying Moors because of the history of the Moors. But when we study the Moorish family, in the Moorish family, there are Christians, Israelites, and Muslims.
Right.
There are Mayans, Olmecs, Arawaks, Lakota, Sioux, Cheyenne, Mohegan, name those, Cherokee, Wampanoag, Algonquin. Those are our families on this land from one end to the other. And there's more. That's who we are. We are those people. But as one nation, we're Moors, because the United States government has a treaty with the Moors. That Moor treaty is our freedom on this land. And we have to abide by our culture. When we decide, when the politics of us turned us Black through the 1920s and 60s and the civil rights, we shouldn't have done none of that stuff right there. We shouldn't have wanted to go to their colleges and sit at their kitchen tables and their. We should have been building our own.
Yeah, biggest mistake ever, I think, too. And even now, yeah, in my own life, I've been like, man, I'm separating. You'll be on this side or you're over there. We're at war. And we're at war. That's it. You better pick a side. And you know, I had these little interesting conversations now that I've been fully re-educated, reconditioned, being multi-racial is what they want to say, right? I had this dialogue. It was confusion to me, even me, to have confusion conversations, right? My mate put it into a simple context for me when he reprogrammed, re-educated, right? To get things right. He said we're at war, and anybody with multiple races has to pick a side. You have no dual alignments. You can't be wishy-washy. You can't be over here 1 minute, and then when the shit get raw, you all of a sudden you're not Black no more. You switched over, you went over there. And it made total sense to me because, you know, that's not, I don't recognize it. I recognize this, like what you're saying, for the sake of context, just for right now, just because I can get it out of my system. I would say, no, I'm Black first, etc. Right? And I'll change the language. I promise. I'll change the language. Okay. What I'm saying is that it made sense to me because people, I would say this, people with multiple races going through, it's all, I feel like it's all about where you are, where you resonate, how you identify, how you've lived your whole life. And there's no going back. Once you make a decision on what side, there is no, like, I don't have no ally. We don't have, the way we look at it through the books, there's no allies, there's no certain friendships. The dominant society is bad, evil. We should never should have went over there with them. Should have never integrated. We should separate it and got more protected, more defensive amongst ourselves, so we could protect ourselves, so we could protect our assets that we were building. Right? You shouldn't have wanted to go there with them, because all it did was create poverty, create all these situations they wanted for us to keep us in a condition when we're by ourselves. And anytime we've ever seen any kind of fight or and anything like that, it's always been us taking over some shit and rebuilding. They're not ever the winner. It's always, we're always the fucking hero, right? And I felt like we should have never went with them. That was a bad thing. And even now, I don't even agree with it. If I could have my way, I'm separating now. Just for the simple fact of my sanity. My sanity needs to be clear of that filth. Because all I've seen in my life, even with my own mother, is filth. They come with disease. They come with illness. They pass that shit on through genetics. You know what I mean? My father was a healthy man. Never sick. He may be sick once a year. Cold. Healthy man. Worked out, exercised. He was a healthy man. He was a young man when he died. My mother, on the other hand, sickly. I'm always fucking sick. Right? It come with all these bad things. And I'm thinking we should just kick that out of our system and just keep it like us with us. Melanated seed. Build. You know what I mean? Just build. I don't see why. I don't understand why. And nobody wants even to do that amongst each other, to even go garden together or grow some food. Raise an animal, for fuck's sake. We don't even see real animals no more. You know what I mean? Like an actual cow, actual horse, from real animal. And I was like, man, I said, please learn to let it be like The Walking Dead. I want real animals, babies, and no white folk. No Asians, nobody that's not for us. They can't be trusted. We can't even trust our old people sometimes to do the right shit. It saddens me. I was sad. Like, I'm not sad, but angry. And I was like, I can't lead you fuckers to water of liberation if you don't want to liberate yourself to do for you and yours. How you gonna lead your children if something bad happens? How you gonna lead your mother and father because that's our responsibility. Initially, we're supposed to take care of our family, our parents. You know what I mean? Our children. How are we supposed to do that if we not even have the balls to lead ourselves out of stupidity? You think?
Yes, ma'am.
That's horrible shit. It's horrible shit.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to run for office, and even then, I'm like, baby, you're running up against a colonizer with an agenda, meaning colonizer with a wife, a woman and a woman, with children that don't belong to them, who go to other. You know what type of white folk go to our land, our motherland, and act like they're doing something to make themselves feel better, and then come back and then, act like, oh, I was helping the people with AIDS, and then build all these foundations and capitalize on our plight in the motherland, and then come over here and do politics. That's the type of shit he running up against. And I said, what type of people those are? Those are colonizers taking advantage of our people and then coming and capitalizing here in the United States after they feel good, thinking they did good when they were only there for like a week, knowing that they just brought maybe a little something to the people that needed it, but it wasn't enough to stay.
But what if see the image of good that they're doing good is just the horse and pony show, because they're over there raping children.
Children.
So they're like you're saying that they're not doing good. They know they're not doing good because they're raping children. They tearing down communities. But the horse and pony show, children,
kidnapping our women, our men, making them work like horses, taking the land, taking everything out the land, stripping our people of our melanin and every vital resource that they got from the bone outward. And it's capitalizing. Melanin is so expensive. You know what I mean? They sell their organs. They do the most and nobody knows. You know what I mean? And the children are gone, or they making the children over there into something that's unnatural.
AIDS came from Africa. COVID came from Africa. So you mean to tell me that these dark-skinned people are just diseased like that over there? Everything come from them? Do they got the patent for AIDS? Who got the patent for COVID? Then how did those people, the Asians, how did Akubulan end up being the place where they got the problem at? Now y'all sound crazy.
Yeah. Right. Because I remember reading in all kind of history and all kind of books and whatnot. They were never sick. They were never gay. They were never just wound up missing and empty inside for no parts or nothing. You know what I mean? They was fine. They got their problems, but they weren't doing unnatural acts aside from fighting with each other. This normal shit, right? We'll say normal shit, right? But they weren't coming up missing and nobody know. They didn't have all this AIDS. You know what I mean? The degeneracy of drugs and whatnot. You know what I mean? This is them. And then they want to come over here and act like they just because you were there for 2 weeks, a fucking colonizer there for 2-3 weeks, and you feeling good about yourself. That's the type of broad he running up against. And because we live in a state where it's democratically ran, they're like, oh, she gonna win. And instead of saying, look, one fucking black man has a heart to just want to do the work. With not any kind of recognition, just do the fucking work. Don't just want to do the work. Just want to be for the people. But you too busy worrying that this broad raised 70 racks of her own goddamn money. And she on an agenda, sleeping with a woman, raising other people's white children. I'm glad the little white devils got adopted by these 2 white women. You know what I mean? As long as they ain't touching our children. Because that's what they do. And it disgusts me. I just couldn't. It's like, at some point, it just builds. And it's like, am I the only motherfucker that's angry? I feel like I'm the only one sometimes that's really fucking seeing it for what it is. And I'm like, look, they're doing this over there. Then they come over here and they kill us in the prisons. And they don't even leave us with no markers. They just hide us, bury us somewhere. And nobody knows because nobody loves each other. Nobody looks after each other. Right? They just killed her off there. Man, I've been to jail so many motherfucking times. I feared for my life for like at least 4 of them times. Thinking they was gonna bump me off because you're not gonna keep me so. I've been running off since I was a little girl. You're gonna keep me somewhere. I'm out. You hear me? I'm out. We're gonna fight. I'm gonna get out. I'll figure it out. But I don't like nobody touching me, don't manhandle me, don't disrespect me. You know what I mean? And I know for a fact if I felt fear, what do them people feel when they don't come back? They go into the hospital and they don't go to the hospital. Nobody knows they're gone. Nobody knows they died. You feel me? And this is happening every day. Children are getting kidnapped. Children are being beaten. They're getting blamed for shit. They soft targets. Do you know what I mean? Like calling a little girl out of her race in public. Just because she want a new sidewalk for a school, that's terrible business. How can they sleep? How can they look at themselves in the fucking mirror? Do you mean? I'm thinking, I'm watching this shit on the internet because it's in my city. I'm like, God, Lord, thank God it was on the internet because it was a president. I feel sorry for that motherfucker if I see them in the street. Dare you do that to a little girl? Not even a person your age. but a little girl. What could have possibly done to upset the balance of your supremacist life? For you to call her the N-word hard R 6 times and tell her to go somewhere she ain't never been. Go back to somewhere she ain't never been. She's only like 11. You feel me? Like 11 years old. She had been to Africa, but you gonna tell her to go back to Africa and call her the N-word in front of a teacher, another sister, and they'll be like, "Oh, we don't know what happened. We're so sorry. Well, you know what? We're so sorry. And we'll just fix your sidewalk for you. That should appease you." No, that's not justice. That's not fair. If it was me running shit, fuck no, I would never accept that. I'll never accept that. No, you're gonna do better because they'll never get over that. How could you want them to? And that's what I was like, God, man, these motherfucking people are sorry. Like, we should have never done nothing with them. Never done a motherfucking thing except get violenter and violenter and violenter and aggressiver and just leave them alone. They didn't leave us alone. Leave them alone.
So, and the part about telling the truth, we got to realize that some of our own people are complicit with this program. Not only are they complicit, this is what I want to say to Brother Paris before he walked off.
Oh, he's serious. He knows. Okay.
And when we talked about that, he talked about the Django movie and Steven, the house. Okay, here goes the funny part, right? Quentin Tarantino's a racist punk. Mm-hmm. Don't like him. He likes to use the N-word anytime he can. So I don't like Quentin Tarantino saying nigger, but he'll say it every chance he get. So when he wrote this movie, Stephen could have been the slave owner, and he used the white man to be cruel to us.
Yeah.
Because there were those of us that were slave masters. There were those of us that fought with the South to keep the slaves. They just don't tell that part of the history.
Yeah, no.
So being that some of our own people done this to us and are complicit with it, this is where the real problem is.
Yep.
And as we gravitate into their colleges and stuff, because back in the day, if me and you was gonna go to college, right?
Right.
We would hold a brown paper bag up.
Yep.
And, okay, so you'd have went to college, right?
But then, yeah, they would have said that, yeah. Yeah, they just got past the brown paper bag test.
In the summertime, I might not make it because I got darker for the summer. But in the wintertime, I'll pass that bag test. You know what I'm saying? So who was our people who was down with that and helping to make that decision? You gonna hold a paper bag up? No, I'm not down with you holding up no paper bag to us while we go to college at all.
Summertime, I'm getting fucking like peanut butter rich melanated colors. Like, what are you talking about? That's so rude. But why do you get to make that decision for the white man? Like, why are you submissive?
No,
like
wait, you missed the point.
I'm gonna go ahead.
A group of our people were sitting there with them doing it. And our people were probably in charge of the system and the way it worked.
Yeah, you're right.
Right now, today, if we do the Wizard of Oz trick and pull back the curtain, I can guarantee you pull back the curtain, because did y'all see the Pope kissing those brothers' feet?
When?
They look like the Pope was kissing some brothers' feet from Akabulan.
When?
So that means that they got control of the Pope. They wasn't kissing his feet. He was kissing theirs. You can Google it and see the Pope kissing somebody.
At the same time, everybody's like, when Russia said, we now recognize Black Jesus. That time is around this time. When did this happen? I don't know when this happened, because it sounds interesting.
What about the Pope?
About just Putin saying he was going to recognize Black Jesus around the same time with them kissing the brothers' feet from KBLA.
He was kissing their feet a few years ago.
Yeah, okay.
And now Putin came out with that.
Yeah, even if the vault came back different.
So now we're seeing like some of our people are down with this program of holding us down. And they're mostly the ones who get up and speak for us. So we're looking for support and help. And here's where they're killing us at. They keep talking about they doing it for black people when they know they can't. They can't do anything for black people because black people aren't a part of the original people of the earth.
Right.
Every other race is except black. Now, how come blacks and African Americans ain't a part of the original people of the earth? And everybody else is. How come black people aren't and everybody else is according to the race definition?
Because we're not from here.
No, not we are. This is our land.
Oh yeah, this is our okay.
We're from here. It's because of their definition of race. It has nothing to do with anthropologics, biologics, or anything that you would study to know what a human is about.
Mm-hmm. You said he said this to Jesse.
Yeah.
He made me so mad. Yep. Because it's there's so much information out there, brother. You know, it's like with some of us, especially like me, I'm a Starseed. I know that for a fact. However, there's so much information that's just so not confusing. It's just like, man, that's the thing with us. We gotta be on one alignment that really is. It makes sense what you're talking about right now, like true sense, because I can feel it in my soul, right? That I want that for everybody to feel it, so that it makes sense for them to get on one accord, for us to be a fucking people, regardless of where we're at in here, but be a people.
They don't want to listen. They're stuck in where they are. People have put too much into being black and African American, and they feel like they can relate too much to being black and African American. Mm-hmm. And that's why, like, when I started doing this, right now I'd be yelling and cussing just because you keep using the word black. You know, that's how I started.
I'm working on it, brother.
No. I'm just telling you, when I started, I was angry when I started doing this because it seemed like people wasn't listening, and then I had to get the understanding of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
Once I began to understand that, I could, like, have some empathy for what was going on, and now I've learned to sit back and relax on it, and just and know that I'm gonna have to repeat myself. So, in that, also, I was always a reader.
Yep.
And when I was told to start reading the law and the law books, that's when I was able to put all the dots and traces on it. So if people aren't going to read these documents and law documents, and they're just going to keep saying, oh, the white man, you're not reading the documents, then what you really miss is, by the laws, you're the white man, and they're the black man.
Yeah, you're your own oppressor.
No. By the laws, you are the white man and they are the black man. But we got to read it in order to see it. Because when you
how do you get past the broad and ambiguous language? Which law?
It's talking about the black laws.
The black laws. Okay. Black law. What? The what?
The Black Laws Dictionary.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm right there. I'm with you on that. All right. Now I know where to go.
We're gonna read treaties. We're gonna read constitutions. We're gonna use the Black Law Dictionary for the words that are in it. We're gonna read UCC. There are so many different ways of reading the law that we need committees. Like, we just need a group of people who are gonna study UCC and come back and honestly tell us what it says. Then we need another group of people to study the Constitution and come back honestly, because in the United States Constitution, Congress doesn't have a right to infringe on religious people. We are religious people, ain't we? We just religious as black and African Americans. We're gonna look at the United States Census for definitions of races, and then we're gonna say, well, if black and African Americans aren't a part of the original people of the earth, and everybody else is, then who are the blacks and African Americans?
Brother, I'm gonna have to. I just asked Jesse. I thought he had it at The Black
That's
Laws.
that's a hefty book.
I thought he had it,
It's
and
like a encyclopedia thing.
but I know where to get it. So I know where to get it. I see that. I know where to get it. I have to leave right now because my family is waiting for me. They was gonna take me outside for a little bit. I'm doing my show tomorrow. Is it okay if I invite you on the panel in the afternoon? Or
yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna get with Jesse to coordinate with you. Send you a link. It should be like mid morning. I'm just gonna go outside and get some fresh air.
Okay.
They're here visiting, so that I want to go outside and drive around. I've been outside like in a car in a long time. So
she got a new chair though.
Hey, I was outside me driving because I had to drive a little power chair whatsoever. And man, I act like I'm driving. So I used to drive. I have no fear of nothing. I just out there having a great old time singing and laughing by myself, But I wanted to go because I wanted to go outside to get some fresh air. I've been stifled. I've been stifled in. I feel like I kind of I had a moment. Like I said, I've been going through this little what I've been talking about for like the last 45 minutes. It's been really heavy that I needed some time to get out of the house because it's pent up energy of anger that's been there. You know what I mean? It's frustrating. You know what I mean? And a cognitive dissonance is a reality. It's a reality. It's almost like a sickness, And I want to get rid of even the little bit that I got because I looked into certain things and I have 3 questions that I'll probably ask you tomorrow about, especially when you're talking about Moorish things.
They're supposed to if y'all is up to it, y'all can host a show on Tuesday.
Let me go. Coordinate with Jesse. I'll see you tomorrow because they're waiting and I can hear them being loud.
Yes, ma'am.
We loud, right?
An honor to meet you and talk with you, Side Thank you.
Brother. Yes, brother. See you later, cuz. I'll see you, Jay, Twin, everybody in the chat. See y'all later, okay? I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be right back, brother. I'll be right back, baby.
Okay.
I'll call you, brother. I'll be right back. All
right, y'all, I'm back. What's crack-a-lackin', cuz? Jay Millie's in the building. I was wondering when he was gonna tap in. So y'all, did she move to another topic, or was y'all just finishing up with the?
No, we were just chopping it up, and she was telling me, about who she is and where she at in the world and stuff.
Okay, I'm high as hell, y'all. What's cracking? Thank y'all for staying up late with us. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. So the next topic was gonna be Tariq Nasheed's documentary. So for those that don't know, Microphone Check was just released. Let me show y'all the trailer. Microphone Check was just released, and it was in select cities. Denver was one of them. And I'm trying to find some footage of the premiere here in Denver. Oh, I had invited a sister that had went to come, but I don't think she was able to join us tonight.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Up in Lady Che. Okay. Yeah, I hear a whole goddamn party going on down there outside the door. Okay. So, microphone check.com. So, it was dispelling the myth of this 50-50 that Fat Joe and others Busta Rhymes are running with that hip hop was 50-50 creation. So this documentary is supposed to dispel that myth. Dispelling the myth once and for all. Microphone check. Let me share my screen so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay. There we go. The hidden history of hip hop. Documentary film by Tariq Nasheed. Brother Elyar, have you seen the Hidden Color series?
No, sir.
What about the Outer Darkness series?
No, sir.
Wow. Okay. So about 10 years ago, this brother Tariq Nasheed, he came out with a film series called Hidden Colors. And in the first one, it was about the Moors. And Sabir Bey was in it. This came out in like 2011. But anyway, since then, he's produced like 7 films. This will be the 7th, Tariq Nasheed. So this one is the latest installment, basically like Hidden Colors 6 or 7 or something, keeping along with the chronology. So he had these screenings in several cities. So Denver is one of the cities, and I've been trying to get the footage of the attendance because one of the sisters I know, she went, and she said somebody had filmed it, but she didn't say who it was. But yeah, Denver, Thursday, May 23rd, 7 p.m., landmark, Greenwood Village, and that's the address, and you could buy tickets. He also, that same night, had a screening in Oakland as well, and San Diego, and Indianapolis. So tonight he had a screening in New York, and it was a sold-out screening, so it's really making its rounds. So he's been doing these interviews since. I was hoping to have the trailer on there. Let me see if I can get the trailer for it. Here it is. Play the trailer real quick.
Influenced by young.
This is the 50th anniversary of hip hop, and we still have a lot of discrepancies as far as the origins of hip hop, a lot of claims, who did what, who was the first this, who was the this and that, and such and such. But at the end of the day, we need a definitive story, all right? And that story can only be told by the founders of this culture.
Like everything was being driven and influenced by young, Black, American culture, like the slang, the style of dress, the initial music that we chose.
You look at all the boroughs. You got, money making Manhattan and money earning Mount Vernon and Brooklyn. The Bronx was the boogie down Bronx. We was partying up there.
I am Coke LaRock, the first MC of hip hop. First cat to pick the mic up.
I introduced rapping to the turntable because when I came with it, nobody in the world was doing it. I'm right after Rudy Ray Moore.
They want to come in the mix. They want to say, we started. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. What came to be known as hip hop was solely an African-American creation.
What would you get out of some Jamaican toast? What is that? I've never heard of a rapper use a Jamaican toast or a Jamaican flu as a rhyme. I never heard of it, and I don't know where that myth came from.
My name is legendary Kane Trixie from the Bronx, BX from the West Side. I am the first breakdancer.
And that narrative that hip hop has had 3 founding fathers, that's been rolling for the last almost 30 years, which isn't true. You don't have just 3 people who created hip hop. Hip hop was created by a number of different people.
I am the grandfather, the godfather of the graffiti culture. I am the first element of hip hop.
The roots of hip hop being Jamaican, absolutely false.
My name is MC Shara. I am a founding member of the MC/rap culture.
Cassette tapes was the internet of our time. It just traveled around by hand.
I know for a fact that the B-boy stance started from the guards, the 5%ers that would be at the jams back in the days who were acting as security.
If they get the real truth of how it all was created, then so many lies would not be able to be in existence.
So that was the trailer. and he's been doing these interviews since. What were your thoughts on real quick on the trailer? Yeah.
Well, when it comes to the trailer, I would just like the hip hop culture. I say that particular saying is a movement that is secondary to hip hop. Africa Bambaataa, and I don't know if y'all heard stories about Africa Bambaataa.
Yes.
Okay, so when it comes to that part of hip hop, be careful. They sold us out, and you hear the stories of what took place. They sold us out by the time you get to Africa Bambaataa. Other than that, I remember when hip hop first came on the air, on the radio. I was 15 years old, 1980, and a Caucasian woman named Blondie actually.
I remember hearing about that. I can't say I remember that because I wasn't born yet, but I remember hearing about that.
The Rapture. That was the first public rap song that we heard.
Yeah, Rapture. Oh, what about
that?
What about New Shoes?
New Shoes? New Shoes from who?
Yeah, remember
that was the name of the song or a person?
That was the name of the song or the group.
Nah, I don't remember that. I don't remember that. And if I heard that'd be a shame. I hear the beat and all of a sudden I'm singing the word. I just don't remember it. Oh my. Oh my God, with the squeaky voice people.
Yeah.
Oh, that was that. Okay, so that was later on. Okay. That was a year later. Something like that. 9 months to a year later. But Blondie was the first one to do Rapture as far as rap was concerned.
Okay.
And what we understood about it then was up in New York, down in New York, they would throw parties and shows, and DJs would come out mixing up the music, and then people get on stage and rap. And that was all that I understood about the rap game back then.
Do you remember a song called How We Gonna Make the Black Nation Rise by Brother D?
No, sir.
There was another song. There was a group that had came out right around the Sugar Hill time, and I'm actually Facebook friends with one of the members. He goes by Choice on Facebook, but he had played a video, and it was like a real Afrocentric type video, like I forgot what it was called, the Despicables or something. It wasn't the Desirables. It was like the Despicables or something.
I don't remember. Once I heard Chuck D, everybody else could just be quiet.
That was 87.
Who, Chuck D?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it had to be before 87.
Well, Bum Rush the Show was in 87.
Wow.
I was born the same year Bum Rush the Show came out and Born the Mac came out.
So after Chuck D. All right, so before Chuck D, Kumo D.
Okay, yep. Shout out to Kumo D. Even Busy B had changed the whole rap style.
I didn't listen to Busy B.
Because back then it was rapping a ring and ding and ding. It was like
Nah, and see, I get stuck after Kumo D.
Yeah.
I didn't really gravitate to hip hop like that and rap like that because I grew up in the Nation of Islam. If you wasn't talking about empowering my people, I really wasn't listening to you. And then dude came out with I Work. And that's what me from him. That was slamming.
Yeah, that was slamming.
And so, and there's a few others, but I just can't recall them right now. But once Public Enemy came out, once Chuck D entered the scene, I didn't even think anybody else should be making rap. It's just him, KRS One.
Yeah, the teacher.
Big Daddy Kane.
Yep, BD. Oh, he's gonna be at the rally next month too.
Yeah, after them, man, everybody else were clowns, yo.
Yeah. What about Rakim and Eric being
Eric
Rakim?
being Rakim. Yep. Yeah. You could probably name more of them than I can, because
you remember talking all that jazz, Set the Sonic.
Yeah, that one song. After that, they didn't have too many hits.
Yeah. What's that other group? Tough Crew.
I remember something like that. I wasn't maybe one song.
Play at Your Own Risk. Oh, Dan the Dane. Whatever happened to Dan the Dane?
See, all of that, I can't answer for none of that, bro. It was their lifestyle and what they rapped about that didn't catch me. If it was too street, I didn't hear all that. I didn't.
So no Schoolie D, no Cool G rap.
No, the Symphony.
Oh yeah,
That was it.
The Juice Crew.
Yeah, the Symphony. That was it. After that, nope.
Oh, yep. And the Bridge is Over. I like the Bridge when I first heard it.
But that's Boogie Down.
Yeah.
That's KRS and them. Yeah, that quite a few of their songs I like, but
I didn't see Shan. The
Say
Bridge
that again?
Over was BDP. The
Say
Bridge.
that again.
The Bridge.
The Bridge is Over. The Bridge is over.
He was answering.
Oh, yeah. And see, even that, the battle raps, I didn't get into that. And my name is Biz. I can't even remember, yo.
Biz Markie. That was that's BDK's cousin. That was his cousin. Biz Markie. Yeah, I actually rapped about it in a song too.
Yeah, see, my boy, the one I told you passed away, he could go through there and list everybody. And even then, I could, in my brain, Public Enemy. That was it. That was the only tape I bought.
What about Paris? Paris.
No, I couldn't even tell you a song Paris sang. I remember the name though.
Gorilla Funk.
Nope.
Oh wow. Okay. I'm thinking of Black Empowerment. What about X Clan?
I remember X Clan, but I couldn't tell you a song they made.
Wow. Okay.
I'm telling y'all, yo, man, Public Enemy. After Public Enemy, I turned the radio off.
Yep, you turned off that bullshit. Turn off the radio.
Yes, sir.
Bullshit. Yeah.
Don't believe the hype.
Yep. Channel Zero.
Yes, sir. I had to get away from it, bro.
Oh man, of course, Night of Living Bassheads.
Yeah. Okay. So see, Brand Nubians.
Yeah, shout out to Brand Nubian. Lord Jamar was in the trailer. Did you notice?
Okay, yeah, I knew who that brother was. That's who it was. I knew that brother's face. I just couldn't think of the name. But yeah, and so Brand Nubians, what they did one album and then two albums.
They had like 4 albums.
It was 4?
They had like 4 albums.
They didn't keep coming with that message.
Myself until I went back and looked at it. I was lucky enough to have a stepdad that had an extensive CD collection of like 600 CDs. So I had a plethora of music I could listen to. And I did. And I took the CDs to school and played them for my homeboys and all that type of shit. So, wow. Yeah, we had it like that at that time. And so I'm pretty thorough on the music knowledge. As the Outlaws, Kevin Barnes would say, I'm like a hip hop snob. Like you will never see Eminem in my top anything. You will never see anybody non-melanated in my top anything.
How did they get there?
Exactly. Who was their teacher?
What they shouldn't. When Elvis was out, we didn't get any awards. How did Eminem get an award? And I'm not racist. I'm just saying,
but yeah.
I'm just saying though, how he get an award? what goes around come around. Was good for the goose, good for the gander. We didn't get any awards. How he come over here and get one? Him, that brass funky monkey.
Oh my
brass
God.
monkey. I'm like, yo, what are y'all talking about?
The Beastie Boys.
Yeah, man. I didn't, and seeing our people gravitate to that.
Yeah, Vanilla Ice.
Oh my God, it made me even. Oh, wait a minute. Tone Low.
Informer. Oh yeah, Tone Low. Funky Cole Medina.
So there's this Caucasian lady. She wanted to throw a party one year in our neighborhood, and she started talking about the list of songs that's gonna play. And then she said, "Oh, you got to play this Funky Cole Medina." I said, "Let me tell you something." I said, "That's not getting played." Why not? I said, "That's not real music." She said, "How do you know people don't like it?" I said, "The next 10 people that come in here, you ask them." She asked 3 people. When my boys looked at her, they was like, "Yo, nigga, what you telling her? She talking to me about Funky Cole Medina? What are you talking to her about?" I told her to ask y'all if y'all like that song. Nigga, you already know. We don't listen to that, man. Right. Yo, don't tell her to ask us questions like that again. And she a white girl. Don't tell her to ask us questions. Yo, they was mad, man, but she stopped asking that question.
Yeah.
That's not a cool song.
None of that. So yeah, he had the screening, y'all. I was trying to get the video of the showings because there was people that was there all on Twitter. But sister had invited her on. She wasn't able to join us tonight. So I wanted her to tell us her real life testimony of it, or what she thought of it. But so far I've seen a couple of reviews. For the most part, good. I know Derek Cologne is scared to death. He was invited to the screening, and then I guess he received some death threats because he's been the one of the main ones that's been running with this 50-50 narrative. And yeah, so Tariq did an interview on this local LA broadcast. And the Latina sister was kind of hounding him about it just a little bit. Let's see if I can find it. I went too far or something. What happened to my cue? Oh, God damn it. I lost the cue. Oh, here it is. Okay, I found the cue. So let me share my screen. Is that bird chirping? Oh,
yes,
yeah, it's morning time. It's damn near sunrise.
It's 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Tomorrow and
you know him from Hidden Colors. You know him from the FBA movement, from the Hidden History Museum, and for stirring the pot. Generally stirring the pot. He's an author and much, much more. He's here in studio with me. What you might not know is that he has a documentary film out right now, or dropping today. Is it today?
Tomorrow and the rest of the week.
It's called Mic Check.
Microphone
Check. And it's all focused on hip hop. Yes. Welcome, Tariq Nasheed.
Thank you so much, Dominique. How are you, beloved?
I'm blessed. It's great to see you.
Thank you for having me here.
How be you?
I'm good. I'm just glad to be here with you. You are a radio legend.
Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed.
Appreciate that. I see you got your FBA rally shirt on. Rally for Reparations. Wasn't going to start there, but since the shirt is staring at us, you have a rally going on June 15th.
Yes, we have a rally going on June 15th. We have a lot of phenomenal speakers and activists. We have Big Daddy Kane performing there. And we're just going to keep the message of reparations up in the forefront because we are trying to get tangibles out here for our community.
Big Daddy Kane is a reparationist?
I don't know. He's performing, so it's a Juneteenth celebration too. We're celebrating Juneteenth, so it's a fun time. So everybody's coming out to DC on the 15th of June. So it's a phenomenal thing.
Yeah. Well, you'll have to come back. I know you wanted to talk about hip hop, and we will. But we do every Friday around here. We do.
I'm trying to finish my
focus on reparations. because I feel like the momentum is so strong that we have to continuously talk about it, center the conversation, and make sure we're up on all the things that are happening.
Absolutely. We absolutely have to do that, because a lot of times when we talk about reparations, we'll get some pushback and then the energy just kind of dissipates. This time that hasn't happened. There's a lot of people trying to push back, but we're still standing firm and saying, hey, this is what we need. The time is now. We can't keep pushing our tangibles on the back burner.
Absolutely. And I think we are not going to give up this time.
Absolutely.
Just keep pushing the line. So Microphone Check is about hip hop.
Yes.
And as you know, I'm a longtime aficionado of hip hop. I looked at the film last evening. It was interesting to see all of those, I mean, real legends, right? The icons who go back to the 70s, even the 60s.
Yes. Yes.
And we're celebrating the 50-year anniversary, but you kind of, in the film, almost dispute the official origin story.
Well, yeah, a lot of the people who were there, there's been a lot of myths and misconceptions just about that party alone. The party that happened in 1973. A lot of people.
DJ Kool Herc.
Yeah, DJ Kool Herc. The narrative is there was a party in 1973 in August at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue. And that party has become very mythical because everybody and their mama say they were there. And we talked about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in the film, they said, hey, some of these people weren't there. This didn't happen. That didn't happen. This happened. This happened. So we're just getting the story straight, because with hip hop, there's been so many myths thrown out there. There's never been a definitive story. So we tried to be as definitive as we could in this film.
I'm laughing because I found that out as we're doing the Bay Area Hip Hop Archive and things that people who weren't even born yet are saying, oh, is that a thing? Wait, weren't you born in 84? Like, how could you be at something in 1963?
Right. So.
Yeah. So we'll talk more about that and why, this is controversial, because pretty much everything you do is that.
Yeah.
When we come forward after News, Traffic, and Sports on KBLA Talk 1580.
How's Travis?
I think Travis is good. He'll be in here. Considering, he lost his dad about a month ago. But
I'm gonna talk to my brother.
But we're building.
Oh, good.
So KBLA.
What?
Oh, good. Good.
I just gotta know.
Museum is good.
Bite is feeling.
You been there yet? Yeah, you gotta come back 5 minutes from here.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna come to the opening, but
Hell no. Let's see this.
Stuff. But I've been reading, different things. So it's thriving. It's still growing.
We're still doing our thing. We have comedy events up there, the poetry readings every now and then. So we're going to do more stuff in the community up there. I got to holler at Travis about just doing something community oriented, as far as promoting and things like that.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll do something.
Geary for this impeachment.
So the film is, I saw that you have a nationwide tour. So we can talk about that.
Yeah.
But are you going to stream it?
Yeah, we are. We're going to have it on, we're going to have the Blu-ray out pretty soon on Amazon and all that. And I have a streaming site called FBA Stream. So we're going to have it on there too.
I'm sure it'll be widely popular.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? We got the lovely Dominique here.
Good morning. KBLA Talk 1580. Thank you for coming in.
Yes, indeed.
And it's about to be on, because this is really is going to be. I know this is going to spark. Is it already sparking?
Already, yeah. A lot of people are like, oh God, what is this? This is, why are you being divisive? They're calling us divisive. Because,
well, I mean, yeah, we can get into that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you're right. It's the origins of hip hop to where we are now. And yes, it's natural. Everybody wants to take credit, but people also want their credit if they really were there.
Right. And that's the thing. Who was really there? Because everybody's trying to claim that they were there. So we got to talk about it on the air.
Yeah. We'll save some of it for the air. That's why I'm asking you about other things, because I'm trying to save it for the air.
Yes.
So you just completed this. How long have you been working on it?
We're working for a year. We've been working on it for a year, and it was a labor.
I was surprised to see Shot Rock.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like she doesn't get the love she should.
She doesn't. She's a phenomenal MC, and she really changed the game. She changed the whole cadence of rap.
because a lot of people at the time, they would rap in a baritone voice.
Yeah.
So since she was a girl, she couldn't do that.
And also, like for someone like me, she emboldened me. I saw Chirac, you know, as a youngster, and I'm like, hell yeah, I can be on the mic too. Like she was killing the game back then. But people don't know. They'll be like, well, who are your inspirations? I will say Chirac is one of mine.
Oh yeah, she's the queen of it. She's the first female MC.
But a lot of people are like, who?
Yeah, and that's a shame that they don't know. You know, this is the Nicki Minaj's and you know, Megan's. This is the one who started it. So
yeah, you might have to do like a part 2 of this film and just do the West Coast.
Yeah, that's what I want to do, because our story is interesting too out here.
Yeah,
you know, it's deep from LA to the Bay. You know, the whole story. So.
Yeah, and I think again, we've been having some conversations here on KBLA about how people put the West Coast origins later than they really are.
Right.
Because if you look at Uncle Jam's Army and other things that were going on here, you know, Watts Prophets and all this stuff, you can go a lot further back with West Coast hip hop than people generally do.
Right. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna let him talk now.
So he's recording himself while he's live on this.
And we're talking with Tariq Nasheed. He's in studio with us if you want to tap in on YouTube at KBLA 1580. So the film out now, microphone check.
Yes, out this week.
It is sort of, you say, telling the origin stories of hip hop in general as an art form. And you know, are really establishing the fact that this is a Black American art form. You go as far, and that's not surprising because it's you, to claim it as FBA, Foundational Black American. And some folks have called it divisive. I imagine that's because you take a position that Latinos are not part of the creation of hip hop.
And because of the 50th anniversary, we've heard this narrative that hip hop was created by Blacks and Latinos 50-50. And that's a revision of history, because in the early stages of hip hop, in the origin of it, it was all Black people in the Bronx. And these Black people were folks who came in from the South. Their families came from the South. So they were getting a lot of those funk influences, a lot of the rhyming and playing the dozens, that kind of influence. At the time, remember, in the late 60s, early 70s, it was Muhammad Ali. These were our icons. He's going around rhyming. You had Dolomite.
Tons of poets.
Right. The Watts Prophets, the Last Poets. So
Scott Heron, my dad, you know, and on and on.
Right. So that was a thing.
That was a Black American thing.
That was a Black American thing.
Understood. But the thing is, where does the 50-50 come from? Because I've been hearing a lot of narrative about Latino influence, and I've witnessed it both in New York and here, but I never heard so much the 50-50 thing.
Right. And the thing is, and as you saw in the film, the pioneers said the Latinos came in later and did great things. They with the break-in, they continued it, because the first generation B-boys, after a while, they just kind of put breaking to the side and started doing other stuff. But the Latinos came in the late 70s, early 80s, and they kind of revised it. And they get credit for that. But as far as the origin, creating it, all of the elements come from foundational Black American culture. And another narrative was that we were getting things from the Caribbean. And we had to clarify that narrative. We weren't doing Jamaican toasting. We weren't listening to those types of records. Hip hop was coming from funk records, and we were using the rhymes that we were already doing while we were playing the dozens, and we just put it on wax.
I think, you know, I don't claim to be a hip hop historian. I'm more like a hip hop Forrest Gump. I'm always in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing on the right microphone. But I've never said that I'm some expert. But I have seen, you know, in New York and in the Bay Area, I have seen the participation of other cultures. I have seen us listening to reggae and dancehall. I haven't, and I even see the relationship of hip hop to Africa in terms of the call and response, the use of syncopation, the drum, even some of our dance moves. But I don't know that that means that it's Jamaican dance hall as a form.
Yeah, the thing is, when it comes to anything we create, for some reason, there's been this desire to take it out of foundational Black American culture and attribute it to Africa, which, you know, Africa, we have an African lineage.
Well,
but,
all people do.
Right.
All people in the world, in the universe do. But
right.
But why
hip hop was cultivated with us here.
Of course, but still, the call and response is for example, is a fundamental African element that has impacted most all world culture. So why is it important to not acknowledge that?
Because there is no African Nas, there is no African Jay-Z. The continuity has to be there at a certain position. The continuity was there with us. We created a certain continuity and did something else with it and made it unique to our ethnogenesis here. So that's why we sound different. We rap different from people in Africa and all of these other places. The swag and the energy is different. We have a different energy because we went through a different traumatic experience and a positive experience as well. But we've had different experiences that has our energy levels different. So we create things differently and put a different flavor on.
I mean, to me, when you talk, and you do talk about this in the documentary, when you talk about jazz or blues or R&B or hip hop, you are talking about uniquely Black American art forms. I would not argue that. And I've heard some people doing that, and I think it's, you know, that means they aren't paying attention or they don't know history. But why is it important to subtract others from it?
Because what happens is if we start doing everybody was in the origin of it, what always happens, it gets taken away from us. With jazz created by foundational Black Americans in New Orleans.
AKA Black people.
Right. Then some Italians made a record early on, and then they started claiming jazz came from Italy.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I remember reading that history. But the thing about it is, like, as we are all descendants of Africa, or all people, white people, Black people, you know, how far back do you want to go? I understand what you're saying. I feel like, yes, we've had rock and roll ripped off from us. We've had jazz ripped off from us. And we're barely. And when I look around now and I see all these rappers who are not Black, who are taking over the industry, it does give me pause.
Right.
Because I know there was a time they never would have been able to cut
it. And the thing is, again, when we don't gatekeep the culture, when we circle back around to the culture we created, people will treat us like guests in the cultures we created. Like our sister Beyonce. Beyonce did a country album. Right. They're acting like she's a guest in country. Right. That's a foundational Black American genre. But people get this sense of entitlement when we share everything. They say, hey, wait a minute, I've stolen that from you years ago. How dare you come claiming again? Right. We don't want that to happen in hip hop. That's why we're saying, hey, this is where it came from, and this is the definitive story.
But as someone who was there pretty early adopter, whichever the term is, of hip hop myself, since a little kid, right? And going to see, going to New York. My dad's from Newark, as you know, my mom, and then being in the Bay Area, there's a point in the doc where you say someone says we should have more Asians because they're making all of the electronics.
Yeah, that was another narrative. They were saying that last year.
But Asians in the Bay Area, Asians were there pretty early on as DJs and dancers.
In the 80s, they came in the 80s and 90s. Yeah, they came later. They were students. Yeah, but we're not saying that other people can't participate in it. That's for it's for everybody to participate in. That's fine, but we have to respect the origin of it. We have to respect where it comes from. And then when people try to muddy the waters of the origin of it, they try to say, well, y'all actually Black folks, y'all got it from us, so y'all need to thank us for it. And we're not playing that game. We got to tell the truth.
Well, on that, I do agree with you. I take issue with that, but I've also seen there is something I've only watched the doc once, so I can't really pinpoint it, but there's a conversation, it might be you, saying that if you go to, it is you, in fact, I remember, if you go to a lot of radio stations, music stations now, you'll see nothing but Latinos, you'll see Latinos, DJs, program directors, and no Black people, and it's a hip hop station.
You see that a lot.
But those are customers, aren't they?
Well, the thing
because the music they're playing is not exclusively Latino. Most of those records, most of them are Black people.
Yeah, right. And out here in LA, you know how the radio stations.
I do.
You know how it is. The program directors. I don't know any Black program directors out here in radio in LA.
Other than the station you're sitting in.
Right,
now.
this one here, and that's why we're here.
And Stevie Wonder's station, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
But the program director there. We won't promote the station. We're not going to promote
my former home.
Yeah,
we love you, Stevie.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's the thing: like, and I've had this conversation so many times. If a Latino station is playing Black music, Black people are eating off that.
Mm-hmm.
If Latinos are buying, Black hip hop, Black-owned hip hop gear, or even making their own, how is that problematic?
Because the thing is, when there has to be a balance in hip hop, because what happens is when there was a balance, when we had Black programmers and Black people kind of controlling the sound of it, there was a balance. The peak of hip hop was 1988. 88 was very important. That's the golden era of hip hop. 88, because so many artists in 1988, it was so diverse, and everybody was on code in hip hop. You had, for a nerd, you could do Kid and Play. If you were a girl, you had Salt and Pepper. If you were a gangster, you had NWA and Eazy-E. You had Heavy D. It was so diverse then. It was a balance, and that was the golden era. There's not a balance now in hip hop. Right now, we get Sexy Red, Cardi B. I mean, we get the same thing over and over again. It's a cookie cutter thing. And
in terms of the mass commercial,
right,
because you still have artists making music.
And you don't have us there saying, hey, there needs to be balance. Everything is a one-track stereotype to a certain degree, and those stereotypes fit the sensibility of these program directors.
It in the golden era, because we still had record labels that were controlling who gets signed and what they put out. You still had managers.
The artists were on code then, because you remember when they had the Grammys, they were going to give rap a Grammy, and they said, we're going to give you guys a Grammy, but we're not going to air it. So all the rappers got together on their own, and they said, hey, we're going to boycott the Grammys. They were on code. At the time in the late 80s, when they tried to say Vanilla Ice was the king of rap, a lot of folks don't remember that. They were saying,
I do.
Yeah, you remember? They were trying to make him the Elvis of rap.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, and arguably people do that.
But they're trying to do it now.
Back then, they
who
checked
was
that.
Produced by Dre.
Right.
Who was,
because Vanilla, he came in on his own. He just,
lots of Black people say he's the greatest.
Mm-hmm.
I
like Eminem, but you can't be the greatest if there's Rakim there and Nas is there.
And Kendrick.
Right, and Kendrick. Exactly.
K Reno.
Okay, anyway. So, but the real question is, when did we ever control the industry? And who has the ability to put out a record? I understand what you're saying about the solidarity, that the example that you're giving there.
Right, because back in the golden era, I think hip hop was really, a lot of it was dictated by what was happening in the streets. The corporate structure, they didn't have the stranglehold they have on it now, because in the 80s, corporate hip hop was relatively new. So it was still street control. What went on in the streets, they kind of dictated what went down. That's why hip hop in the 80s was drug free. They decidedly said, hey, crack ain't cool. That's why crack is looked down.
Crack is black.
In the 80s, Dominique, in the 80s,
there were no drug dealers in hip hop.
in the 80s, they talked down on hip hop. Now NWA, even NWA, they weren't really bragging about drugs, or they had a consequence
they might
to
not
it.
have put it on the record.
They had a consequence.
Okay.
No, on record. We're talking about on record. What was promoted? Because Easy and those guys, they didn't talk about drugging up and all of that stuff. Right. They didn't even talk about selling it like that. But if they did, they put a consequence on it.
Right.
Ice-T, he talked about drug dealers and hustlers, but there was always a consequence to it.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, I understand what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
You're talking about what's on vinyl.
Right. Well, what they were promoting to the public.
Right.
They had self-destruction and all of that. You understand?
Right.
So yeah, they were decidedly against crack at the time. Now drugs are promoted.
Unless they were selling.
They rap about getting high
right.
and doing hardcore drugs now. So, and that's because of the corporate structure. They have more control on it, on the genres now.
Talking with Tariq Nasheed. The documentary is called Microphone Check, and it's coming out this week.
Yes.
And you'll be able to find it. There's screenings going across the country.
Yeah, we got screenings all over in select cities. I'm here in LA Thursday at the Fine Arts Theater. Go to microphonecheck.com. It's in San Diego, Oakland, Dallas. It's all over. And there's another big premiere in New York, so I'm jet setting all around the country.
And I'm sure they'll be arguing about it on Twitter, but we'll get to that when we come forward. We're talking with Tariq Nasheed on KBLA Talk 1580. Wasn't Eric B like a massive drug dealer?
I don't know. I mean, they would say that.
Please.
What's up, brother? How are you?
Roger Muhammad.
My man, pleasure.
That's Tavis's producer.
Oh, cool.
Want to walk over here and take a pic with me?
Okay. Oh, you want to take a picture?
You want to go in the chair or you want to? Okay, yeah. If you want to grab.
Bill must take a picture. That's cool too. I'm here. I'm here for it.
I'm not taking my credit card statement. That's right. Okay, there we go.
God bless Roland. Shout out to Roland Martin.
You know what? Stop. Why you? Well, I guess that's what he does. He starts stuff.
Man.
Were you like that as a kid, Tariq Nasheed? Were you a stuff starter as a kid?
Somewhat. And I kind of shake the table.
Do you think that that Dr. Umar is trying to copy your early career by pivoting to relationships?
I don't know. A lot of people started doing the relationship thing. So I don't know. You know, I kind of, you know.
Are you permanently, I mean, is that something you would ever do again?
I would. A lot of people want me to do the relationship stuff again because I started early. I started doing that stuff before a lot of people.
Right.
And so I might get back into that.
3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Y'all can see go to microphonecheck.com. Microphonecheck.com. Y'all see I'm sweating. Dominique got this studio hot as hell.
Sorry, Tavis complains about that
She
too.
ain't sweating at all. I'm up here sweating. She's all glorious and glamorous.
Can you guys turn on the air? Can you turn up the air? Nasheed is suffering like Tavis does. He says that
Thank you.
if I'm his work wife, I like it too doggone hot.
Man.
Doesn't feel hot to me, but and put this trash can under the desk so you can throw that away.
Thank you so much.
He's turning up the air.
Oh, good. But yeah, y'all go to microphonecheck.com, family. The first screening is tomorrow in New Orleans. Microphonecheck.com.
Tariq Nasheed is here in the studio. You know him from the Hidden Colors series. You know him from the FBA movement, from the Hidden History Museum, which is here, actually right down the street in Los Angeles, still going. But now he's got a film, documentary, Microphone Check. It's got a lot of treasures. Speaking of hidden treasures.
What did you learn that you didn't know when you saw the film?
From watching the film, I didn't know that the whole story about the equipment, how, you know, who had the ability to do parties and stuff was so based on who had equipment.
Right.
I did not know that as that feud between disco DJs
and hip hop
DJs. Because my experience as a kid in New York was you'd see people playing disco and people would be doing the hustle or whatever, and then they'd go to the James Brown and the B-boys would start breaking and stuff. But it wasn't like a conflict the way they had it. It was like different shifts. But I don't think I was in the fancy clubs. I was like, you know. So that was new, and I think it was interesting to hear like people like Lord Jamar talking about their perspective of the relationship between Black and Brown, actually, too.
Yeah, I think.
Watch live and local news.
I'm gonna hit it after
of networks.
YouTube TV. Those are very interesting points. A lot of folks don't know that early hip hop, they made the distinction between the disco DJs and the hip hop DJs, and there were disco DJs who rapped, but they still weren't considered hip hop. Like, you know, DJ Hollywood, he's in the film, and he was a very influential person on rap. A lot of people got their rhyme cadence from him.
but they don't really consider him hip hop because he didn't like all the breaking because he was at upscale parties.
Right.
So he's like, hey, don't bring that breaking in here.
Right.
So they've always said, hey, you're not really hip hop, but he influenced hip hop. So there's a lot of dichotomies there that we explore in the film.
I like the way that you also give a little hat tip to those of us who are on the mic as radio hosts, because a lot of those early radio hosts did rhyme and they did sort of MC parties and whatever. You know, of course, I did the opposite. I was started as a rapper, and that's how I got into TV and radio. But there's so much crossover.
Yes, yes, indeed.
So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
So when you talk about reclaiming this story, and you're really specific, not just to African American or Black, but to FBA, and I think that's another reason people may find it divisive. We in the ongoing conversation about reparations, which we do every Friday around here, the lineage versus legacy is always a conversation, right? And there's this some people are rejecting Pan-Africanism, other people you know, have their own opinions. My question is this: I feel like there's a lot of value to the specificity that you're talking about. Know who your specific ancestors are, and to giving respect to Black Americans and our unique story and contribution. No problem with that. Why does it require the demonization of immigrants? Why does it require, you know, terms like tether and sort of a rejection or disunity from the broader global Black community? Not to say that we're all the same or that we don't require specificity and credit. Why is animosity part of it?
Well, the thing is, what we do is a response to the animosity, and we call it out, because what has happened is that other groups who come into our circles who are not of our lineage, they have undermined and sabotaged our reparations claims, and that's been a problem. In fact, when they had some of these reparations commissions early on, they would get people like Candace Owens. Candace Owens identifies as being Caribbean. They got another guy named Coleman Hughes who works for one of these little white supremacist think tanks. He's Puerto Rican. But these guys aesthetically look Black. And they'll get up here saying,
well, they are. I mean, they are Black. They're of African descent.
Right, but they're not foundational Black Americans.
Right.
So they don't have an allegiance.
Black Americans at all.
Right. So they don't have an allegiance to our lineage. And if you don't have an allegiance to the lineage, you'll undermine what you don't really have an allegiance to. See, the white supremacists, they were very strategic in getting certain Black people and elevating them in positions over us.
I mean, but we have people that undermine our culture in every community, including foundation. I mean, is Clarence Thomas, does he have allegiance to the culture?
No, but we call our sellouts, we call them out so that they're not out here misrepresenting us. Clarence Thomas don't represent nobody in foundational Black American society. He's persona non grata. He can't come in these circles. A person like Jesse Lee Peterson, who's a foundational Black American, but this guy is, he thinks he's in the year 1830. He's not our representative. So we call those folks out. What happens is you'll get a lot of people who are non-FBA who come in our circles and they'll.
I don't know, I just froze up. I don't know what the hell that was about.
Community because you're laying up.
Is that sexist? Is that misogynistic?
No.
It feels like it when someone calls you that.
No, a bad one. If you're undermining the community because you're laying up with somebody who's putting a bug in your ear about undermining your own community or people who look like you, that's a person who should be ostracized.
What's the male version of a bed witch?
A bed bug. There's bed bugs. There's a lot of bed bugs out here. We call the bed bugs out. We call them out too. Clarence Thomas is a bed bug. We call them all out.
Do you think, and we this will be too, you know, I can't even ask you because I probably don't have time, but I always feel like why are we relinquishing the claim and the riches that are ours to be claimed on the motherland?
Because they're not claiming them on the motherland. Let's keep it a buck. They're getting the hell up out of Africa. They're bouncing from Africa. And we want them to get on code. We've been trying to go over there and build with them. And the brothers and sisters, it's too tribalistic. There's a problem with tribalism over there. They don't have it together. There's not one Africa. You got to have visas and passports to go all over the continent. And the tribalism there, that is a problem. And what happens is a lot of people bring that tribalism over here to us, and we don't really like that. We don't play that game. We try to stay on code. This is why we get stuff done. We can get stuff done because we stay on code. And Foundational Black Americans, we've stayed on code as Black people more than any other group. This is why we've accomplished so much stuff. This is why Foundational Black Americans, our icons are respected and revered worldwide. We're like one of the few groups that have internationally recognized icons that are respected all over the world.
I do not have time for my follow-up questions to that, so I'm going to leave it right there. Tavis Smiley's up next, and your film is out now.
Yes.
It is microphonecheck.com.
Microphonecheck.com. If you're in LA, come on out to the Fine Arts Theater this Thursday. Come see it. Go to microphonecheck.com. People all over the country at a select theater near you. It's a very, very phenomenal film. You guys are going to learn a lot about hip hop culture.
Absolutely. Tariq, Nasheed, thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much, beloved.
Tavis Smiley is up next.
All right, y'all, we're going to close it out there. What are your thoughts on this interview and the documentary?
Okay. Bruh, the fact of he started off with Juneteenth. Yeah, nothing to do with Juneteenth and its celebration because of what it's celebrating our demise. And so the focus, like everything is beautiful, and what he wants to show about hip hop and where it came from, I can agree with all of that. I can agree with what the idea of he's saying, like our people, y'all took rock and roll, y'all took this. We're not letting y'all take this. I agree with that. It's just the fact of the terms of the words that he's using, Black, African American, that part kills it for me. But
Moorish, he's using Moorish American.
Say that again.
So should he instead of the terms he's using, should he be saying Moorish American?
Yes. One, he should be saying Moors or like whatever his, like, let's say his family is Cherokee. He could say Cherokee. I agree with that. If he said Cherokee, and right at that point, because I'm a Moor, I'm a Cherokee too. And the next person says I'm a Lakota, I'm a Lakota too. Whatever our nation is, that's what I am. I am not none of what they are describing for us. We all have that. So it's sort of like every Caucasian person will say, I'm a white United States citizen. We're all under the flag of the, but you're from France, and this one's from over here, and this one's from over there. But you're all under that one flag. So that's how we need to be instead of being under their flag. But like I said, his message is right as far as ownership. As my understanding from where hip hop came from in the rap game, that's us. Our people did that. That don't belong to nobody but us. Jazz, rock and roll. There's an old sister, I can't remember her name. They said Elvis studied her.
Big Mama Thornton.
Thank you. Elvis studied her to get his style. So we own all of this. They take it away because of Black and African American. So it's like all of our intellectual properties, we have to get a copyright or a patent only because we say we're Black, African American, United States citizen. But as Moors, whatever I do in my office, in my home, I own that. And all I only got to register it with my trust. I don't have to register it with the United States and all of that. All I got to do is register it with my trust. And now I own it. I have the copyright. I have the patent. You get no control over it. And that's really how, like, Donald Trump operates out of a trust. All these rich, so they own whatever copyrights they signed for with the United States. But when you and I do it, that's how the studios, the big time studios, Warner Brothers and them, That's how come they keep your masters, because you don't have a way to lawfully keep it yourself.
Okay. Never heard it like that, but okay. All right, well, appreciate you coming on, y'all. It's been super late, y'all, and I got his food back in like 3 hours. I deliver food to the seniors in my dad's building every Sunday, y'all. So,
okay.
For 8 years now, and directly across the street, I've been growing my own food for 4 years.
Nice. Nice. Now, is that just food you're eating, or do you take it to market?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. Yes, sir. That's nice. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's nice. See, we need to know those different things about our people. So you see the group that we have. I'm gonna have to
yes.
I'm gonna have to recommend you as far as agriculture.
Okay.
That whatever tips and points you want to throw in there for us for agriculture, please do, bruh. And you're now the head of our Department of Agriculture.
Oh, snap. Okay.
Yes, sir. And see, people don't understand. It's that simple. It's that easy. Now, will the person who gets the job, will they come in and do it? That's the point.
Okay. Well, I've been doing it for 4 years. So
yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I appreciate you having me and sending me the link.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate
you're always welcome. Like I said, y'all can host the show if you and Sister Ashita want to host the show. Y'all can do it this Tuesday.
No, I think to be fair to the audience, the first time we do come on, I need to bring the team so that we can introduce ourselves properly. And like the people are asking for certain things. I want to be like that thing I sent you for the census.
Yeah.
The other brother, he's going to give you the census and then a whole bunch more to make you see what it is that we're talking about. And he goes like point to point. He hits it. So when I heard him give his demonstration, I was amazed at the way he came at it and gave it. I was like, I'm not even going to try to do that part no more. Let him have it. He gets to the point exactly without missing a beat. He'll get you exactly to the point, show you the documents you need to check, and he knows it off the top of his head. So I backed up on that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody play your part, know what you can do, and don't exalt yourself more than what you can in front of the people. That's what make us all end up looking crazy and stupid and then doing things like the kid did in the car tonight, and all he needed was an ID in his pocket, and he'd have wiped all that out.
Like I said, I think we just need to see more videos of it actually working, because what's been circulating lately it's been the opposite. So
yes,
we definitely need to have that discussion, and if you're up to it, we've been trying to get a show together with the Hebrew Israelites and the Moors.
All right, so listen, brother. It's not that I don't want to talk with the Hebrew Israelites. I've just asked everybody, this is my thing. If we're going to talk, we talking about, just like I asked you to do the agriculture, you see what we got in that group. Now I'm asking you, that's how I'm talking to people. Your religion don't matter to me. And if you talk to me about your religion, I'm about to make you feel bad about your religion. Yeah. And all I'm going to do is tell you the truth. The religion.
Just do like El Hajj and keep it in your back pocket. We can argue about it free.
Yes, sir. It's your religion. And they said that the religion was for the lawless people. I'm not a lawless person. But obviously, if you're telling me about the religion, you're really a lawless person, huh? What am I listening to you for? You're lawless. So, right. So you know, there's so much with it that I'm willing to sit down and talk with them, but they got to understand he's not here to argue with you about the books.
Right.
And if they want to argue about it, I'm going to give them Brother Daryl Cosma, and he's in the group too.
Okay.
From Owaspe.
Oh.
And he's already beating them up in their thing. So if there's any brother JJ 7000, any of them they want to talk, I'm gonna go get Daryl Cosman to talk to them. I can even call my cousin BC, who will tell him you're talking in child parables. This is what it's about. And then he'll start talking about the sciences of the earth and stuff and all of that. He's not even talking about, he's talking about what's in that Bible, but just not the way everybody's accustomed to.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that a lot. It's a bunch of parables and allegories and all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, the stories are really about the 12 zodiac signs. Not 12 tribes. They're about the 12 zodiac signs.
Yep.
And the 12 nerve systems in your body. That's what those stories are about. And then when it gets to 7, it's talking about the 7 chakras inside your body. All of us are Jesus. And you see with the life we're living, all of us will be sacrificed at any moment. We're all Jesus. We're all Muhammad. We're all Moses and Mary and whoever else other story. We are all that person and that. And Jesus said, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Get them back their birth certificate, social security card, their wedding licenses, their driver's licenses. Give them back what's theirs. You take control of it as the living, breathing man and control your estate.
Okay.
And that's the process I'm going through right now. It's not an easy thing, but it's worth doing to leave to my daughter and my grands.
Okay. Got you, El. Y'all. Well, appreciate you staying up late. It's Grand Risings where you at.
Yes, it is 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, so appreciate you coming on again. Like I said, a few weeks down the road, y'all want to host that show, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
But y'all are always welcome to come on our platforms.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you.
So thank y'all for tuning in to season 4, episode 8, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. I'm closing out the show, Lady Che.
Peace and love, people.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind me shouting us out.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can catch us at We the People 4343 Thursday nights, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. And you can catch us on there. And really on there, we're just family talking, and we're talking over some of these same issues right here and things of that nature. But it's mostly we want you to come on and talk to us. That's what we want. We want to engage with the people.
Right.
People are going through stuff. And we're not saying we can help every situation, but sometimes you feel better after you get it out. Maybe we can help you. Maybe we can find you help. Maybe you can help us.
Right.
We just want to engage with the people.
Yeah, so make sure y'all check out We the People on YouTube. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. And this is going to conclude season 4, episode 8, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. We will see y'all tomorrow for part 2. Peace from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city.
Peace and love.
Peace.